Let's see
Put her coffee in my
see if the giveaways are live. They are.
Awesome! It's like you planned this or something.
Yes. We are live. Hooray! I'm just going to leave it on that page, actually, while we get everything started. Boop.
All right. Switch it to the bill cam, and we're good to go.
There. Oh my goodness. All right, that's rolling. People will start showing up. I gotta try and see if this. There we go. The sale thing actually worked. All right, cool. So this is going to be. Oops.
Hi guys.
Quick edit sale. Price is $9, I think. Maybe.
Bill's working on a super secret surprise for you guys.
I put it in the. It's not a surprise.
No.
I put it in the newsletter.
For those who have read the newsletter.
Mention prep kit 2014. Nope. Quick edit. We can do the sale to $10. Awesome.
Just so you know, we can't edit this later. So things were 2 hours.
That's fine. Okay, the sales stuff should be all set. All the free things are all still free. Everything else is good to go.
Just your stuff.
Just my stuff. Just the punch prop stuff. Look at that. We got people in the chat.
Hello,
we got
chat.
Craft access in Malaysia. Holy cow.
I'm glad you can tune in at almost 11 p.m. your time.
Yeah.
My goodness. You can check back after you wake up.
Yeah, I know. There we go. There's our sale things. Awesome. Ding. Wonder if I can list sale items first.
Can I switch your camera over? Or are you good?
You can do what you want to do. Nah, that's not gonna fix that today.
Hope you all have your coffee, unless you're about to go to bed.
Look at that. Look how many people we have in the chat already. Why aren't you guys asleep? I bet they're on the East Coast.
Oh, we got some Europe people in there, I think.
Yeah, let's see. We got.
I hope you either have a coffee or a beer, depending on whatever your time zone is.
Yes. We've got Red Jack, Nico Jesta, Craft Access, Vandalus. That's a good name. Kagar, Metiri. You guys have cool handles. Super cool. I'm going to go over here.
Let's get this started.
We have 24 people already? This thing keeps falling off. Whole thing. I have a bag of these somewhere. I'll just throw that in there. Morning, everybody. Good morning. East Coast represent. That's right, Nico. That's not right, actually. We're on the West Coast. All right, I might as well tell you guys what's up. And you're going to hear this a lot because we're going to be doing this all day, but we'll get you started. So Brittany and I are doing a live stream all day long, and we are going to be working on our costumes. So I got some references here. I'm building Shaxx from Destiny, the NPC.
Lord Shaxx.
Lord Shaxx. Yes. And I'll be working on that all day. And Brittany is doing a Vex Goblin also from Destiny. We'll be just doing that all day long. Oh, Darth Marcus says, Bill, and Britt. That's great.
I like that addition.
I'm glad, Marcus, that you are watching this instead of the morning stream right now.
Oh, he can be doing both.
Yeah. Oh, and Sid He-Man. Oh, Essential Props. That's Matthew. He says, who's excited for DragonCon? And that's what we're working on these for PAX and DragonCon in just a few short weeks. So we figured we'd take a day to just jam and get as much done as we can. And then you guys can join us for the duration for the next 16 hours. Yeah. Woo.
I got my coffee.
Yeah, we got lots of coffee. We got water. We got snacks upstairs. We'll be doing that all day, but we're also doing a bunch of other stuff. We're going to have guests on. A bunch of our friends will be either stopping in by the shop or in through the Hangout. And then what else? We've got, I'm going to have to plug in the headphones, I just realized, for the Hangout.
Yep. We're good for now, though.
We'll have to figure that out in a little bit. But then we're also doing giveaways, tons and tons of giveaways. So every hour we're going to do a giveaway. In fact, could you grab some of the prints that are in the office over there? So if you guys check out, we'll have this thing here at the top of the video. The current giveaway, there's the URL for it. So it's punishprops.com/amazingrandy. If you go to that URL, and I'll even post it in the chat here.
I got it.
You got it? Britt's got it. Britt's going to post the link in the chat there. You can sign up for the giveaway. So we got a bunch of prints and stuff. So here's like some prints of, there's my pretty face, and there's my brother and his Iron Man. We got that. And we got this hideous looking Draugr face. We have a whole bunch of these prints. We'll be giving a set of them away, an assorted set of them away every single hour. If you go to that link on my page, there's a Rafflecopter thing there to sign up. So for this one,
my camera's upside down.
Yeah,
I got it.
So to sign up, I'm gonna. What's your name? My name is Bill. My email address. And I'm logging in. There we go. Cool. Oh, I already answered that one. So here we go. You go there, and there are the Rafflecopter things. And for example, it shows that there are 56 minutes on this one. So that's the first hour. And then there's 7 hours on this one, because every 8 hours, so twice, we're going to be giving away some Dragon Priest masks, which is really exciting. To enter the giveaway, you just have to answer a goofy question that I made up, and you're in. And yes, the giveaways are for everyone in the world. Everyone, will ship them wherever. The Dragon Priest masks. Let's go back to my camera here. All right. So this is the first one that we have. This is a copper cold cast Dragon Priest mask. So it's got a real metallic finish. So this is the one we'll be giving away at 4 p.m. So you have 8 hours to sign up for that. And then also, later on, we're going to cast another one of these live. And when you sign up to win this, you can vote on which type of metal we should use for the next one, which is really exciting.
Yeah, this one is copper.
Yeah, this one's copper.
Yeah, so it's dusted with real metal and backfilled with resin, plastic resin. So you can buff it and make it look like metal.
Yeah, and we just sort of left it in the raw metal state, so you can finish it however you want or leave it as it is. Mm-hmm. So for example, you go to do that, and you vote on the thing there, and it'll enter you to win the thing. Super piece of cake. And then we'll every hour we'll announce a winner, and then we'll launch another giveaway. More of those prints, and then some of our guests have their own things to throw into the mix too. What else? What else do we have here? I have a whole script of stuff to work on here. Also we're doing a sale. So if you haven't had a chance to get in on our digital content, we have blueprints, we have ebooks, all the Punish Props digital content. It's all on sale this week. So if you go over to punishprops.com, check out our store, you can grab that stuff there. And also, so one of the other main goals for this live stream is to really push on our Patreon, which a handful of you guys, more than a handful, a whole bunch of you guys have already supported, which is awesome. You guys are fantastic. We set a new goal. In fact, we modified a new goal. At $250 per week of content, we want to commit to doing 2 live streams a week. So that means we'll do our live Q&A show, and we'll do another one from the shop. We'll do each of those every single week when we hit that next goal. So part of the reason why we're doing this whole thing is to just hammer home, hey guys, check out our Patreon and please support the show if you want to see more content. So that's going to be over there. So that's it. That's what we're doing all day long today. We're going to have the chat going. If you want your message to show up so that we'll see it, put punished props in your chat message. At punished props, I guess, in the IRC chat, and it'll pop up. We have a big screen over there where we're keeping an eye on that, and we'll be just chatting with you guys all day long while we work on our projects from this camera here. So from here, you can see me and what I'll be working on, and then you can see Britt's hands over there and what she's working on. So if you have, you want to chime in on that, you got the chat. Awesome. Let's see. Solano is going to be working alongside with your own Destiny Hunter. That's cool.
Yeah.
Actually, before we get started, I want to show you guys this thing that we made yesterday too. We did the first cold cast we did of that copper had some bubbles in it, but instead of throwing it away, we just poured a bunch of oxidizing solution on it, so it's super rusty. And we're keeping this one. This one's for us, for our house. But how cool is that? It's all crusty and green, and that's real rust and copper on there. That's pretty neat stuff right there. Yeah. All right, cool.
Yep, it looks like you don't even have to do at punish props. Just say punish props all one word, and it shows up for me easily to see in the
awesome.
Chat.
Yep, just like that.
Thanks, guys.
Cool. So you guys, you have the chat going. You can chat amongst yourselves, and you can bug us.
What's the best link for me to send people to the sale on your site? Just
you know what? I'll dump one in there because it's specific to our content.
Do you have a page set up for your content?
I'll put the link in the chat right now, and I'll show you.
Show me. I like how you're me right now in the chat.
Yeah, we're actually I'm at the Lady Longshank station and vice versa.
All right. I got my coffee. There we go. Hope you either have coffee or beer, or a delicious mixed beverage.
All right, so there's a category. This is where all the sale content is. Paste. Boop. There you go. The category of all the punished props content. That's where you want to send people. Cool.
Yeah, if you haven't picked up Bill's ebook yet on foam armor making, it's called Foamsmith. A lot of really good stuff in there, and it is on sale. If your friends haven't picked it up, send them the link.
Cool. Let's see here.
Can you link in the IRC banner?
Oh, up in the top here? I don't know how to edit that.
Oh, yeah. I'm going to leave that alone. I almost broke that last time I changed it.
Cream or soy or almond in the coffee. This is sugar-free creamer. Yeah.
Yeah, a little bit extra kind of fell in there by accident.
All right, cool. You gonna get started?
Yeah.
Why don't you get going? I have to run upstairs real quick.
Okay.
We'll be popping in and out too. We'll be each sharing, taking breaks when we can. Oh, this is gonna be a commitment.
All right. Britt Cam. Look at me. I got the whole camera to myself. All right. For those of you that have been keeping up to date with our live streams, I've been working on my Vex Goblin cosplay from Destiny. They're one of the bad guy units. This morning, I'm working on the hand. I did a quick, it's so bright. It is so bright. It's so hard to see. Of course, I have to work in white. You can see a little bit of it. Let's see. What if I turn this away for a little bit? There we go. Got some Pepicora fingertips going on here. It's all very exciting. I'll just dump them all out because why not? Ah! So these I modeled in Maya just to get like the general shape because I want to make sure my fingers can fit in them. The Vex have 4 fingers, so these 2 guys have to fit in one of the fingers. So I had to make sure they're big enough. I'm going to have LEDs in here. So So I had to make sure there's enough room for those. So modeled in 3D, put in Papakora Designer, which is a papercraft type program, and I'm turning them into 3mm foam little squiggly bits. Can the WB be adjusted? You guys are using fancy terms. Web browser? Warner Brothers? White balance. I bet you mean white balance. Yeah, I bet the white balance can be adjusted, but I'll wait for Bill to get back. Here, I'll move over to his spot where it is not as egregious. All right. Yeah, this is much better. I'll switch the white balance to the other guy. So this is one. This is just normal paper too, so it looks a little lumpy. But this is the fingertip. There's a little hole, and that's where the LEDs are going to go. They shine through here. The Vex kind of have a little hand pulse thing they do, so the light shines from it. This is the middle piece. The bottom piece I have taken apart to use as a template, but you can see they go like this, like that. Also, there is a light shining on the other camera mat. So I'm guessing that I will have to turn that light off and change my lighting system over. Or change the white balance. All right. So one of the things I did yesterday was I took some clear acrylic and with Bill's help, cut it out on the bandsaw into these long strips and cut those into little strips. And you notice it's not clear because I sanded it. So I made this slightly like a little translucent, not as transparent type thing to catch the light. I happen to have a light right here. See, Bill's leaving his coffee right in the dust zone. It's not the smartest thing. So, but you can be like, look at that. So, of course, you can't really tell that when it's lit up, but there will be a single LED shining off to the side of each of these finger bits. And it will hopefully kind of light up the whole thing. It doesn't need to be perfect. I don't want to shine it straight through or else it'll be a hot spot. So it'll be a little LED pointed up in every single finger bit. So 3 LEDs per finger. Some math later.
Yeah.
I'm working with white and my camera there is lit too much. So all the white is completely blown out. Sorry.
Let me see if I can run through that. Oh, I don't. You know what? I don't think I have the software there. Let's
I could just turn the light off and add in another light there.
Hold on.
All right.
There we go. Let's see if this one works. The problem is that it may not be the right camera. You can't tell if you have 2 of the same camera plugged in.
They are named the exact same thing. I figured we'd have some technical difficulties this morning. I'm just happy the sound works.
No, I can't. I can change mine, but I can't change yours.
All right. So I'll just turn the light off and add an LED light or something.
Hold on.
Doop, doop, doop.
Yeah, I don't know. I can't. Turning that light off is too much. Actually, take one bulb out.
We tried that before, and it didn't make as much of a difference as you would think. If I could tilt it, that would work. But I don't know how to tilt it.
Hold on.
We've done this on a live stream before. I don't know if you remember.
It's a little bit of a difference.
No, still.
Just work with it. Just.
But look, you can't see things.
If you turn the light off, you'll be able to see it all.
I was going to get some LED panel lights.
But I need the less light than that. It's going to be not enough light to work with. Just work with it like that, and it'll be okay. Cool. It's the kitty's breakfast upstairs. In case you guys heard us scurry across the floor. That's what that was. All right. So what I'm working on, what I'm starting with is the horns. Because I already have the helmet. I made this helmet for my previous Destiny costume. And Shaxx has basically the same helmet.
I'm just going to leave the mouse
All right.
over here.
But he's got some horns. So I'm going to make some horns. And what I did was I made a 3D model of that in Maya. And I took those horn 3D models and threw them in Peppercura Designer. And this is really bright too, but these are strips of, you'll see me cutting these out later, but they're strips of paper that I'll glue down to some foam to make the horn shape. And I already did one. He's got a broken off horn on this side, and I made a really small one. So the black on there is foam, is 2mm craft foam that I glued together edge to edge. Then I put a piece of plastic to hold the bottom in shape. And then then what did I do next? And then I wrapped the foam around and I backfilled it with an expanding foam. And then I sort of dremeled that to be all textured like it's a broken off horn. And this will get attached to the helmet right there. So we've got one stumpy looking horn there. And then the horn on this side is big and ornate and complete. And that's what I'm going to work on now. And then that's what this is for. So I'll be cutting out stuff for a while.
What made you want to do Shaxx as your cosplay for PAX and DragonCon?
I wanted to pick a character that people would recognize. And I already had the helmet. And I wanted to pick something that I could do in time. And his armor is less ornate than others. I'm just going to do some athletic clothing for the undersuit because I lost my other undersuit. And yeah, I just figured. And he's cool. It's Shaxx. He's super cool. It's like I'm a big Titan-looking dude, and I'm awesome. And he has horns. So
I love him. Like when I first saw him in game, I figured that one of my friends would be making that costume. So it was only a matter of time.
Yep.
I like his robot friend.
You should do the robot friend.
I would totally do the robot friend. Maybe next year.
Well, I'll hang on to this costume, and then you can be the robot guy. So these strips these are going to get spray glued down to some foam, some 2mm foam. There are 12 of them because there are 12 faces on the side of the horn. And I'm cutting them all out. I'm trimming them down to shape before I glue them down to the craft foam. That's what I'm doing.
Doing math so early in the morning. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Wait. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4. Okay. Stupid human hands getting in the way of things. I need 4 of these that have a little bit cut out for my in-between finger bits. So I have to make 4 of these, and then these ones are for the sides where I don't need room. So, this guy could use those too. So, 1, totally Vex hand. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 of the fat guys like this. Could I steal a metal ruler?
I guess so.
Thank you. Whoa. This one is fancy.
So I got to lay all these pieces out on a piece of 2mm foam in a way that makes sense and it doesn't use up a ton of space. Although I have a lot of that foam.
Bill, how do you see out of your helmet?
I don't see out of my helmet. I'll show you guys. So here's the helmet. And there's a tiny hole in there. And if you look through, there's a tiny hole. And you can see exactly, oh, wait, that much. You can see that much out of the helmet. And that's it.
Could be worse.
Yep. I will just take it off when I need to move. So that's laid out my pieces. I have this big roll of craft foam, and I'm just gonna hack a big chunk of it off and glue those pieces down. The nice clean side of this foam, I'm going to spray it with some spray glue. Got this Elmer's spray adhesive. It's similar to Super 77. Just this is what I have.
Don't get that in your coffee.
No, don't get this in your coffee. That'd be bad.
Always make sure to use a metal ruler when you're working with X-Acto knives. Pro tip.
Yep. Damn it. This thing is curling. All right. Spray glue. And then I can actually lay this down. It's not vital that the these pieces are permanently affixed to this. I just need them to be in place for when I cut out all the parts. So I can just start sticking them down like that. In a manner that is the most effective. In fact, yeah. Why are you all stuck together? The paper is going to get sanded off later on. This is like a really weird puzzle.
Yeah, so many people in the chat. Maiku64 pointed it out. Thanks for hanging out. They're sharing they're sharing their work with each other. If you guys have any kind of prop questions, the chat is usually a good crowdsource. Most people in there have tried one thing or another. So
wait, there's supposed to be 12 sides. Oh no, some of these got split up. This is one.
Oh, because they're too long for the piece of paper.
Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yay!
Too early for math.
It is. So I've got just an X-Acto to cut these out, and I also have my sharpener. And I'm going to make sure this stays nice and sharp so I get really clean edges. So I've got a little sharpener.
Oh yeah, Quantum Entanglement Props is working on a life-size sparrow, and it's going to be at Salt Lake City Comic-Con. Yeah, it's one of those things where I know Bill really wants to go. If he can get invited as a last-minute guest, that would work out. But otherwise, we have so much stuff going on this year. I'm actually going to go upstairs for a second. I'll put you on the full screen.
Okay. Yeah, so these are all my horn pieces all laid out. I'm just going to liberate each little section so I can more easily cut them out. They're a little sticky. Got spray adhesive kind of everywhere, but this is the nature of the beast. Smaller, more manageable parts. All right, cool. I'm going to run this over the sharpener again real quick. All right. Cool. Look at that, 85 people. You guys are awesome. Hopefully you guys are signing up for the giveaway. The link here, there's the link for the giveaway that we're doing for the first hour. So there's just, wait, let's see here. We have 25 minutes left on that first one. And then the Dragon Priest mask is after that. Cool. So I have all these pieces with, again, it's kind of tricky to see, but there are horn strips on there. Now they're faceted, like with Peppercura, the edges are all straight lines. I'm going to cut them at a little bit of a curve so that it makes a little bit more of an organic shape when I glue them together. It's also going to be faster to cut it out that way. So let's do one and I'll show you. One side. All right, so this is one of those pieces there, and I have 12 of these, and they'll get glued edge to edge. But this is foam with paper on it. The paper has numbers so that I know which edges to glue to which parts. Yeah, so I'm just gonna cut these out. Frit's back.
Yeah, question for me in the chat. Jaden's wondering about cooling for my Vex Goblin costume, and also they have a giant back lump and potentially using that for storage. With our Skyrim Draugr costumes, one of the things I noticed with wearing one of those Zentai bodysuits, the full bodysuits, as long as you have parts of those exposed and only have foam armor on other parts of you, it's actually quite comfortable. My Draugr costume, my whole midsection was exposed.
Sorry.
Dinner's ready.
Remember, we want to have a timer for the giveaways just to remind ourselves.
Yes. So with the Vex Goblin, there's only armor on like it's not like a full gauntlet. It's only a half gauntlet on part of the arm, and the forearm and upper arm and stuff only have half armor. A lot of the midsection is going to be exposed, and same with the neck area and parts of the leg. So I think I'll be fine. I won't know until I put the whole thing together, but I will have some giant voids in the chest piece area because their chest is like a giant round oval. So we'll see. As far as storage goes, I think I will keep my cell phone and wallet inside the chest piece, but we'll see how it goes. When it comes together, I don't want to add extra weight in certain areas, but as far as like fans and stuff go, I think I'll be pretty good. But we'll see. I have thought a lot about it. The last thing you want to do is overheat in your foam costume. If I was completely covered in foam, I'd be super worried.
This wacky piece. I'm going to glue this together. No, does this really go back on itself? Yeah, it does.
Also for the giveaways, if you guys are just on the punishprops.com/live page, you'll see the giveaway listed there. Every hour we're going to update that. Right now it should say hour 1. So the link is available there. So if you have to hop out of the stream but still want to hang out on our website, you can see it update there. Okay.
Yeah, we have 92 viewers and only 41 people in the thing. Oh my gosh.
What foam are you using?
This is the 2mm craft foam.
From the craft store?
From Joann's.
Yeah, it comes in giant rolls, but I heard they're discontinuing it.
What?
Yeah, that's the rumor.
That's no good.
Well, you think about it, for kids, they don't need giant pieces like that. It's like, but we always buy all.
I thought I was single-handedly keeping their business afloat
Yeah.
with the amount that I was buying.
Yeah, so maybe it'll still be available online.
Right now, I'm using a little bit of barge on the end of this. These two pieces here. All of this stuff is going to get glued together using barge, but this piece gets attached together before I glue the edges. So this one I had to cut into 2 pieces with the pet file, just because it was so gigantic. So that guy I glued. The rest of them I'm going to glue after I cut them apart. Like this. 2 down, 10 to go.
Woo! Yeah, stock up on your foam now. That's usually what we do. We go to like Joann Fabrics or what is it, Michael's?
Yeah.
And just buy their was it 4mm, 1/4 inch?
6mm.
6mm. Damn it, 6mm, 1/4 inch craft foam.
Usually have 2, sometimes 3, and 6mm.
Yeah. I like the 3mm ones. That's what I'm working with right now. They come in bigger sheets, and they're a little sturdier than the 2mm. So for making finger bits, it's a good thickness. But yeah, we go and just buy all their like black and grays, and the children have nothing to work with. Sorry, children.
I'm not sorry. Cool. 3. At some point, I want to do like a breakdown of X-Acto knives. This is my current favorite X-Acto knife. This is like the fashion one, or I don't know, but it's got this really sort of bulbous handle, and it's super comfortable for cutting out lots and lots of stuff.
I use that thing all day long on a peppercorn cutout, and my hand didn't hurt me at all.
Yeah.
It's like a soft comfort grip. Yeah, it's awesome. Also, it unscrews from the back, right?
Yeah. The screw is on the back here instead of up here, so my hand doesn't unscrew it as I work. There we go. Lots of foam waste. That's kind of the nature of the beast, though.
Yeah, I saw Kamui Cosplay posted some pictures from Gamescom. They do a costume contest there for Blizzard characters, and the winner of that costume contest gets to go to BlizzCon in California. So it's a pretty big deal, and I'm sure there's other awesome prizes involved. But the winner, Kamui Cosplay, posted a picture of her. I want to see even closer up pictures because the costume's phenomenal. It's a barbarian, and she just looks so cool. I heard she had a whole bunch of weapons on her and tons of awesome detail. But all the contestants looked incredible. Like, that costume contest at Gamescom is crazy. I like the Warlock that I saw with the wings. It was cool.
Yeah, that's my favorite Warlock set. My little gnome Warlock had that set with the skull and the wings.
Yeah.
Little gnome Warlock named Snooters. There you go. Dagger Elk wants to know what cosplays and projects everyone has been working on. What are you guys working on? Let's hear it in the chat.
Yeah, some people have been posting it already. The paper program we use is called Pepakura Designer, and I think Pepakura just means papercraft. But there's the viewer is free. You can download it. If you want the designer, it's like what, $30 or something. But you can, if you search on Google for like papercraft Iron Man helmet, there's usually someone who's already kind of made one, and then you can view it in the Pepakura viewer and then print it out from there.
Yep.
But if you want to make your own stuff, you have to get the designer.
I'll tell you what, though, having the skill, being able to 3D model and build Pepakura files yourself, that's a pretty handy skill set. So these horns, I actually took the model from the game because someone exported all the models. Took the model of that helmet. I couldn't find Shaxx's helmet, but just that normal base model. And then I 3D modeled my own horns on top of that. And I was able to do that in about 15 minutes because it's fairly simple. And then I dumped it in the Pepakura Designer, split it up, and printed it out. So I was able to get the exact shape of this these horns, and know that they're going to fit on my helmet in a pretty quick order.
Yeah, one of the things we're learning is that the more templates and planning you do ahead of time, the way the quality of the build and the speed of the build goes up.
Oh, yeah.
Instead of forcing things to fit together, make sure they'll fit ahead of time.
Yeah, with the 3D model, I was able to measure it in 3D space and know that it was exactly, like, the opening needed to be, I think, 6 centimeters wide. So I just modeled it like that. So these two pieces here I can glue together. So I put glue on the ends of these to make one long piece, and I'm just going to touch those together like this.
Like magic.
Ta-da. And that'll hold, believe it or not, that tiny little edge with a little bit of barge, that'll hold together. Like so. To make one really big long piece. I was not sure. I mean, the edge of this 2mm foam is really thin. I wasn't sure how durable that attachment would be, but it's really, really durable. As I'm cutting these out, I'm making sure that the knife is 90 degrees with the surface, because it's really easy to let the blade wander, and then your edges won't glue together parallel.
Oh, here's a question. What prints are in the giveaway? Are the winners free to choose? So is it like a bundle of prints?
It's a bundle.
So yeah. Everyone gets the same.
Yeah, the ones you see in the picture, that's the bundle that we're going to be giving away.
Yeah. So you don't just get one, you get a couple of them.
Yeah. Unless we run out. But we have a whole bunch.
Oh, if we run out, we'll throw something else in.
Yep.
Oh, I messed that up. I wasn't paying attention. It's fine.
So you're making fingers, huh?
Fingertips. Well, actually, I'm making the finger bases. Luckily, I only have to make one hand because the other hand is gripping a gun. Unfortunately, that means I have to make a gun.
Now, is that hand going to be able to hold a beer?
No.
No? That's a necessity.
I will have to set down my space gun, which will free up my other hand.
Okay.
And then I can hold whatever I want.
But then how do you get the beer in your mouth?
This is not a drinking costume.
No.
I don't see this as a late night DragonCon costume. We have some casual ones for the late night scene.
Yeah.
I'm pretty excited about the ones Bill has. It'll be great.
I'm working on my Highlander one. I was posting about that the other day.
Do you want to keep your other one a secret?
The other one is a little bit of a secret.
Yeah.
I'll say not what it is, but I'll say what it's from. It is technically an Ant-Man costume. technically.
Yeah, for those of you who saw Ant-Man.
I'll leave it at that.
Wait, I already have enough of these. Wait, no, I don't.
Yeah, it's easy to get in a groove when you're cutting pieces out and just cut out like 10 extra.
I had to make these different.
Gosh, I'm having so much fun cutting out this foam. I just kept going.
Blaming the human hands. Did I really only cut 3 of those out? Oh, there's one.
The Vex don't have 5 fingers, do they?
No. No, my pinky and ring finger go in one thing, but I made sure it fits.
Boy, we're coming up. Just 10 minutes left on the first giveaway.
So,
Lemon Clover is working on a Titan costume for his 11-year-old.
Awesome.
Cutting out foam. This has got to be some good TV right here. This for 16 hours, you guys. I hope you know what you've signed up for.
Ascension Prop says no beer means full costume redesign. Oh man, I tend to take it a little bit easier at DragonCon now. I'll have some beer later at night, but not during the day. If you want to make it all like 4 days, I'm too old for that.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Yup, Cat is looking forward to DragonCon.
One more of those guys. Wait, doesn't make any sense. I'm just gonna place them on my fingers. I need one of those.
Let's see, who's our first guest? So at 11 a.m., so in another 2 hours, our buddy Stephen K. Smith is going to join us on the stream.
Woo!
Yeah.
SKS props. He was just at a convention.
Yeah, and also working on Destiny costumes.
This is gonna turn into the Destiny chat.
That's okay.
They have a lot of awesome art in that game. I made enough. Look at that. It's perfect.
I made a bunch of tentacle things. Oh, cool.
Yeah. These have to be cut out a little bit more. Let's go ahead and cutting them out later. Okay. I might be at assembly time.
Okay.
These pieces are the little sanded pieces of acrylic I showed earlier, glued with just some super glue onto these guys so some light will shine through them. Light!
You're going to have lights on your costume.
Yeah.
Lights are the coolest.
Not too many. The chest lights up just from what I call the juice box. And the hand lights up. And I'll put a light in the gun just to make it look cool. The gun only lights up when you fire it, but I just want it to have a little red light on it. All right.
The last piece. Last weird tentacle piece. I hope this works.
I'm sure it'll be just fine.
So I did that smaller piece as sort of a proof of concept, and it seemed to work out really well. We'll see how this one goes. All right. So now, like I was saying before, these all have numbers on the edges. So I need to match the numbers so that they're all in the right area so that I can glue their edges and then glue them all together. So this is like 2. So I'm looking for the piece that has 2 on it. That's this piece. So believe it or not, these 2 pieces go together. And when you glue them together, they'll make the right shape. I hope. 1 and then 31. 31 goes right there.
Valor Props wonders what 3D
161.
printing machine we'll be getting.
Dremel, of all people, makes a 3D printer, and that is the one we're looking at. 159. This big fella goes there. 51.
Okay. I'm going to be barging, hitting these with contact cement. I have a normal ballpoint pen I've been working on. With white foam, this works fine to draw on. I'm going to draw on where the barge is going to go because I'm going to forget and glue the wrong parts because I'm making a little like rectangle box. Okay, so barge will go there. And there. Like that. And then on this edge.
So like up there it is. I'm going to be doing something similar.
Okay, I'm just going to do that first because I don't want to mix it up. Just a little bit.
All right, so I got a glove on because this is going to get a little messy. And then I'm going to put barge all over each edge. And this is kind of tedious, but it is very worth it because this will create a perfect bond along the edge of the foam pieces. So I'm just carefully making sure that I get the contact cement on every little bit, all the way to the tip. And I left the tip of the horn open so that I can sort of mold a tip on it, because where all the foam sort of bunches together there can get really crowded. So instead of worrying about that, I just left it open.
Ted Smith put up a good foam horn tutorial if you want to keep your foam horn hollow.
So there we go.
If you look up Evil Ted Smith on YouTube. We need some of that. I'm so helpful. Stealing your barge.
Mm-hmm.
I opened up the door to outside so we're not working with fumes in a small area.
And we're working just a teeny tiny amount of barge here.
Yes.
Again, just being really tedious about getting total coverage on these edges here. These are all gonna get sealed a bunch though. First with Mod Podge and then with latex with everything else. So it doesn't have to be perfect, but I still might as well make it as good as possible. And this is going to take long enough to apply this that by the time I get to the last one, I can start putting the first pieces together.
Okay, I'll go like that.
Cutting all the Valor Prop says cutting all the foam. Yeah, cutting all the foam. We're going to be cutting lots of foam today. I think after the horn, what will I work on? Maybe something easy like the forearms, because I think I still have the templates from my last pair of forearms that I made.
Yeah, that's always good for people to watch too, because you're going to start with a piece of armor. A forearm is a good one to start with.
Yeah, it's similar enough. Like the base shape is pretty similar. It's got some different accoutrements, but I'll get it wearable pretty quickly.
For the giveaway, if you guys just go to the punishprops.com/live page, there should be a little giveaway section, and that will have our current giveaway. It is the first hour is almost over. We have a bundle of prints, and then also we have the Dragon Priest mask, which goes for, was it 8 hours?
Yep, that'll be given away at 4.
So that has like 7 hours left.
Yeah, do you want to grab that and show the nice folks at home what it looks like?
The mask?
Yeah. Ta-da! So that's cold cast with copper metal. So you'll have a chance to sign up for that all for the entire next 8 hours.
Freshly made, fresh out of the mold.
Yeah, we made that yesterday. So the Dragon Priest mask, speaking of 3D modeling, Brittany made that. She 3D modeled it and had it 3D printed and then made a mold of it. So we're able to make copies of that guy. And the great thing is that we can make copies in any of the different styles that we want, since there are so many different Dragon Priest masks. So what we like doing is using the metal, the cold casting, to make different metal finishes on there. So we've got, that copper one. We've done, I did one with iron powder and then rusted it, so it looked all rusty. We've done it with like aluminum to make it all shiny like steel, all kinds of different metals. And if you sign up to win it, you can vote for what you want the next one to be, because we're gonna cast the next one later today.
So the voting for it is when you sign up for the Dragon Priest mask.
Yeah.
There should be a little survey that has all the metal powders we have, but also sparkles, because we have glitter sparkles, which look amazing when you. So
I wonder if I can.
Not that I'm trying to rock the vote, but I'm just saying I like sparkles.
I wonder if I can. I wonder if this keyboard works. No. Oops. There we go. I'm wondering if I can see where the poll is right now.
I really like to watch live streams of other prop makers while I'm working as well. Miyoshi points out that it's a fun process. It's good motivation. When I see other people working, it makes me want to work too.
Yep.
For weapons, the Vex Goblin has what we call the sewing machine weapon. It kind of looks almost like a needler without the needles on it, a little bit, a little reminiscent of that. For Bill's weapon, I don't think he's decided yet.
I don't know if I'll have one or not. We'll see if I have time. I'll probably knock out a hand cannon just because I've done a lot of those. If I need to, I would love to make a scout rifle.
Yeah, fortunately, Shaxx doesn't have a weapon in the tower, so it won't look out of place. But it would be nice to have one. Yeah. I have a feeling by the time I get to my last finger, I will be an expert at making these, and then I never have to make them ever again.
Oh, this isn't gonna work. This keyboard is so janky. I'm trying to type in a password.
Someone wants to change their answer to sparkles. It's too late. You had your chance. Should have gone. Well, as long as you went with your gut instinct, it will be a cool mask.
This edge was not cut at 90 degrees.
Yeah. Yeah, if you don't have Twitter, it's all right. That just gives you an extra entry.
Yep. So you can still enter, but
yeah.
Tweeting it out just gives you an extra entry, yeah. But if you want to double your chances, get up on that Twitter, yo.
Wait a minute. No. Yes.
Yeehaw. Trying to remember which one of these I've done.
Yeah, I'm going nice and slow with this so I don't barge the wrong things together.
Putting the last edge together on this is going to be tricky. Because you end up, when you're closing it up.
Yeah, that doesn't sound like fun at all, huh?
See, Brooks Creations wants to make something. I don't know. All right. Well, this is the earliest we've gotten up in a long time.
I know, it's so early. It's so early.
Let's see. Oh, the first, by the way, the first giveaway has ended, so we can actually do it.
All right.
Do you want to log into Rafflecopter on that computer? Because I can't log in over here because I can't type with this keyboard.
I got it.
All right, we're gonna announce the first giveaway.
What time's our first guest?
Oops.
Or what hour? I can just look at that. You don't have to answer that.
At 11.
Rafflecopter?
All right, and I also put up the
Rafflecopter.
yeah, and I put up the new URL. It's coffee mug with 3 F's because I can't type, but that's no joke. The real URL.
What is for the next one?
Coffee mug.
All right. We are picking a winner for hour 1.
Hit add random winner.
Add random winner. Doop-a-doop-a-doop-a-doop-a-doo.
Congratulations, Randall Tolley. You are the winner. Hooray! And for peanut butter you pick smooth, which I'm with you on that.
We a winner?
We'll email everyone tomorrow.
Okay.
So congratulations, Randall. You are the first winner for the batch of prints. The new one is up. The new hour of giveaways is up. punishedprops.com/coffee mug with 3 F's. Again, if you Britt, you're going to update the live thing.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Do I announce the winner in the widget? So when people go to Amazing Randy, they'll see that it's done and the winner.
Sure.
Okay.
So again, if you're watching the live stream, the URL should be at the top of your screen for the new giveaway. So go in there and enter, and there's a new question. I don't remember what the new question is. It is something like, oh, what is your favorite pet? I think it's cat, dog, or other.
Other.
Yep.
All right, I'm updating Prop Live right now.
Yeah, punishedprops.com/live. We'll keep that as up to date as possible with the current giveaway URLs. But again, it's just sitting at the top of the video up there.
The winner is Randall something. I'll put the winner in the chat too.
Yeah.
This is another thing I feel like we'll get really good at as the hours go by.
Yep. Well, I have to remember to freaking turn on my timer that I got. So we've got 53 more minutes. Cool. And I have 3 more of these things to put glue on. Hooray. So this technique that I'm using with the pepakura and the foam and the stuff, this is basically what Brittany did for our Draugr horns. So I just based it off of that. It's kind of neat. You end up with sort of some faceted edges, but when you backfill it with expanding foam, it should push out a bit and kind of round it out a bit. I'm also going to sand it down too.
For some reason, I can't update this. The update is grayed out.
Just move the screen a little bit. It'll fix. Just like scroll up or down.
Nope. No dice.
Just go to a different tab and go back.
Nope.
You got me. Oh, there it is.
Oh, Jesus.
It's just some sort of weird bug.
I know Bill's favorite pets are dogs.
I like dogs.
I like cats, but it's because I never had a good dog growing up. So I don't know any better. So I like cats.
Oh, geez. It stuck to me. It stuck to me. Everything's sticky.
No results found. I hate it sometimes when I update a page and it goes to no results found. Yay, WordPress. Oh, let's just refresh this page.
There we go.
Oh, that's dry. Yeah. So either a human above us or a really fat cat.
Yeah, sometimes we can hear our cats walking around upstairs, or if they jump off the table, it sounds like a person. There we go. One more. Then our long national nightmare is over. Oops. Oh, I dropped it in the dust. Yes. More foam, more glue. All right. There. I hope the rest of this armor is not this tedious. There we go.
Every time I go to save it, it takes me to no results found and doesn't save.
That's weird.
Should I try on that computer?
Yeah. Let's see here. How do I clean it off when I drop stuff in the dirt? Nothing. The dirt kind of fell off. It wasn't sticky. If I had already had glue on it, that would have sucked. This keyboard is nearly worthless. More coffee. That's the answer, really.
Yeah, I'm just going to close the dashboard here. I wonder if maybe it opens somewhere else.
So I should be able to start sticking these guys together.
I can do this while you're sticking this together.
So all these tiny pieces now can get stuck together edge to edge, and this is just as tedious as putting glue on them.
Oh, look, it actually saved this time. Even though I said it didn't. I'm good. Saved.
Cool. So this really does kind of push the foam into some wacky shapes, but that's the goal. Just make sure that the lines all the peppercorn lines all line up. But there we go. There's the start of our horn. Isn't it pretty? You won't really get to see what the form wants to be until we get more of this thing put together. So we'll just keep at it.
The seam on this one isn't quite as nice, but it's still good. Just not his favorite.
There we go. More of a wacky horn shape. The good news is, though, you don't have to think. You just got to stick the edges together, and it should make the right shape. Should. Miyoshi says, have either of you been to Japan? I don't think I've never been to Japan. Britt, have you ever gone to Japan?
No, I have not.
I think I would have remembered you scurrying off to Japan. I used to be into like anime and Japanese culture and all that when I was in high school, but I kind of moved on.
You see the question about primer? This before the
Bio
cosplay is having trouble with his primer.
He painted some armor using Plastidip, and the filler primer that I hadn't used before. The primer has developed a few tiny cracks. So filler primer is meant for like automotive work, and I don't think it's designed to flex at all. That might be the real problem. Try putting Plastidip over it and try again with the primer I usually use. Use the primer you're used to using. Again, the filler primer, I think that's the major concern. I would try and sand as much of that off as possible. And then you Plastidip it again. And
it's tricky because there's going to be Plastidip under it, and Plastidip doesn't sand because it's rubbery.
Yeah. Well, this is not. My edges are not lining up.
Yeah, it's something we're going to be doing for these costumes. We're going to be finishing them in a way we haven't tried before. So we're going to do a bunch of small tests because I think I know what's going to happen, but who knows? We could be completely surprised.
Yeah, so these are going to get sealed using latex rubber, which I have very limited experience with. My friends over at Artie Fakes use it all the time for their LARP armor. And when I saw how durable it was, I was sold. I was like, I need that. So that's what I'm going to be doing with mine.
Well, we'll see how it goes.
Yep.
See if it works out.
My horn thing is slowly turning into a thing. A lot of times the peppercorn thing doesn't really hold its final shape. It hasn't gotten to its final form until you have the whole thing together. So right now it's just kind of this weird loopy thing. This wacky bunch of line things. It'll get there. I promise. I hope. Whatever it is, we'll make it work. All right, cool.
The horns should be super sturdy for the ones that Bill's making. Also, they don't. Does this horn really go up above his helmet very much? I think it is. He's a little taller.
It is.
Yeah.
I wanted to check something. The hour 1. Oh, that one finished. I'm wondering if I can check the votes. Because it has people. I wonder if that gets emailed to me. Yep. I want to see if people voted for crunchy or smooth.
It's very more important than answering how durable your horns are.
We didn't get emailed that, I don't think. No.
So how are we going to find out who wins the Dragon Priest one?
It's not.
Wins the raffle.
How we get the? That's what I mean. Which
That was my question.
Which medal wins? I don't know. We'll have to figure that out. I want to find out what people prefer, crunchy or smooth. Because we can see all the entries here, but it doesn't tally them for us. That's annoying. I can export it as like a spreadsheet and figure it out that way. Until then, the great crunchy or smooth question will remain unanswered. Okay. This is cool. This is starting to turn into a thing. As I am more than halfway through it. This is, I'll tell you, this is where contact cement is king, because I'll tell you, if I had to do this with super glue, man, that would be a pain. All right. One horn strip at a time. So this is basically the same thing that Ted did with his horns. If any of you guys watched Evil Ted's horn making video, except that he just went about his pattern in a different way. He used less. He used, I think, 4 pieces, and I have 12.
Yeah, he instead of using a 3D program, he sculpted a horn out of styrofoam, made a template on top of that, which is similar to what we did in 3D.
Yep.
We just used digital magic instead. Yep, we'll be emailing all the winners tomorrow, so we can blast out emails all at once.
Yep. Brooks Creation says he has to go get some barge. Yeah, you do. Or you can order it from Amazon using the handy Amazon link on punishprops.com. There we go. How is this? Now I'm worried. Oh, I guess it goes like, it should be pointing up. Now I'm worried that my horn is not. This might be inverted. Shit. Shit.
Would anyone like a free horn?
Yeah, it's inverted. Damn it. So the other one, this one must be inverted too, but it doesn't matter as much. because it's so tiny. God damn it. I'm wondering if I can just flip it inside out while it's still open.
I've done that before.
Ah, cosplay.
I did ask you yesterday.
Well, I did that small sort of proof of concept piece to... There we go. I just flipped it inside out.
Now you don't have to worry about the paper. Hooray!
Yeah.
Inverted means sometimes when you import things
Ta-da.
into Pepakura, it will flip them so that it's mirrored. So the horn will be on the left side of the helmet instead of the right side of the helmet.
Yep.
Something you have to pay attention to.
I don't understand why it was inverted, though.
It's the conversion from the OBJ to the PDF.
No, I know, but I thought when I was working with it, I thought that I had taken that into account. I thought I had done it correctly. But it's okay. We're fine now.
It's the kind of thing that will look okay in the 3D space, but when you print it out, because some people like to do their numbers on the inside. So they like when they glue it together, the numbers aren't showing and like the lines and stuff. So
I'm just glad I noticed before I glued this whole thing together. It's very similar to like a fabric pattern where you can, or at least with this one I could, turn it inside out.
yeah, the original plan was to keep the paper on the outside, but now Bill doesn't have to worry about sanding it off. It'll just live in there forever. Peppercorn software. I'll type it in the chat. Peppercorn software sounds cool, though. Here, I'll get the link too. It's a kind of thing where if you look up that program on YouTube, Pepakura Designer, you can watch recordings of people working in the program, and it's pretty mesmerizing. There's a good one of a Predator helmet where he took a 3D model, brought it in there, and you pretty much, it's like unwrapping a like a wrapped present, kind of like what Ted Smith does with a physical form. So he'll take a head mold or mannequin head and put paper over it and draw where he wants to the seams on it, and then he cuts it all apart and lays it on a piece of paper. Pepakura Designer's like that, only in 3D space, which is what we're more comfortable with because we went to school for 3D art. If you get the viewer, download the Pepakura viewer, it's free. So you can import or like load a file that someone else has made and just play around with it. That's also how Rob made his Iron Man, a lot of his Iron Man pieces. Yep. It's a great way to get the size exactly the way you want it.
Oh, I hear Ender upstairs.
That's Willow.
Or Willow. One of our cats.
They're singing the song of their people.
I think I'll make a plug for the end of this to keep it round, like a piece of dowel or something. And then the tip will just stay that way. Oh, this is the last piece. Hooray!
The last melon. Oh, and Avatar's here. Should be a much better time zone, hopefully. With us being in the morning.
Where's Avatar? Usually?
Far away.
All right. So now there's just one seam open in the middle, and I have to push that together, and that's going to be a little bit tricky.
Ah, everything's cool. Just Barge has a mind of its own. Argentina.
Wow.
It's 13:30.
1:30.
1:30. That's nice. Haragold says, just wanted to say your District 9 costume was perfect. It was like the movie had extended scenes.
I'm gonna put a little bit more barge on this edge. This edge here, it's been sitting there for a while and it dried quite a bit.
Yeah, sometimes with foam, I know with Ted he does 2 coats if he's leaves it out long enough. You missed my compliment, or you missed Haragold's compliment of your District 9 armor.
Oh, cool! Thank you.
Actually, I'll hop over to the web browser and show a picture of your costume because it is awesome. Actually, I don't think we have one of the tested pictures.
They're on there on the tested website. Right?
Okay, I will go there. Tested.com.
Norm has a gallery from. Well, he's got a gallery. It wouldn't be listed that way. Just go to the gallery from San Diego Comic-Con.
Wow, this keyboard doesn't work.
Nope. We'll apply another thin layer of barge along this seam. I'm going to let it dry for a couple minutes, and then I'll stick it together. But you can see the kind of the horn shape coming together there. Just go to tested.com.
It's still trying to. It's like I'm trying to delete it. I got it. I'm doing a thing. I got it. I just have to wait. Wait for it to.
You have to. Yeah. Craft Castiglione is Matt. The black stuff, backwood paper. So the black stuff, Matt, is 2mm craft foam, and then the paper is my Pepakura file on the inside. It was on the outside. Then I realized this was backwards, so I flipped it inside out. But now I'm sort of reapplying barge in that seam to strengthen it before I close this whole thing up. You can actually hit that with a heat gun too to help seal it up, help the barge dry really fast. That's the 2013 cosplay gallery. Yeah, it wasn't a cosplay gallery. It was just a general SDCC gallery.
I just looked up SDCC, and that's what showed up. There's no 2015 stuff. Only 2014.
Where's the end of this? Extension cord. I see it. Get around. Plugged in over there. Oh wait. Oh, over here.
Their search results aren't by a date, so it was like doing 2010 stuff. I have to yeah, WonderCon.
Oh, WonderCon, yeah. And the heat. Galleries.
So there is, on tested.com,
There
there's
you go.
850 pictures.
Let's keep going. I'm one of the first ones.
Oh, I'll switch over to that then. Let's look at some cool cosplay for
Yes.
San Diego Comic-Con.
I think I'm one of the first ones. Here I am.
Hey! That's awesome. Make this bigger. Nope, that just goes to the previous one.
Yeah, this button. Nope.
That's great. So yeah, that's Phil's District 9 costume. We also, on our page, we have all the videos having to do with his District 9 costume on one page. I'll throw it in the chat. But if you go to punishprops.com, it should be one of the first articles having to do with building a District 9 gun.
As predicted, this last seam is a little tricky to put together, but it's getting there. Just closing that guy up. Some of these seams are a little less stuck together than I hoped. This is all going to get sanded and filled. Because these horns don't need to flex, they don't need to bend, I can be a little bit more aggressive with how I fill them.
For my Pepakura process, I make a low poly model in Maya, because that's the program I'm familiar with. But Blender is also a free 3D program. And then I import that into Pepakura. So I work with a very low poly. I don't want to deal with tons of tiny little pieces. Bill has way more polygons. And by polygons, I mean each of those little like wire mesh things he's working with, like the little squares.
There are 12 sides on this.
Yeah, 12-sided horn. Mine is 4 sides.
Darth Marcus wanted to know if I'm going to leave the tip open. I'm going to plug that and fill this whole thing with expanding foam. And then that plug I'll shape into a pointy, sort of rigid tip piece.
Oh, we have someone who's working on their Saint 14 helm from Destiny. That's
Sweet.
That's the one with the
blindy one.
Yeah, the blindy helmet, but it looks like a cool like Spartan-y look to it. I love that design. Another helmet that's fun to try and see out of. Yay!
Yeah.
Good luck.
That one there is absolutely no eye holes at all.
I would add eye holes or vents or something.
There we go. There, my horn is all put together. It's not super beautiful, but I'm going to refine it later on. Yeah, that is a hollow-looking horn thing, and that looks pretty good. I'm going to send a picture to Ted, so I can make horns too. All right, so let's pop over to my thing real quick. So there's the helmet, and this horn will go right there, and that looks pretty good, Britt.
That looks awesome.
It's actually touching there.
Yeah, you want to heat form it a little away from that.
I don't think I'll be able to do that without collapsing the form. It's fine if it's touching. It's just that I was expecting this to be able to go in a little bit, so maybe I turn it at an angle and stuff it in there.
Are you sure it's supposed to be that angle? Isn't it supposed to be straight up more? Yeah, I think it's supposed to be more like that.
Like,
do you have your head reference?
I have it on the computer.
Okay.
We'll monkey with it a little bit, but I just need to I need to fill this now. I'm actually going to make a circle out of plastic here to hold this in a round shape when we fill it. So that's the next thing I'm going to do. And actually,
Polydot's wanting some tips on UV unwrapping. Try and think of it like...
that's right into the corner of this.
Yeah, because I'm using a ruler.
My face.
Think of UV unwrapping like a template you'd use for sewing. So picture like a sewing pattern that's flat on the table, and then when you sew it together, it makes like pants or whatever. So when you're doing UV unwrapping, just try and picture where you want your seams to go. Just think of the seams, and once you get your seams figured out, then you kind of lay everything out. I'm sure there's way better techniques than what we used to use for if you're staying in a 3D program on unwrapping for a texture. We used to use a white and black checker, and that's the bandsaw. So, like I was saying, the we used to use like the chessboard checker pattern. So like little squares that alternate black and white colors, or I guess checkers. And apply that texture in Maya, and then when you're unwrapping, you'll know that if your unwrap is not stretched, if the squares are all perfectly still square. If the squares start to stretch on the texture, then you'll know that you'll need to fix it. It's a lot of practice. I suggest looking up tutorials. There's probably way better ways than the way we do it.
Once again, we should mention the giveaway. This hour's giveaway is punishprops.com/coffee mug with 3 Fs. It's coffee mug and with 3 Fs. For your chance to win some prints. And you can go over there to sign up for the Dragon Priest giveaway that we'll be doing at 4 p.m. Yeah. So for some reason this week, Britt, people on Reddit have been posting quotes and pictures from the show Better Off Ted. Remember that show?
Did I ever see that show?
Yeah, with Viridian Dynamics.
Oh yeah, there's only one season of it.
Yeah,
it's a great show.
Made me want to go watch it again. All right, so this is my little donut that I made. I'm going to clean it up a tiny bit.
All right, I have to bevel. Am I even on here? Yeah, I am. I have to bevel the edges of my little finger bits into a flat angle. If I cut it, I'm going to screw it up. So I think I'm just going to use a Dremel tool. I'm going to use a little disc, or not disc, cylinder sanding Dremel bit. Try that out. Put you on the full screen.
Cool. So I made a little donut, a little round plastic donut to go in the end of this. I'll glue that in place. I cut a hole in it so that I can pour expanding foam into this, and I'm also going to plug the tip of this. That's the plan. So that's what's happening next. So this, I'll just super glue my donut in place.
Yeah, super glue your donut. Should actually sand these ones down instead.
All right. This is really crusty super glue. So crusty. All right. No one likes crust. Actually, I ordered more super glue in the cap with the dispenser tip on it. I ordered more of those too. Just the tips. Yeah. Because I know they get all crusty and you want to. And then I have my accelerator so I can do that and it will cure instantly. Hooray! That way I know the base of this is nice and round. And when the expanding foam fills it, it'll push out and that will keep it from pushing into like a weird shape. It's actually pretty durable the way it is. I wouldn't trust it, but it's pretty good the way it is. Avatar, we're working on our Destiny costumes. I'm making Lord Shaxx from Destiny. I need to find something to plug this. Yep. So this is, I would say, a 1/4 inch dowel. I think that's going to be just about right, like that. Only less. I will trim it to shorter than that real quick. There we go. And again, this little plug I just cut out, I'll just super glue in place. And then there's a little bit of a nub sticking out there that I can form and shape and sand down. And then seal it. And again, this keeps this tip part nice and round, just like the base piece that I put in there. And I can then pour my expanding foam in without it pouring out the end, which is a good bonus there. And then I can shape that to the final tip shape. I'll do that later once I've done all the expanding foam. There we go. Now I'm ready to mix up some expanding foam and pour it in here, which is always so exciting. But first I'm going to see how it looks on my helmet one more time, just in case there are any changes I feel like I need to make. I'm pretty happy with that. My Shaxx horn. Ah. All right. So the foam I'm using is this stuff that Tap Plastic sells called X30 because it expands 30 times in volume. And I'm going to put down some paper so that it doesn't get super messy. And I'm really just kind of going to guess on the volume. I will likely mix way more than I need. Let's see here. I've got my mixing thing. Made a little mixing stick last night out of popsicle sticks. There we go. Now with normally with like resin, like urethane resin, plastic resin, you don't want bubbles. With this, you want bubbles because that's what foam is. So I'm going to mix this up with a mixer and try and get as many bubbles in there as possible. All right. There's side 1. Side 2 goes in, and then the clock is ticking. And we mix. That's all it takes. I'm going to pour a bunch of that in there and kind of slosh it around a bit to make sure it gets in all the nooks and crannies. Because you would think that because it expands that it will want to get in all the spaces, but it actually doesn't. It can trap air pretty easily as it expands outward. So I just make sure that... Oh, also, once it turns into more foamy and less liquidy, it's hard to slosh around a bit, so you kind of want to, you got to work pretty quickly. And then the hope is that as it expands, it will come out this hole. We'll find out. But it does look like it's filling up pretty quickly. Yeah, we can watch it. We can watch it expand. Doesn't seem to be coming out anywhere, so that's a good sign. So I do want... Look at that! Look at it go! Whee! I'm gonna do this. Like I said, I probably mixed way more than I needed. This is like a weird pipe. Oh, I need to take a picture of that. Yes. That tastes like super glue. Blah. Oh, why did I put that in my mouth? Look, you can see the mess. Like this just keeps going. It's starting to get really sort of tacky. There we go. Looks volcano good. Horn. Bubble pipe. Yes, that's right. You look at that picture I took.
That's wonderful.
Oh, so it doesn't want to. It actually doesn't want to cut through anymore. It's gotten dense enough. So I'm just going to let it cure that way, and then I'll just saw that off. So
it's gonna flop over.
It's.
Yeah, but look at how much is.
Whee!
That's good though. It means you got a lot of good pressure in there, so the horn will try and expand as much as possible.
That'll make it just all these edges should be all faceted. It does, yeah. Brooks Creation says it looks like I'm making donuts. It does kind of.
Oh, now I want donuts.
Donuts. I'm gonna put a piece of paper where I think this might want to land, because if that the expanding foam is actually, look at this. That's the cup. So I mixed 40 milliliters of this. I mixed up to there, and this is just what was left in the cup. Oh, it's so sticky. You can see how much when they say it expands 30 times in volume. They don't joke around. There you go. There's my horn. All right, we can do this thing here. Less than 10 minutes on the second giveaway, hour 2 giveaway at punishprops.com/coffee mug with 3 Fs. Bazooka J Rambo says I can make some Sherlock Holmes pipes. Yeah, I could. Looks like it's actually slowed down. We're at here now, but that's it's really warm. I can see some of these seams are stressing a little bit. I may end up filling those with something. That, you know what, the seam that's pulling a little bit, that was the last seam that I glued together.
You always sand it down and have the ridge that's remaining be part of the bone.
Yeah, it's supposed to look like a horn, so
or horn
material. Yeah. And once this expanding foam cures all the way, it's nice and rigid, so I could sand the foam all the way down to the. I don't want to break all the way through the foam, but if I do, down to the expanding foam, it's not the end of the world. Cool. Well, that's the horn. That's this guy. So I'm going to leave this to cure all the way for a while, and then I'm going to go start working on something else. And this can all get thrown away. Work with a nice, tidy surface, especially if you're going to be working all day long. Just make sure that you tidy up as you go. Where was the other one of these guys here? Were you using the... Oh, no, I put it over there. Never mind. All right. Good. So I think I'm going to start on the forearm. And I've got some references I just printed out here, as well as a bunch of stuff on the computer. I might actually go grab my iPad. That'd be really, really handy. So here are my gauntlets. The shape is pretty similar to my other ones. Let's see if I still have those.
Should I go get my wired keyboard so we have a keyboard that works?
Sure. What was this for? I don't know. So this, I think, was my forearm pieces for the last one that I did, I think.
Good thing you labeled them.
Yeah, totally. I might just do them from scratch. This is, well, it's weird because these actually bow in on the inside, so the shapes can be a little different. Yep, I will just do it from scratch. But I've made lots of forearm pieces before, so I have a pretty good idea of what I'm getting myself into. Although I can use the length as a reference, because I know that this is long enough that it's not gonna like clip with my elbow or anything. So the height on the front end will be about 10 inches on the top, and then on the bottom it's going to come in to about 8. All right. And then I'll use my foam ruler to come up with the circumferences. Cool. Let's get some paper. Oh, we got just a couple minutes left on the next giveaway, so jump in while All the getting's good, you guys. Coffee mug.
I'll go get the other keyboard. Pull my cartridges in.
Got, let's see here, favorite pet. Got 84 entries. Awesome.
Last time we had 74.
Yeah, you guys are getting with the program. So this will be fun. You guys get to watch me pattern out the forearm pieces from scratch. You can see how I do my thing. I need some paper though. We get these big rolls of heavy duty like masking paper from the hardware store. We usually use it to like cover tables and stuff, but it's really good for making templates. There's also this stuff here for masking, this usually thinner. It's a little bit flimsier, not as good for, put that out of the way for you.
The wireless keyboard cannot reach the dongle, cannot connect to it.
But this stuff is great for masking, but it's not as good for making templates because it's a little flimsier. So this is what we're using. And pen and a thing there. All right. So I'm just gonna go. I know I need like at the widest part. Let's do a rough judge here, like 15 inches at least. So I'm gonna get a longer ruler. So I'm just gonna draw a line that's let's say 16 inches with a mark at 8, and then use this square to draw sort of a midline. And I'm not like, oh,
I got it. For the giveaway. Keep doing your stuff.
Cool. Britt's got the giveaway.
Where should I put your dongle thing?
Dongle can go up with the other computer there.
All right.
So I have basically a big upside down T to draw from with a midline, and then I can just transfer my measurements out that way. The first or second hour of giveaways is over. Yay!
Someone closed my raffle copter window. Raffle
Who
copter.
would do such a thing?
Hour 2. Picking a winner. Bloop, 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 bloop. Eric Bowers.
Eric Bowers is a winner. Hooray! You said your pick. It's okay.
You said your pick. It's okay.
Cool. Congratulations to Eric. He'll be getting some prints from us, which is fantastic. And the next hour worth of giveaways is launched. It's punishprops.com/TV remote. You could tell I picked all these because I was sitting in my living room.
Don't give it away.
Oh my God. Cool. So you guys can go join the next round of giveaways there, including the Dragon Priest mask, which only has 5 hours left. Oh my God. As a recap, for those who are just joining us, Brittany and I are working on our Destiny costumes for PAX and DragonCon this year. I'm doing Lord Shaxx. She's doing a Vex Goblin. We're live streaming all of it. We're doing giveaways. We're going to have guests. We have Stephen K. Smith joining us in an hour. And what else? Oh, and you ought to go support our Patreon because we want to do more and more of this type of live content. Patreon.com/punishprops is the place to do that. The more you guys support us there, the more live content like this we can do. And also, if you're looking to get some sweet digital content, the punishprops.com store has all of that. We've got a sale going on right now. It's worth checking out, I think, at least. Cool.
It's crazy how WordPress just doesn't like your Mac as much, apparently.
It doesn't. It's a jerk. So I'm drawing my forearm piece here. Like I was saying before, the outer part or the upper part was 10 inches, was it? So I'm going to say 10 inches there, and then the sort of inner arm part was 8 inches long. I'll get to that once I measure that. Now this is vital for the measuring. So I have my foam ruler, so I know how big it needs to be. I need to get my hand in and out of this. So I'm going to measure for the wrist part at the widest part of my hand for the diameter. So I'm measuring there so that I know if my piece is this wide of a piece of foam, I can get my hand out. And it's looking like at around 11 inches. And that's pretty good. So I'll do 5.5 on either side of this line. I'm writing the word wrist on my thing there so I know.
Eric Bauer's favorite pet is a cat.
Hooray! And then up at the tallest end here, I'm going to go with, what was it, 15, 16 inches, something like that, for how big the arm piece needs to be. Let's try 16. That's pretty wide. But it gets, with when I look at the reference here, I can tell it actually does get pretty wide like that. So that's 16 inches, that's 15 inches. That's pretty good, 15 inches. So I guess I need to measure out, let's see, 10 inches up here. Draw a line across. Although truthfully, I really only need to make half. I'm going to mirror this. So 15 inches is 7.5. So if I draw, this is all. If I draw this just as is, I get this weird trapezoid. And that's kind of the base shape, and then I modify it from there. So this edge here is the outer edge. This one here is the inner edge, and that was only 8 inches, so I can tell it to go down there. And now I can just sort of start playing with the shapes or the edges to make different forms. And I'm looking at the profiles on this. So the outer edge actually curves quite a bit, like that. And the inner one kind of follows that curve. It kind of mirrored. And then this comes in like that. And this comes in kind of like that. I'll sort of straighten it out at the end. And since I've done several of these, I kind of just have a pretty good idea of what'll work out. So I'm just playing it by ear.
Yeah, once you make a few templates, you start to be able to look at a costume and see how it would break down into a template.
That's what really impresses me when I watch Evil Ted Smith work.
He's just like, the seam should go here.
Yeah.
This part will be able to curve this much. And that's just like him working in the film industry for 20, 30 years.
Yeah.
Speaking of, Bazooka J Rambo wonders, do you ever work for film or just make and sell replica props? He's interested in doing either, but he saw a video the other day about working as a prop maker and needs to have another job to support the work. So I'm looking at where I could work full-time if possible. So place to work full-time in kind of a replica prop facility or a film studio. Really,
it depends on where you live.
Yeah, if you have the ability to move to LA, there's a lot of...
That kind of is where it's happening.
Yeah, there's a lot of work there, but a lot of it's contract work, and it's pretty cutthroat.
It can be.
Yeah, so we'll just, like, the people tend to come together for a project and then finish it, and then I'll move on to a different project. So it's, if you can get in on a studio that constantly works with other companies, and you're just a maker in there, that's a really good stable job if you can find those.
So I'm going to cut this out. I think it's pretty good. I think it's close. I'm going to cut it out and do a test piece with some scrap foam that I've got. I kind of wish I had more scrap foam, but we'll see.
I have a bunch over here. How much? Do you know you need the thick stuff?
Floor mat, yeah.
Yeah.
We got some pieces. Yeah, we got some pieces to work with.
Piece you can use.
Here we go. I think this is going to work out pretty well, though. Some pieces, like with the chest piece, I'm a little more confident about how it might turn out. But with this, I definitely want to do a test piece. There we go. So that's my template right there. I'm gonna put. I have some foam floor mats that we used for floor mats that are all beat up, and I'm gonna use those to do some tests.
See,
These really grungy looking pieces here.
Darth's wondering about our Google Hangout streams because we mentioned that it might possibly change in the future how we do our live streams. I'm curious what YouTube's going to do. YouTube just started their like video game live stream section, and I'm wondering if they're going to have any support for creative live streams. And if they do, I definitely want to check it out. Right now, we have to stream on YouTube with the current contract we have, so we haven't tried Twitch yet. But that might change in the future. We'll see.
Remembering to flip my pattern over so that I mirror it. Yeah, Twitch has some cool stuff going on with the creative.
Yeah, I want to see if YouTube steps it up to be as cool. Because right now, I think if you go over to Twitch, you can just search by creative streams and watch like our buddy Viking Lass, her just draw and do all her crazy art stuff. And
crazy.
Yeah, crazy art stuff.
Now we cut. So I've got my favorite extendo blade here, and I'll give it a good sharpen before I get going, so I can make some nice clean cuts. Like that.
Paralegion said he's watching us instead of working on his own costume. Is that procrastination?
Yep.
Well, or is it research on techniques? I say when I play a video game, I am researching new cosplays. Totally research. Now you and Twilight Grove are racing with your patterning forearm pieces.
This curve, I already know right now, like this curve right here might be a little extreme. But that's okay. I'll figure it out once I glue it all together.
Bio cosplay, if you can swing it, bring all the costumes you can to DragonCon, because once you're there is when you'll really get a feel for whether you think you'll be able to survive in your rat trap, which is a lot of foam armor. I think you'll regret if you don't bring it. What a lot of people do is midday, they'll bring out their bigger costumes, like midday, early evening, and then they will wear their casual costumes in the late evening. So if you can get back and forth to where you're staying fairly easily, then bring all the costumes you can and then go back and change. Because, the casual costumes and the fun, crazy costumes come out late at night. And very few people stay in their giant foam armor costumes just because we end up staying up to like 2 a.m. talking shop. So, DragonCon is a very unique experience where people do costume changes throughout the day. I was talking to one woman who she said she had every single Princess Leia costume, and there was like 14 of them, and she would just change them throughout the weekend. So you'd see her in her different outfits. It was pretty awesome. She was probably local, though, to be able to swing that.
All right, so I have my two halves of my forearm piece made out of cruddy-looking floor mats. I'm going to glue the seams together just like I would on the final piece. And then I can try it on and see how it fits. And if it works, I'll go with it. If not, I will modify it. but I'm still going to do it like a good job gluing up the seam and everything. And then I can, if it does work or if I have to modify it, I can cut it apart and retrace the template if I have to. I just sort of manhandle these to sort of pre-form them a little bit. Mostly it's these seams, the shape of these seams that's going to create the form. One and two. I like to, if I'm going to heat form this sort of thing, I'll heat form it usually after I've glued the seams together. Especially something that's like a cylinder, because then I can like glue it together, heat it up, roll it in between my hands to sort of get that cylindrical shape. All right, here we go. Beep, 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 beep. Cool. Now we play the waiting game. And I can start thinking about, there's like a spike on the elbow. I can start thinking about that because that doesn't have so much of a form. Well, kind of does.
For the for the Dragon Priest mask, the Twitter account is just one extra entry. So you can still enter normally, but if you want to get another entry, you tweet about it. So yeah, you can still enter if you don't have a Twitter account. Sorry. The elbow spike is almost half the length of that. Mm-hmm. So that was what, 10 inches, right? So I'm going to say 4.5. Well, it doesn't go all the way to the end though. So let's say 4 inches. I'm going to do a quick template for that. Still have this line down here. And it does just kind of go up at a right angle. So I will use my right angle. 1, 2. It has begun.
Get it pretty close. Ooh. What has begun?
Look at my hand.
Hey, you got some fingers.
So these are the first layer of fingers. These are sanded clear acrylic chunks of plastic I glued in there. So they're sanded a bit so it'll diffuse the light. The Vex hand kind of looks like that. So there'll be 2 more segments like this. And that. They have crazy long fingers. They'll be a little bit bent. So these will all light up. And I can pose like I am attacking people. The Vex Goblin kind of does an attack where they do like a force push. Kind of cool looking thing. Yeah. Looks like it'll be good. This hand's going to be useless. Okay, great. All right, now work on the middle one. So I'll tear this guy apart and make 3 of them. I think the thumb only gets 2 segments because it is smaller, so it'll be like that. And the rest of these will get the middle one. Yep, there you go. Fortunately, I am about 5 feet away from the outside. We have the shop door open. Also, I had a respirator on when I was applying the barge. We're working so far in tiny amounts. If we're going to be laying down heavy things at barge, we'll both put our respirators on.
Yeah, we also have a room for that.
Yeah, we have our paint room we can go. I tend to like outside the door of our shop, there's like a little cement wall. I'll go like brush barge on out there and just leave it outside. I tend to forget it when it's out there, though. The Vex hand, I won't be grabbing. I'll just be posing with it either opened or kind of closed down behind me. So my left hand's going to be pretty useless, but that's fine. The right hand's going to be holding a gun. The Vex aren't grabby types. They're all range attacks.
We're all shooty.
Yeah. Luckily, the hand that's holding the gun will just be a fake hand holding the gun, and I'll be able to just slip my hand into it and hold onto the gun on like a PVC pipe, and then just be able to set the gun down and free my hand completely. Won't even have a glove on it or anything. So
check it out, my pipe.
That's beautiful.
This is all nice and rigid now. For those who were watching the foam adventures earlier, it looks pretty good. We did like a seam popped open there. It did make it kind of nice and round. Again, since this is staying nice and rigid, I can fill those if I want to, and I probably will. But I'll sand them down a little bit first. There's the tip of it right there. That's going to get shaped. And a little bit of foam got out, but it looks pretty good. I'm going to let this sit a little while longer to make sure that the urethane foam is all set up before I do anything else to it. I do need to tweet that picture of you as my sweet, sweet pipe.
Yeah, you do. I'm going to be cutting apart my little Pepakura template to draw onto more 3mm craft foam and make the middle joint of the fingers.
Yeah. All right, so these, I'll jump back to the forearm pieces that I did. These guys here, I'll stick them together. See how it looks. And I'm not really picky about how these are going together. And dude, this is, again, a proof of concept. So that this edge here is the outer arm. And then the inner arm pieces will come together like this. All right. And that is my wacky forearm piece right there. Ta-da! And I'm getting pretty good at this because that looks all right to me. A couple of things. There's sort of a V shape here. It's not like mission critical, but I can actually trim out sort of a more of a rounded shape if I want on there, and then retrace my template. But the form here is really what I'm worried about. This sort of curved tube thing. It kind of curves out like that. Like that. And it seems to fit pretty well. So I'm pretty happy with that. I need to decide if I want to monkey with it anymore or if I just roll with it. And then here's my elbow spiky thing, which is going to go like right there. The elbow spike may need to be. Oh, it looks like it's about the right size. Cool. Yeah, I can live with that. I am gonna, before I take this apart, I'm gonna do this elbow spike and see how it looks, because I have a theory about this, but I'm not super convinced it's gonna work.
Oh, it'll be fine.
Again, more of this scrap foam to knock out this proof of concept. So I'm going to cut the elbow spike piece out of 2 pieces of foam and then glue them together along the top edge. And but I'm going to bevel that top edge a lot. I'll probably cut it on my bandsaw, at least at 45 degrees, and we'll see how it goes. Okay. So this is the top edge for that piece. That's the top edge for that piece. I'm not going to cut that with a knife. I'm going to leave it raw and cut it with a bandsaw at a bevel.
I had little arrows drawn on this template to make it a little bit longer on one side, so I'm just adding some painter's tape on the end of my template to make them a little longer. Just so the foam has extra room to connect to itself. Let's see, like that. This piece needs to be longer too.
Okay, I'm going to run over to the bandsaw and do this, so I'll put you on Brit.
Have fun at the bandsaw.
Whee!
This is just a quick, dirty way to make your template a little longer, just adding tape.
All right. So that was really quick. So I've got these two elbow spike pieces now, and I'm going to glue their top together and see how. I think they'll be pliable enough that I can just sort of shape them into whatever I want. That's the plan anyway. So I cut bevels along the top edges there. Boogers.
Yeah, Celebrimore is wondering about making clothing patterns, especially for like a warlock cloak, or they're like a trench coat jackets kind of.
Yeah.
It really does seem like with sewing, it's best to just buy one of those templates for something similar. Like if it's similar to like a pirate jacket or a trench coat, and then modifying the pattern from there. What I've seen the professional seamstresses, what they do, or sewing peoples.
Seamsters? Would a male be a seamster or just a tailor?
That's a good question. I'll have to ask Kathy about that.
I would go with seamster.
Well, what they do is this is kind of what we do with our foam, is we make an entire template and then tear it apart and then use that as the final template. So like they'll use fabric, the cheap version of the fabric that's the same kind of stretchiness as their final piece that they want. So a lot of it's like that thin like linen stuff if they're just doing like a dress form. They'll make the entire thing out of that and then like modify and change it and add more seams and stuff. And then when they finally cut it out, that's their final pattern. That's the way I should sew. But that's usually not the way I do it. Instead, I skip all those steps and end up with something that doesn't fit. Yeah, when you get templates, it is just following directions. It makes it less scary. Kyra Legion's wondering about the Vex legs. I will show you those in a bit. I've done the feets.
It's Alice's birthday today, and Andrew.
What a birthday!
Andrew Fogel. What? Wait. Right. I'm just waiting for glue to dry right now.
That's very exciting. You have your Shaxx references up in a image viewer, right?
I do actually. Yeah, here, check this out, you guys. I'll pop this over. Reference images. There's old Shaxx. So when I'm talking about the horns, this is the horn thing that I was working on right there. And the helmet, you can see how that helmet is totally the same helmet as the one I already have, which is super duper handy. Right now I'm doing the forearm pieces, so these guys right here. It's got this crisscross pattern I'll do with some thin craft foam. And then these are the elbow spikies that I've got right there. And then there's a couple pieces that go over it. Actually, there's a couple of layers that go over the forearm piece there. I'll get it all figured out. You know what? While my glue is drying, I'm going to go refill my coffee, so I'll be right back.
That's a good plan.
I will.
I'll show my Vex stuff if I can. If I move to a different folder, will that screw up your... Go back to the Destiny folder.
Let's do this. Vex. Progress, Vex references. Do this same thing here. I'll just
Thanks for setting that up.
Yeah, I'll just add another one.
Let's
screen capture that guy and full screen it. There you go. You can just pop between the two by hiding one than the other.
Sweet.
So there's your Vex thing.
Thank you. All right. So those who haven't seen a Vex Goblin, these are pictures I took in game. Ah, there's the hand. There's the hand that I'm working on. You can see how it has the kind of that pose, attacking pose. Mine's going to be a little bit more bent and not as angled. So it will kind of work for just having by my side and also posing with it lit up like this. And it does kind of look like it has 3 segments here. Maybe I'll still make it have 3. Yeah, their hands are pretty crazy. Yup. There's his back. That's the front. So for the legs.
Oh yeah, coffee.
Actually, where's I have my 3D models in here. In this folder. There we go. Sweet. So this is a template I just whipped up for reference in Maya. I think the only thing I took into Pepakura was the headpiece because I wanted to get the curve right. The rest of this is just reference. So I'm going to be wearing a black bodysuit, and the armor is going to be attached to the bodysuit. So you can see there's a lot of open areas. So I don't think I'm going to get too hot. The bodysuit's a nice thin fabric, lycra. And my solution for making the legs look bent is I'm just going to bend my legs and get a really good workout, and that's fine. I could do the fake legs in front with the black legs behind it, but I just thought this would look the best. I'm going to paint on some pistons, I think, to the bodysuit, just straight onto it. You can see here how they have this huge, like, oval chest cavity thing, the big head. And my eyes slits are right here. Oop, yep, that's it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's kind of how I'm solving the open void of the legs, just having a lot of black showing, and I'll have like a drawn-on piston here. And my legs will be bent and crouched. So, yeah, this should be just as comfortable as my other costumes.
There you go.
Boop.
It's just, we can actually, yeah, move those out of the way. Cool. So here's my elbow spike test piece with those beveled edges. Now I'm going to glue them together now that the barge has dried. Like so. And we'll see how it looks. I actually think it might be a little small. But that's okay. Really, this is sort of a proof of concept to see how that's going to work. So now we've got this one piece, and I figure it's like this wedge piece I can sort of glue. I'll glue a back piece on it like that, and that'll go on the elbow here. And it looks like I'm going to have to bevel these edges in a bit too for them to lay flush on the elbow. So that's good to know as well. And it definitely needs to be a little bit bigger. So that's the elbow piece. Just, I think, like an inch longer on one end, like that. But as far as the concept is concerned, is it looks pretty legit. Look at that. So what I'll do now, this piece here actually, this test piece looks pretty good. I think I'm just going to use this one, and I'll make another one for the other arm, and then I'll keep going with it. I think it looks good enough. The seams here on the underarm, I'll just accentuate those. I'll make them part of the design so that it kind of just looks okay that way. And then I'm going to make a bigger one of these. So I'll just trace this.
Selena is wondering how much of our EVA foam scraps we save versus the ones we throw out.
We have a lot of foam scraps, so we just kind of throw a lot of them away.
Yeah, if it's big enough, I'll keep it. Sometimes I'll have if I'm working, I'll have a couple small ones that I keep next to me to use as test pieces. I'm using a new technique. A lot of the foam stuff I haven't personally tried yet. I've only looked at Bill's book and followed along as I need to. Yeah. So a lot of stuff with the Dremel I haven't tried. So I'll have tiny foam scraps next to me that I'll use as tests before I use them on my final piece. But at the end of the day, I'll throw most of them out unless they're big enough to reuse as another piece later. Because otherwise, we just have foam everywhere. Here, I'll put this both on there. My awesome drawing thing. I think I will still make 4 of these, even though I might end up using 3. From the picture, though, it looked like the thumb was just as big as the other fingers had 3 segments. The Vex are weird like that. I guess they have all thumbs. Or all pointer fingers.
There we go. So there's my slightly modified new elbow spike template. Throw the other one away. Throw this one away. And
yeah, we have a lot of people in the chat. Welcome, everyone.
Yeah.
If you're new, feel free to link whatever current cosplay cool stuff you're working on to everyone in the chat. If you have any questions for the chat, feel free to ask. There's a lot of really smart people in there who have used lots of fun prop and costume techniques.
We have a really great group of people who follow our live stuff. You guys are really awesome. I feel like I don't say that enough.
Well, it's easy to forget because they're so awesome.
Oh yeah.
They're just constantly awesome.
All right. So this is elbow spike, take 2.
Mark 2.
Mark 2. And I'm feeling pretty good about this. Again, I'm going to bevel nearly all the edges on this.
You're really good at that. I'm still pretty bad at beveling.
That bandsaw. Tell you what, if you guys really want to up your foam armor making game, get a bandsaw. They're really handy.
You can angle the table, and so then when you cut, you get a angled cut instead of a straight one.
Yep.
That's pretty cool.
So I'm thinking this bottom one doesn't need to be 45 degrees. maybe more like 30. But the top one definitely looks good at 45.
We have used Sintra before. That's the, is that PVC foam?
Yeah.
So Sintra is a brand of PVC foam. We used to exclusively use that for our armor builds. But it's pretty brittle. So now we make most of our stuff out of foam. We still use PVC foam with some of our gun builds that are going to be molded later, because if you're going to mold something, you want it to be nice and hard and rigid, be able to sand it down. You can also heat Sintra like you can with foam, but you have to be a lot more careful because of the chlorine gas it can emit. Like, it's the kind of thing you can't put in a laser cutter because you don't want to heat it up so it melts.
All right, elbow spike tape too. Again, I'm gonna just glue this together. Found a lot of times when you're doing like templating and building this sort of thing, you may use some extra foam, but the final product is going to be better, and you're going to have an easier go at it. Just knowing that you've done it the best possible way. So at the expense of some extra foam, you can make something awesome. And I will say too, by building like a mock-up piece, modifying it, testing it, going through those iterations, you're going to get a lot better at making templates in general and getting forms that you really like that turn out the way you want them to, the way you plan them to. So let Steven know that we will be, I'll be messaging him.
You're putting your PVC foam over the normal craft foam to get that nice smooth finish. You might want to try styrene. It's comes in a lot thinner sheets, and it's not as brittle, and it's used for vacuum forming, so it seems to be more durable. So it's called styrene. We've used that for vacuum forming before, but I know, like, if we're adding on to like when you're working on your District 9 rifle, we added little cut out styrene pieces to do raised up greebly details.
Yeah.
And that stuff heat forms really well. And isn't as toxic as PVC foam.
I like styrene.
And you can buy little sheets of it on Amazon too, just to play around with.
Yep.
But if you have a plastic store nearby.
Just using the heat gun to accelerate the gluing process here.
I'm going to steal your adorable little knife again.
No.
This is one of those.
You just hang on to that.
One of those cool. I don't know, what are they called? What are these called?
It's like a snap-off utility knife.
Yeah, but it's smaller, so
Yep.
I can have it so only a teeny little bit is exposed. What I want to do right now is I'm cutting partially through the foam, and
So
I'm
you're just scoring it.
Yeah, I'm scoring it, and then I'm going to score it at a different angle to cut out like a little trench wedge. And that way I can kind of pinch the seams like I did here. So it gives me a nice gentle edge. You brush some barge on the back and then pinch the empty void together and you get a little bevel.
Cool. I like this elbow spike
So
a lot better.
this is good to cut all the way through.
And I cut these angles at 30 degrees. I could probably do them at 45 on the bottom. The goal being to get them to lay flat. Although there's going to be a strip of foam here and here that'll cover where this edge glues up. The next thing I'll do is do the back of this. I'll figure out a shape for that and probably cut that out of a 1/4 inch foam.
I have a bunch in the box behind my box. Actually, I'm going to pull that out so we don't mix it up. Yeah, let's move this one so we don't start using my Vex costume as repurposes. There you go. That's all up for grabs.
These are some weird shaped scraps you have here, Brett.
This one looks like a vest.
I'm gonna take this piece and lay the back down and trace it to get the rough shape and just roll with it from there.
Hey!
Oh, hey! Is that Will?
Yeah.
We are live right now.
Okay. I'm borrowing your mouse.
I'll go get your mouse I'll go get my mouse from upstairs.
We've already scavenged your computer. Will was out of the shop for about a week, and we just started taking parts. No, we're doing our all-day live stream.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and my wireless mouse. We put the keyboard down on the ground. The wireless doesn't even reach.
The trick with this is
up to
when you're scoring foam,
the workbench.
to not go too far, but to go far enough that you don't have to cut it again.
And your barge. We have more barge en route though. We ordered more. Oh, that's our hot glue gun?
Yeah.
I don't know why it's over
Oh,
there.
Rob left it there.
Yeah, Rob and Jamie were here yesterday. So
Good job, Rob. Leaving his stuff. You can put yourself back on the camera. I wasn't sure how long you'd be gone.
All right. Let's do this. Little camera. Cool. So I used the silver Sharpie to trace on this black foam. It's a lot handier like that because you can actually see it. Before I glue this piece down, I'm going to trace it so that I can make another piece. Hooray.
Does Will need his mouse back? So I can go get the one upstairs.
Will, do you need your mouse back? We have another one we can swap out for.
I might later. I got an appointment I gotta get to.
All right.
I'll be back up like 3 or 4.
Okay.
Gotcha.
I'll put it back by then.
So we're doing a cold cast copper for the Dragon Priest match because we're doing a giveaway.
Yeah.
And one of them didn't turn out great. It got some bubbles in it. So we just continued the whole thing. So there were bubbles like right there. Yeah. It's that lighter copper that I got.
Okay.
Yeah. So like there's a bubble there, there's a bubble there. And with the cold cast, you can't really pick it up. So we're like, well, let's just take it in the opposite direction. We just doused it with the patina solution, and then while we let it sit for like an hour.
2.5 centimeter foam. What is that like? That? Oh, you could totally make a sword out of that.
We're not getting that.
I would definitely put some kind of support in the center. I'm currently working on a foam sword where I have a thin or small wooden dowel that runs all the way up it. So I have 2 pieces of foam with a dowel in the middle, and I'm going to close it up. Actually, I have that over there. I can go grab it.
All right.
Yeah, so the way I'm making this foam sword is it's a floor mat, and I'm going to add thin foam on either side of it and bevel it. But in the center, I have just hot glued in there a dowel going to a PVC pipe, which will screw onto the handle. I wanted to make a small version of my Shira sword that's out of foam so I could take it to conventions. So that's, yeah, but with that support, it's like, it's not floppy at all. It's super sturdy, but still foam, so it's crazy light.
All right, those are my 2 big pieces. So these guys are going to get glued on there, so I'll just barge them up. Now this seam between these 2 pieces I want to be pretty seamless. So I'm making sure that I get the glue all the way to the edge. I can sand it down flush later on, but just want to make sure there aren't going to be any gaps. It's a pretty good, anytime you're putting things together where it's going to be a visible seam with your foam, just take care. I usually brush from the middle of the piece out towards the edge to make sure I get it over the edge there. And I might as well cut out another elbow spike because I have the pieces, the things right here. Oh yeah. Cool.
Yeah, that was a Shira sword. I have an awesome giant resin Shira sword, a kit that we got. And I love it, and it's awesome. And it looks great, but I don't want to take it to conventions. It's too big, and also it's pretty heavy. It's definitely one of those props I want to keep around the house and use for photo shoots. So I'm making a smaller version of my Shira sword out of foam, so I can take it to the conventions and not worry about destroying it. And be able to hold it over my head and actually look like I'm strong, instead of barely able to hold it up.
All right. Elbow spike number 2.
For Bill's blueprints, he uses Inkscape. If he's doing more of a 3D layered approach, he started using SketchUp. Those are his 2 programs of choice.
Yeah, both have free versions. To the bandsaw.
We haven't worked with puppet-like arms. For puppet arms where you have the extra controls to move the hand joints, I think there's a couple good tutorials out there where it's popular to do in the steampunk community. So you have a giant like steampunk robot hand and then have articulating joints. So just check out tutorials for that.
Elbow spike number 2. I gotta figure out the audio for Steven for when we have guests.
Oh, with the headphones and stuff?
Because we could just throw them through the speakers.
Wouldn't it echo back?
I mean, Google Hangout is good about that. It's pretty good. It's better with headphones.
Yeah,
but then you won't hear them.
Well, it's all right if I don't hear them. I can just keep working, and you guys can just chat.
I also don't want to be tethered to a pair of headphones while I'm working.
I've seen you on a Google Hangout before and heard someone echoing.
Well, I would like to try it on the speakers,
Okay.
and we'll see how it works. And the folks in the chat can tell us if it sounds terrible.
Steve gets to be our guinea pig.
Yeah, he
guest.
does.
He's such a good sport.
Yep. All right, let's feed the audio down to the computer.
Cutting out my little foam wedges.
You have a headphone jack on the top of your computer?
Maybe? I think so. No, it might just be USB.
Yeah, I see that.
I think my old computer did.
That's what I was thinking of.
So I have this little trench here that if I fold it in, I get a nice little bend. Boop. So after I cut all these out, I'll brush some barge in, and when that dries, I'll just pinch it together. And I'll end up with things like this.
I think I need to. That sounded terrible. Let's say headphone.
Liz of Enzius is wondering if we'll be cosplaying from Mass Effect Andromeda in the future. You can bet we will be.
Yeah.
I'm already excited about it. That's one of the things that early on in Bill's career, he did a lot of Mass Effect work on prop guns. Their space gun designs are awesome, and their armor is really cool. So I'm sure you will see that in our future.
Let's see here. Why is that all? Why is that all janky? It's not sending any audio. I don't understand that.
Was audio on my computer muted?
No. I can actually. Let's see here.
There's 5 minutes left on the, was it hour 3 giveaway? So head on over to punishprops.com/live. There should be a link to the giveaway, hour 3. Enter to win some cool prints, package of prints, and also the Dragon Priest mask that is going on all morning. We'll have a second Dragon Priest mask later in the day available for another giveaway, but that one we'll be casting live on the show.
Yeah. Let's try this. There's an audio jack on our microphone. Sorry, everyone. I'm touching the mic. Oops. All right. That should be set to the speaker. Here. Let's see here. Okay. I've got nothing coming out. Don't know what the thing is. There we go. It should.
Hey, it's Nolan from testing.com. And for this week's show and tell, I want to share with you.
Cool. I think that'll work. I think it'll work. We'll find out with Steve.
Yeah, just let us know in the chat when Steve hops on if anything sounds too quiet or echoes or is weird, and then we'll fix it.
Cool. All right, now I can glue some things together.
Let's see, Nep is wondering about making a giant thing. Issues with warping. Oh, wow. He's making a giant T-Rex skull. What is that? Nep, what's that made out of? Is that paper mache? It looks beautiful. Yeah, click on Nep's link in the chat for the cool T-Rex thing. For big pieces warping, though, we tend to put a structure underneath of a sturdy material like aluminum. It comes in. You can get it in little sheets.
Or bars, or
Yeah,
like rectangular bar stocks.
and that's the kind of thing they use in the film industry. Is they build a framework and then put their softer materials over it. So it's like you build a skeleton for your skeleton of your T-Rex. Oh, cardboard. That looks awesome for cardboard. That looks really good. But yeah, for cardboard, you definitely need some kind of structure on the back side of it. Even wood, like if you get poplar. I'm surprised at how strong poplar planks are.
Yeah.
That's what we made. We made swords of that in the past. You can get them pretty thin, and they're still really strong. You want to avoid MDF. You want something with a grain, so it has that kind of strength, inherent strength in it.
Okay then. So I just glued the back of my elbow piece on, so it's fully encapsulated. And that'll all get glued down to this elbow piece here. Just about like that. Ta-da! Elbow spikety thing. And now I have to do another one. That is the nature of the beast. We have 2 arms. Actually, I only have to do 1 thigh piece. I'm pretty happy about that.
Yeah. I guess he only knee charges with 1 leg. He doesn't need the thigh piece on the other.
Cool. Oh, it's 11 a.m. That's it. You want to do the giveaway thing, Britt?
I'll do the giveaway thing. And dinner's ready.
Yay.
Yay. Not really. All right. Boop.
So it's all over for TV remote. Let's update to the next one. Again, this giveaway is for a set of prints that we have, that we do. Some punished props prints. Sure. No?
The winner for the Hour 3 prints is Jason Aarons,
Woo!
whose answer to Warbler EVA foam is EVA foam.
Yay! Congratulations. So, there you go. That was a set of prints for Jason. Heading your way. We'll email you tomorrow. The next hour's worth is punishprops.com/PS4 controller. And I can dump it in the chat right now. PS4 controller. That was something else that was sitting next to me when I made all of these. Head on over there. You can join for the current one, for the current hour of print giveaways, and you can join the Dragon Priest mask giveaway that we'll be doing at 4 p.m. today. All right. Oh, is it a delivery?
Yeah, sounds like it.
Hold on, that might be my solar.
I think my LEDs are coming in today too, so don't get your hopes up.
It's definitely not a sword, but we can do a mail thing. We can open mail on the live stream. That'll be really fun. But first, I need to get Stephen in here. So we're going to have Stephen K. Smith joining us. What? Invite people. And there you go. Again, guys, if the audio is totally janky, I'm sure you'll let us know. Please do. Otherwise, if it's not working, then we'll throw in some headphones. All right, cool. So there's that. Got a little spiky thing. I think after this, I'm going to monkey with that horn some more. All right.
Can you put you on the full screen?
Put me on the full screen.
I won't be doing anything for a little bit.
I can do that.
Thanks.
Cool.
Put all this stuff right next to the mic.
One elbow spiky. Two elbow spike. All right. Hey, I know that guy.
Hey guys, how you doing?
Great. Looks like you had a busy weekend.
You have no idea.
So, welcome, Mr. Stephen K. Smith, purveyor of fine cosplay masks and many other things. Welcome to the live stream.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
So, why don't you tell us a little bit about what you were up to the past weekend?
Here in Kansas City, we had the first year of a brand new convention, Kansas City Comic-Con.
All right.
So I and several of my cosplay friends were guests out there, and it was a good time. It was a nice new local show, and so it didn't, it wasn't really big like some of the other ones, which was somewhat cool. Because you had the more personalized, you got to talk to everybody that came by. You didn't feel rushed.
That's kind of nice. That's kind of how I felt at Big Wow Comic Fest in San Jose. It was just big enough, and I sold all my books, so that was good. And I got to chat with lots of people.
And, of course, most of the people that came to my booth still saw me. I'm working on a gazillion orders. So I spent the entire weekend painting, which a lot of people like, too. They know that I hand paint all my stuff. So some of them find it pretty interesting to come by and actually see me doing it.
That's cool. So you basically had a painting demo at your booth all weekend long.
A mandatory painting demo.
That's something I want to do for the next time I have a booth, is have something to be working on while I'm there, so that people will be like, oh, cool, what's that? And people can come check out something I'm working on. So that's something I'll be doing.
Started doing it. They have a maker fair here in Kansas City, and I started doing that 2 years ago and saw how many people were interested. And I just kind of, nowadays, it's more based on necessity of, hey, I don't have all day just to sit there and do nothing and behind my booth. So, getting that opportunity to work and talk is nice.
Cool. What are you working on today?
I am finishing up 2 more Celestial Nighthawks that will be going out very soon, along with many others. I think DragonCon is going to see a lot of SKS props supplied hunters there.
Yes. Fantastic. Yeah, we have a Facebook page for Destiny cosplayers, but also one specifically for DragonCon. And there are a lot of people there. I'm really excited to see the turnout.
I think it's going to be huge for Destiny this year.
Yes. For the uninitiated, you can go to sksprops.com to go check out all the glorious stuff that Steven's been working on. And including your store. You've got your Etsy store over there where you sell all those wonderful masks.
Yes, sir.
Which are totally worth it. They're really cool.
I would say right now, if anyone is interested, Halloween is approaching.
Yeah.
And once again, I will have a cutoff date because like last year, I got way too inundated with sales and had to just say no to people in the end because I just physically could not do it.
Yeah, that's the challenge of being so successful. Cool. Well, we're working on our Destiny costumes for PAX and DragonCon. We've got I got a forearm here with some spikes. I have a horn I'm pretty proud of that I made this morning. That's my bubble pipe right now. I need to modify a little bit. This is the insulation foam, or the rigid expanding foam, I should say, that I filled it with, and it is like really, really durable. I'm really feeling good about this horn here.
Plus super lightweight.
Yeah, it's really light. I got to sand it and smooth it down a little bit. I have a little bit of filling to do. But then everything on this armor is all going to get sealed with latex. We have 5 gallons of latex rubber to seal everything with. So it should be flexible and very durable.
I cannot wait to see the results of that.
Yes. We had to order to get the latex that we wanted, that I was recommended. We had to order 5 gallons of it. So we have a big old jug of it to work with. So actually, that's a pretty good tip for the folks watching at home. The 5-gallon jug that we got, we split with my friend Mario. He's going to be here later today. We went in on it together. So it was like $200. So we both put $100 at it, got a huge jug of latex, and then he came by with a bucket and took half of it, and we were able to split the cost. Although I feel like if this works out really well, then I'm going to start buying it in 5-gallon jugs as well.
Nice.
There we go. I got a pair of elbow spikies right there. Awesome. Well, Britt's working on her Vex. Here, I'll pop over to her. I'm going to show Steven what you're working on.
I am busy, sorry.
Brittany's busy. I'm going to go back to me.
Hi, Brittany.
Hello.
Cool. Awesome. Well, we got a whole crap ton of people in the chat. Wow, there's a lot of people in there. That's awesome. We've since you've last been on the, was the last time Emerald City when you were on our live show?
Yes, sir.
Since then, we've got a live chat room now, an IRC chat that goes really great. People are talking in there. Let's see. Do we have any questions or anything? Let's see here. Nep wants to know, you guys will be at DragonCon? Brittany and I will be at DragonCon. Pretty sure Steven will be at DragonCon.
I will be at DragonCon.
Now that you're a total veteran, right?
Last year was my first year, and I decided at that point that I will go every year from here on out.
Yeah, that was our story too. Oh, here, you know what? I have some mail to open. This will be fun.
Mailbag. Whoops.
Oh, look at that. Look how much super glue that is. Yeah. Got to stock up 8 ounces. This is what it normally comes in. I am set. So why don't you tell us what your first year of DragonCon experience was like?
I tell you what, it was overwhelming.
Yeah.
The what they say, when this DragonCon is its own type of a convention. It's not like anything else out there. I mean, that's a complete true fact. I mean, it's a giant social. Everybody's wearing costumes, just hanging out. We didn't even go to the actual convention until like the last day.
Did you go see any panels or anything?
Went to a couple of the panels, not as many as I probably would have liked to have, just because, that was the only thing, is trying to get all of the in was a little difficult because there's so many awesome groups there, and they all try to get their photos in. So the only regret that I had of the entire thing was marching in the parade. Well, not marching in the parade, but marching in the parade in my Dragon Age Inquisition armor.
Was that? Huh?
Yeah, still here.
Yep.
So marching in the parade in my Inquisition armor was the only regret of the entire weekend.
Yeah.
That was ridiculously hot. But going back to the Borderlands group this year for the parade, I'll be still working on my Borderlands Bandit Steve costume, which I'm super stoked that so many people really enjoyed the cell shading tutorial that I put out there.
Oh yeah, that was really good. I need a piece of foam. Oh my god. I'm gonna have to bust into a fresh pack of foam here pretty soon. I'll be right back. So I ordered a bunch of foam from We Sell Foam, but I ordered it on Amazon. So I've got this big old box here that's got, I think, 1 pack of foam in it. Ta-da! But as far as I can tell, this is the best foam. And this is actually black, too. You can get it in lots of different colors. I tried the black.
You said that was We Sell Foam?
We sell mats.
Mats.
Yeah. So this is really nice. There aren't very many bubbles. There's only a couple on there. It's a nice consistent thickness. There we go. That is a nice floor mat. I'm kind of a floor mat connoisseur at this point. You know, each floor mat has its own quirks and flavors and smells. Oh, that smells good. It smells industrial.
I was gonna say, if you're gonna be in it for hours on hand, it's got to smell good.
Yeah, it does. So you're just doing a bunch of painting right now, then?
Yeah, I'm trying to get, I need to get my costumes done, but it's more important for me to make sure all my customers get their costumes, in advance, so they can make sure everything's going to work out for them.
Yep. I actually don't have any DragonCon or PAX specific commissions this year, which is kind of a new thing for me. I kind of did that on purpose so that because last year I didn't really get to make a new big costume for myself, and this year I wanted to do that. But I have done. Are you delivering anything at DragonCon? You ever do that?
No, I think everything I've got's going out. Even the guys that live in Atlanta, I'm going to be shipping it out ahead of time.
Yeah.
As far as I can guess, though, I mean, last year was so awesome with the Borderlands group. Like, I went and there were so many of my Psycho masks and Buzz Axes there, and it was amazing, and I love seeing that. And this year, I think that's really going to be the case when it comes to a lot of the Destiny Third Man and Celestial Nighthawks that I've got out there.
That feels good. One year at DragonCon, I went up to a guy in a Mass Effect costume, and he had one of my guns that I had made for him. And I was like, "Hey, cool gun, man." And he goes, "Oh, dude, I got it from this guy at Punish Props." And I was like, "I know, that's me." It's like, "Oh my god."
I did the same thing to the Borderlands group because most of them had no idea I'd be going.
I actually had a similar thing happen at San Diego Comic-Con. I was walking around in my Mass Effect armor on the street, and this dude was like, "Hey, cool armor, man." I was like, yeah, it's all made out of foam floor mats. I made it myself. He goes, "Oh, that's so cool. I just bought a book about making foam armor." And I was like, "Really?" Because I wrote it. And then he freaked out. It was awesome.
So how many costumes are you going to be taking to DragonCon?
You got the one big one, the Destiny armor. And then I have a couple of smaller ones, more casual ones. One unannounced one. It's going to be a little bit of a surprise. It's just a goofy, fun costume. But the other one is Connor McLeod from Highlander, from the 1985 Highlander. As 1985 Connor McLeod. So I got a trench coat, I got jeans, and a shirt, and like leather gloves. It's going to be awesome. And the sword. And the sword, it really, if you don't have the sword, then you're just a hobo in a trench coat.
I'll be bringing my hunter class along, Borderlands Bandit Steve, and then I've got one also unannounced that I've been working on secretly the last week because I apparently don't have enough to do between now and then.
Of course not.
And it was like all of a sudden, like, yeah, I really want to do this. And my wife's like, so what are you going to give up? And I was like, never give up, never surrender. She did not find it as funny as I did.
So the cool thing was you could be a hunter and every day have a different mask, you know?
I could, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I treated the, I have gone to like 4 cons since Emerald City. And Emerald City was really the last time that I wore a costume like the whole convention. So I treated the Kansas City people Saturday to wearing the hunter outfit for quite a while, walking around there.
Awesome.
Because usually nowadays I'm like always behind the booth, talking to people and everything. So I don't get to dress up near as much as I used to. It feels like.
Yeah. I found that being dressed up and standing behind my booth is a good way to just get people to at least look at me. At the very least, like, who's that weirdo in the costume? Like, no, come on, very nice. Let me tell you about it. Let's see here. Jim in the chat says, I'm going to find a pub. That is a great plan. I'm stuck here for the next 14 hours. 15 hours. How long have I been here? I don't know. The genesis of this live stream was an excuse to spend an entire day only working on my costume. So that's what we're doing. Try and get as much done in one day as possible. Sort of get ahead of the game. Because PAX is only a couple of weeks away, and then DragonCon is the week after that, and I haven't done anything on this costume.
Yeah, that's how I've been too, of trying to get my own costumes done because, it just feels like I'm constantly filling orders. And it's like, I know if I just spent a weekend working on this, I could probably finish it.
Exactly, yeah. Brittany started her Vex a while ago, so she's already got some progress. And then I'm doing Lord Shaxx, and he's not too complicated, and I already have most of the helmet because it's the same base helmet. And he's got, he only has one thigh piece. The undersuit isn't too complicated. I'm just going to use athletic clothing for that and paint on the details. So I'm feeling pretty good about how quickly I can knock this guy out.
So are you bringing the Titan as well?
No, I lost the undersuit. The really fancy undersuit I made for that. I lost it. And it was really expensive, and I don't want to make it again.
That stinks.
Yeah, I think I left it in a hotel room in San Jose. So I'm probably going to sell that. I have someone who wants to buy it. And then I'll just wear Shaxx all the time. So that's the plan anyway. I don't know. I don't get too attached to my costumes. Although, I keep saying I'm going to take my Draugr costume out back and light it on fire. Because I'm just kind of sick of wearing it, but every time I wear it, I have so much fun. I'm like, I guess I'll wear it again.
As a sacrifice to the cosplay gods.
Yeah. All right, cool. So here's my forearm pieces. And I got to start figuring out kind of the details on this guy here. Well, here's a good question. Nep in the chat wants to know, what grade sandpaper do you use on your foam for carving? I'll use like 100 grit on my belt sander or my spindle sander or on a Dremel to remove material. But then I got a 220 to smooth it down a bit, and then you can go even as high as 400. But at some point, you're just rubbing paper against foam. All right, let's see here. I think I'm just going to lay a piece of maybe some tape or something to make my template for this.
So how stoked were you to be in the Destiny video?
Oh, that was so cool.
I got the release from, like Bungie saying, hey, we want to use your stuff, but they didn't tell me what.
Yeah.
And then Beer Money Props, Gary and I are standing at E3 in the Destiny line, and we see they've got a video playing to keep you occupied. And Gary's like, oh, man, that's my costume. And I was like, wow, that's pretty cool. And then Bill Duran comes on the video.
Yeah.
And then I was shocked.
They did actually play some of my video, too, which was cool.
Yeah. And then I was shocked to see they featured a couple of my masks, and then me when I was wandering around Emerald City in full costume.
It's awesome. That's fun. I think that video game companies are really starting to get how integral cosplayers are to their fandom and to the most enthusiastic portion of their fandom. And it's cool to see them sort of showcasing that. All right. So are you just painting all day long? Is that what you got going on today?
Well, actually, I got up at 7 o'clock, and I've been casting since.
Yep.
So, casted all morning, and I was like, well, I can't cast in front of my wife's computer on her nice computer desk. She will get very upset with me.
Yeah.
So I was like, all right, I got to finish painting a couple of these anyway.
When are your kids going to be able to start doing that?
My daughter already has. I gave her a Psycho mask last Christmas, and she sat with me and actually learned how to paint the whole thing. And so she used, on her colors, it was a pink and teal Psycho Bandit.
That's pretty adorable.
And so for her birthday, I surprised her and I gave her a buzz axe that I painted to match her mask.
That's fantastic. Get them in while they're young.
Yeah, because everybody wants a buzz axe for their birthday.
That's right. I do. All right, here's my plan. I got to do a template. There's like a detail piece on top here. I think I'm going to lay down some tape, some masking tape, and then just draw it on there and then peel it off, and I'll have my template. That's a good idea, Bill. Well, wish I had some wire tape. I'll just use this tape here. All right. So I'm just laying down a couple strips of masking tape on here to then draw on to make a little bit of a template for the next level of detail on my forearm piece here. There's that. See how wide that needs to be. And I'm really just like, I have this reference here and I am eyeballing everything. A lot of people want to know like how I get my templates made, and usually I just eyeball it. That's what they really teach you in art school, right, Steven? How to eyeball stuff.
Honestly, yes. People,
good enough.
That's the thing is like my Nighthawk mask was all hand sculpted, and so the symmetry of it is just, honestly, it was ridiculous. If you guys see that, like the left to right to make sure everything lined up perfect, like was really, really tough. And when I went to E3, I ran into our good friend Harrison wandering around, and I had my Nighthawk mask around my neck because I just come from the Destiny booth, and he's like, "Let me see it," and I was like, "Oh, I hate it when I have to present Harrison with my props because it's like giving it to a teacher, you know."
Yep.
And he did the one eye closed, looked at it and everything. He's like, "Man, for hand doing all this, not 3D printing anything," he's like, "You did a damn good job." And I was like,
All right.
Bullpen seal of approval. All right.
That's pretty awesome. I will tell you, when I'm working on stuff, I know, like, everyone I know in the prop making community, people who are just really, really good. I know they're going to see what I'm working on, and I know when I take shortcuts, and I know they know. So I am always trying to make sure I'm not taking shortcuts. And because I know Harrison will watch and judge. So I'm tracing on this template that I made. I traced where this elbow piece is going to go, and then I'm going to draw the next layer on this, so I can go trace it out. For those following along at home. And again, mostly eyeballing. This piece, does that connect? No, it doesn't. It's about, let's see, 1.5 inches. Let's do that. About the width. Yeah, let's say 1.5 inches, like that. Okay, that looks pretty good.
And I will say, for anyone that's interested in any of the props and stuff that I make, I do hand paint pretty much everything.
Because you're a crazy person.
I know, but it's got that look, you know.
It really does.
And everyone always asks what paints I use, and I use Liquitex heavy body acrylics.
The heavy body stuff, that does make a difference.
That it definitely does. The pigment is better in it. It will hold up a little bit better, and you don't have to use near as much.
Yeah, that's definitely, I can tell, because I've used like the grab bag. What are they? I can't remember the brand name, but the stuff you get at like Michael's that comes in a little tube, and I have a whole bunch of them back there, and I just don't plain use them anymore because you brush it on, and it's just a tiny bit of pigment spread thin over your piece. It just doesn't cover it all.
Yep.
Compared to like, I use a lot of Tamiya now. That does a pretty good job. Golden paints are really, really good. They're also a little bit more pricey. But getting a paint that covers really well makes a huge difference. Oh, you know what I got recently? And I posted about this on my page, but I got the all-clad lacquers for doing metallic. That stuff is wonderful. We're doing actual chrome finishes and metallic finishes. It's not, I mean, you're not going to get totally as good as chrome can be with real chrome, but it's pretty damn close.
Is that airbrushed on?
Yep. The major difference, too, is you want to make sure you put down a black gloss coat first, or at least make sure it's glossy, because chrome, as soon as it's not a smooth surface, chrome doesn't look like chrome anymore. So that's the major difference I can tell. Let's see here. Okay. Line there. And then one more line like that, I think. About halfway. All right. I think this will work. I'm going to trim this afterwards, but this is half of the template for the next layer worth of worth of foam. So I'm going to peel this tape off and lay it down on some heavy duty paper. But first, I got to put this forearm piece together. I can't believe I made my entire Mass Effect armor with super glue and not contact cement. And it still holds up too. Like I wore it at San Diego and it still works.
Yeah, I used a ton of super glue when I did my Dragon Age armor. Before I learned about Barge.
Yeah. There's this other, there's plenty of different contact cements too. When I was working down in Frank Ippolito's shop, they were using something called Drop that was really good as well. In fact, they actually, what was a common way to work with that was to keep a glass jar with a cap and a little bit of Barge thinner in it and a brush in there. So you can use that brush all day long. It doesn't dry with all that cement on it. And then you have a squeeze bottle with your contact cement in it. So you squeeze it out on a surface, and then you take that brush with a little bit of thinner on it and spread it. And because it's got that thinner, it spreads the Barge really, really well. That was a neat little trick. Tell you what, Steve, if you ever get a chance to work in a shop like that, you go out and go for it. For just like a week or something, because just working alongside other fabricators, you learn so much.
Yeah, my buddy was on last season's Sci-Fi. His name's Damian Zimmerman.
Yeah.
And he's from Kansas, and I'd met him at Planet Comic-Con a couple of years ago, and he keeps trying to tell me that I need to go out there. He actually works with Frank and all those out at Immortal Masks.
Oh, yeah. The dude, the owner of Immortal Masks, came by while I was there, because Frank does molds for them. So,
right?
Yeah, he dragged a mask in, and Frank. I got to watch him make a mold. Which watching Frank make molds is a magical, wonderful process. So yeah, that's awesome. Just being able to work alongside people like that and glean tidbits of knowledge from them is worth taking a break from your own shop for a little while.
So yeah, he's been trying to convince me to go out there just to spend a little time and
do it.
Hang out, and he's actually the one on my Dead Space shoot that I did for the members cosplay calendar.
Yeah,
he's the one that made all the prosthetics for the Necromorphs.
Yeah, that's great. Those look awesome. All right, I got 2 forearm pieces now, and I'm gonna do my template real quick. People will note I only did half of it. I'm just going to mirror the whole thing.
Have you found a good supply house for your the thick brown paper you use for templating?
This, I think we just got. Oh, I ripped it. We get at Home Depot. Is that where we got ours, Britt? Like from the hardware store?
From the painting aisle.
In the painting aisle, like as a drop cloth or masking tape. Oh, God damn it. Should have used blue tape for this. There we go. And then lay that down. Actually, I want you to do half and half, so I'll lay it down like this. And then. Cool. Clean that up. All right, so there's my template. Actually, this is a cool toy I got that I saw when I was down in LA. So you put a roll of masking paper and a roll of tape on it, and you just pull out sheets of adhesive masking paper. Like for working really fast, this thing is awesome.
Someone made a lot of money on that.
Yeah, 3M. That was another thing I really learned while I was down there working in a fabrication shop. Speed, being quick at whatever it is you're doing, is the most vital component. You do have to be very good at what you're making, but you also have to be really fast.
Yeah, I've heard that preached again and again from those guys out there. Stan Winston Studios has a summer sale going. I don't know if they still do, but they were. They have 50% off all of their live streams and DVDs and all that.
Oh man, wish I known about that.
And it might still be going. It was the code Summer50.
Yep.
And so I decided, you know what, I'm going to splurge. I'm going to get it. And so when I'm working, I'll just have that playing in the background.
Yeah.
Something that I haven't done yet, or some kind of technique, I'll just look up and see what's going on, because their videos are so cool, because it is literally start to finish, hours and hours of just lots of information. And since I didn't go to school for any of this side of it, it is pretty interesting as well.
Yeah, there's a lot of really great stuff to be gleaned from there. There's so many things that what it'll do for you is it'll give you a jump start. There's a lot of, it takes so much guesswork. When you see a video that explains something so thoroughly, you go, oh, I'll just do it like that. You don't have to do any problem solving. That's the way to do it. And they know to do it that way because they've been doing it like that for a very long time. All right, check this out, you guys. This is the template for the next layer of foam that'll go up on here like that. Ta-da! And I'll cut this out of, I think, 1/4 inch foam, which we've got a bunch right here. Okay. I've also got some 1/4 inch L200, I think, hiding over here. I'm gonna go grab that. We have lots of different types of foam. This stuff here is Plastizote LD45, and it's really, really awesome. And then here's some L200. And I'm going to use for this part. And I need 2 of them. So I'm just hacking off a couple of big pieces here. Cool. All right. Now we play the trace and cut out game. I think I'm going to pin this down, though. When I've got a template that I'm worried about moving, I can just pin it right down to the foam, like so. Actually, one of the things that was cool about when I was down in Frank's shop, we were working on foam armor. They had fabric dummies, and they could just take the armor pieces and just pin them right to the dummy while they were working on it. I thought that was a really handy way to work. I have my dummy is plaster, and I don't know if I can get a pin to go into that. So I may have to make a new dummy soon.
I've got a bunch of fiberglass and plastic mannequins, but I'd really like to have do a duct tape dummy.
Yeah. The duct tape dummy, again, it's pliable, so you can put pins into it, which makes it really, really useful. There we go. Okay, switch this over here. There's a couple of lines on here that I want to remember to cut in. Now with the L200, I found out that little trick where you score the foam and then heat it with a heat gun and make the lines pop out, that doesn't work with L200. Turns out it actually seals the cut back up. So what you have to do is cut it with a hot knife or something to carve in details like that. Or I might just Dremel a line or something.
And that's the cool thing about them, there being all the different types of foam that are out there. Because a lot of times, like we've got a local shop here in Kansas City called AM Foam. And if you actually go in there and you tell them that you're a cosplayer, or if they recognize you or whatnot, they have a section in the back that's all the damaged foam that they can't sell.
Yeah.
So the cosplayers get it really, really cheap because otherwise they're just going to have to get rid of it anyway. And so they're getting known for that. But that's where like they've got giant sheets of L200, which I don't personally like for the outside of the armor as much, but I use it for a lot of the under armor.
Yeah, for the structure.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Well, I went and I just tried all of it. So I ordered a bunch of L200 when I was doing my other Destiny costume. So I still have a bunch of that left over. I got a nice person on the internet sent me a bunch of this Plastizote, which I like a lot. But that, I mean, then again, though, floor mats, man. Floor mats are so good.
Yeah, I bought a bunch at Costco, started carrying it around here. And they had like double packs that you'd normally find at Harbor Freight. So hope to break into those two and see how it stands up.
Yeah, you gotta try all the foam. If you want to be a foam connoisseur.
And up until a year ago, I didn't even know what foam was, Bill.
I know, right? And look how much your life has improved.
So I remember that trip, the first one I met you on, we're in Phoenix. And I was showing you the Dead Space costume. I was like, yeah, I used, styrene and Wonderflex, and I had to heat form all this, and it took forever. And well, let me tell you about foam. I remember you took that Mass Effect armor off, and you just threw it into that trunk, and just were like slamming it into there. Like,
oh yeah,
fit. I'm like, well, it'll be fine. Oh yeah, it'll pop right back out.
yeah. There we go. That's one detail thing. I think so. There's these lines I was saying before. There's these lines here, and I think I'm just gonna score those. Like cut a V-shaped groove in there real fast instead of heating up my my hot knife. See how this goes. You really need to make sure your knife is really sharp if you want to do something like this. I didn't quite get it all the way through. And I need to sharpen my knife. There we go. So I just carved a little line there. It's just a detail line, but it's easier to do it while it's flat than when it's glued down.
After this segment, you can take a break and I'll take over.
Okay.
And grab
There
lunch
we go.
and
A
stuff.
couple of lines in there. Then this is going to get glued down on the forearm thing. Just about like that. What's nice about this is there's a seam along the top of the forearm and it'll cover that. And I can take my pins and pin this down, ow, and stab myself in the finger. Pin it down to the piece below and trace it so I know where to put all my glue. And I can double check that my elbow piece is going to fit all nice and snug in there, and it looks like it will. Just like that. That's all going to go together like that. It's another thing I noticed, like when I was working with all the fabricators down in LA, everything got pinned down. Everything, there was no guesswork at all. No one was taking any shortcuts. Everyone worked very quickly, but no one was taking any shortcuts. When you pin it down, then you know it's not going to move. You can count on that piece fitting later on.
Is Steve still there?
Steve is still there.
Is he working on stuff?
Yes.
I'm sorry, Britt. I'm in painting mode. I zone out
Oh,
sometimes.
that's cool. I just want to make sure you weren't bored listening to Bill.
Or
prattle
dead.
on. Or dead.
Sitting here listening to Bill's putting me to sleep. No. I'm on the intricate, like, last step on all of these is that painting that delicate red line that runs up the eyes and the head.
Well,
And
don't mess up.
Yeah, I use cadmium red on that. So if you get that on any of the white,
That's
will
it.
automatically change that color, and you got to go back, strip it off, and repaint that part.
How often does that happen?
Not very often with me, at least now that I've done so many of them. In the beginning, it was a little stressful, but I'm really glad that, like, so in my original cast on these, all of the upper details, let's see if I can get it up to the camera. All the upper details on the ridge that are up here in white and all of these red lines that run up, my original cast, I cut those all out with masking tape and then molded it so they are slightly raised above the actual surface of the mask, which makes it so I don't have to guess where it goes every single time, but also gives that little bit of a lip to make it a little bit easier to paint.
That's so smart. Anything that makes copies easier to make. Like,
Yeah.
spend extra time on the master, so all the copies are way faster.
Tell you what,
Yeah,
too, and we've got that vinyl cutter, and doing little raised details like that, it shows up really well in the silicone casting. That, I'll tell you that, and you can get vinyl cutters pretty cheap now.
Yeah, Chris just got
Yeah,
one.
Chris Miles got one that's pretty good. Worth looking into.
Oops.
We did these little medals for this costume contest thing we did for an event we did last week. And we did all the raised detail for the medals just with vinyl. We just did some stickers, laid it on a piece of cutout plastic, and then molded it that way, and it turned out great. It kept all that detail. And it was fast. It was really, really quick. That's the major bonus there. Alrighty, see you well.
We'll be here. Mhm.
All right, we got over 150 people in here right now. That's awesome. Glad people are showing up to see this goofiness that we do.
There is 7 minutes left in the hour 4 giveaway.
Oh, yeah.
Is this Prince?
Now let's swap over to the
I don't know what's.
Camera.
I guess I could click on
it's
it,
punishprops.com/PS4 controller.
or you can just go to punishprops.com/live. It'll have the current giveaway.
Yeah. I'm surprised we don't have more people sign up for that that mask, the Dragon Priest mask. So that one we'll be giving away at 4.
So is this this hour some Punish Props Prince?
Yep, more Punished Props prints.
Yeah.
Steve, have you done any cold casting with your masks?
I still have not. I know you guys preach it.
It's really fun.
Yeah, I've used like the rub and buffs and stuff like that to try to get the metallic effects, but I have not done a cold cast yet.
Well, we're doing the mask we're giving away at 4 is a Dragon Priest mask that was cold cast with copper, and it's really shiny and looks really, really cool.
Oh, this one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw it. You had that one, and then you had one that was really, really weathered too. They put up that the texture on that thing was beautiful.
It's so good. What happened with that one was the casting had a couple bubbles in it, and with the cold cast, you can't like fill in with Bondo. It just kind of is that way. So we decided to just douse it with weathering or a patina solution and rust the crap out of it. So that's all actual rust, all patina. And I think it's awesome. We're keeping that one. That one's for us.
I don't blame you. Yeah, when I saw that online, though, I was very impressed with how that came out.
We're getting some questions in the chat. I think we'll be able to answer more questions when we're in the hours where we don't have a guest. But right now we're being super chatty and missing a lot of good chat questions. If anyone in the chat knows the answers, feel free to.
Oh yeah,
we have a lot of talented people in there.
We do.
I just want to jump into your guys' conversation with the answers. That'd be crazy.
Oh, we don't have anything important to say. It's fine. I'm just cutting out foam, and Steve is just painting masks.
Oh, I see how it is.
The two things that each one of us does the most of.
Yeah, there was a picture of me that was posted from the weekend, and it was a picture of me like hunched behind my booth, paintbrush in mouth, the other one like painting, and it was like, yeah, we had so much fun this weekend, and Steve's just over there working the entire time. Which I will say, I mean, it is still fun. This is my job, and
it's a good job.
Sure beats what I used to do.
Yeah.
Which on that, I loved your article on the questions of how to be a full-time prop maker.
Oh yeah. See the motivation to write that was because I get that question a lot. A lot of people asking me what it is to be a full-time prop maker, or that they want to do it. And I want people to have a realistic expectation if they want to get into doing anything similar to what I do.
Yeah, it's a lot of work.
Yeah, because what most people see is me acting like a goofball on the internet all day, which is not ingenuine or disingenuous, but it's not the whole story. And I do love my job, and it is a lot of fun, but there is a lot of work to get to the point where I can act like a goofball on the internet making space guns.
Yeah, I was interviewed by one of our local radio stations during the weekend, and by a couple people that aren't really, it was their first convention,
Right.
And they're like, so what does it take to do all this? And I was like I told them, I was like, I no joke work, 10 to 12 hours almost every day trying to either work on my stuff, fill orders, or anything else. I mean, I told them I work harder now than I have in my entire life. But it's one of those things that if you've got the dedication for it, and that it makes it so worth it.
Yeah. The when I wrote that article, the first part, like I said, step one is to get really good at whatever you do, whatever it is you want to do. And I think a lot of people, we know a lot of people in the podcasting world, and they have a lot of people will say, "I want to do a podcast. When do I start selling T-shirts?" And the thing is, like, get good at really good at podcasting. That's the first step. The T-shirts will come later on. But when it comes to making things or doing anything creative professionally, step one is there is a low bar or a barrier to entry as far as skill level is concerned. And I think a lot of people tend to want to skip that step. And so for me, getting good at prop making was a hobby for years and years to get good at it. When I started doing it, I didn't think it was going to be a career. I just did it because it was fun. And over the years, I got good at it enough that other people would want to pay for it. And that's step one. And after that, it gets hard.
See, and I totally agree with, I've only been doing this for, 2.5 years, doing full-time prop making,
Yeah.
But before that, I was an illustration major. I was a freelance illustrator for 15 years. So painting is what I did. And that's why, I've always preached that I'm a good builder, but I'm a really good painter.
Yeah. But you came into it with that skill set. You already spent a lot of time getting good at that, which is why you were able to transition into that sort of a career, what as many people would consider would be quickly. That's another thing too that I kept sort of hitting on in that article was like 2 years to transition into a career like that is quick. And I think a lot of people think, oh, I'll just work on it for a couple months. And that's not how it works. Years it takes. And for me, it's taken just 3 years of running the business side for me to get good at that part, to get good at actually turning a profit from this tomfoolery.
And see, that's where another way that I was really lucky in school, we had classes when we were artists and freelancers that taught us more of the business side of like how to sell your art, what to sell it for, and all that kind of stuff. So
we did not have that.
That's the weird thing. All the stuff in college that you don't think you would use, it's now coming back to haunt me. And I'm actually using all of it and quoting my teachers and stuff.
All right, we're ready to pick a winner.
Ooh, we have a winner for the last hour's worth of giveaways. So we have Punished Props Prints going out to... Who's it going out to, Brett?
Eric, E-R-Y-K. It's N-A-G-E-L. It's probably Nagel.
Congratulations, Eric! Hooray! We have your email, and we will email you tomorrow about that, because right now we're busy. But congratulations, Eric. And we will move on to the next hour's worth of giveaways, more prints for a lucky individual. In just a moment, when I'm done gluing this.
Oh, I have all the information right
Britt's
here.
got all the info.
Yeah. So we are on hour 5 giveaway. punishprops.com/couch cushion.
Couch cushion, because I was sitting on a couch cushion when I was writing this. The giveaway URLs only get more ridiculous going forward.
Sorry for the random caps in the Punish Props post there. I held shift down too long.
There we go. So I've updated the video feed to have the new URL up there. Feel free to join. Cool, this is fun. I like giving away stuff.
Yeah, I know. We should do this more often.
Oh, it's loading.
This keyboard's just
There we
freaking
go.
out.
Cool. Oh, we have 266 people on the Dragon Priest mask. Awesome. Alrighty. Well, Stephen, we had you for an hour. You can hang out for as long as you like.
Was it an hour already?
It has been an hour. You should have painted more.
It's the detail layer, Bill. It's the detail layer. You gotta slow down.
So I laid down a bunch of barge on both this new detail piece and the part that it's going on, and now I am sandwiching them together. And since I drew a line on there, I know exactly where it needs to go.
Can I say again how excited I am for DragonCon?
Oh my goodness. We have PAX in between then, which is even more ridiculous that we're doing both of those. But yeah, I'm stoked for DragonCon. Are you starting to have DragonCon dreams yet?
No, right now it's still dreams of like casting and painting.
Yeah.
Nonstop, like a whole workshop of little elves, but I'm every single little elf.
Here we go. So that's one layer of detail added onto this forearm piece. Make sure it's nice and pressed down. There's a little bit of overlap here that I can trim off super easy. Like that. That. This front piece will probably just get sanded and beveled down there. I forgot to cut these lines in here. I'll do that real quick. It is silly how quickly this foam dulls a knife.
Yeah, you know, on small things like that, you have to use a knife, but I've really gotten to where I will use my bandsaw as much as possible.
Yeah, we have two now. We have two bandsaws, and I'm really happy about that choice.
Oh, because you got that monster one not long ago, didn't you?
Yeah, it's Java the Cut is the name of it. It's great, and it's got a big wood cutting blade on it for just hauling through material, and then the smaller one has like a higher TPI blade on it for doing foam and stuff, which is pretty fantastic.
And didn't you say that one was a fairly old unit as well?
Yeah, that depends. I wouldn't call being created in 1982 old. It's seasoned.
That's how mine is as well. One of the guys that I used to work with up at Lowe's was getting, you know, on in his years, and he knew that he wouldn't be using his tools anymore. And so he gave me some, knowing that it was when I just started getting into prop making, because he would rather see someone use them than to sell them.
Yeah.
And so I've got like this Craftsman bandsaw that's, yeah, it's as old as I am, which I hear you on that. But
yeah.
It's one of those, you know, that it's built to last.
Yeah, even this one I have is like a no-name brand. I think it's just a Chinese brand. But it only, I mean, it's got one job. And it does that one job really well. It doesn't have a fence, though, but you can buy third-party fences, so I think I'm going to do that. There we go.
All right, I'm almost done with the second one I'm working on here. So,
all right,
when I'm done with it, my kiddos are still home. They go back to school on Wednesday, which I love my kiddos, but I can't wait for them to go back to school.
I think I need to scan the inside of this a little bit.
Needless to say, my wife feels that between being in the shop all day and me watching the kids, there's a disconnect.
Yeah.
I'll go upstairs and the living room is just trashed. I'm like, what happened? We've been playing.
You probably can't blame him, though. I imagine that you had a similar experience as a youngster.
I have that experience now, Bill. If you looked at my shop, I'd walk in there and go, what happened? I've been building. Yeah, my kids, though, man, they love this. And we actually got a message from DreamWorks not too long ago where they wanted to know if they could feature Caitlin in her little Astrid costume at some point.
Oh, that's adorable.
And I was like, of course.
All right, so the top of this gauntlet piece has some more detail I'm going to add. I think I'm going to do that out of this 2mm foam.
It's looking great.
It sure is
Go away
getting there.
for half hour and. Oops. A little different. There we go. And I'm super gluing acrylic to foam. Yay.
Is that for the lights in your hand?
Yeah, the funny thing is, it's like it's one of those things where it's like I put it in there and it looks so nice, and I have to seal this later. So I guess I have to mask off the acrylic bits. I might be able to cut it off if we're just using latex. It's kind of what I did with Plastidip, where I cut it off of certain areas I needed to rescue. But I can't wait to put these on because I'm adding all the electronics. Anyway, super gluing acrylic to foam. Very exciting.
Just about every silver Sharpie I have is completely ruined. Doesn't really work. That one's useless too. Brooks Creations says, "Yep, that is looking great. Thanks, Brooks Creations. I think you are a nice human."
All right.
Throw that away. That marker doesn't work.
2 more Finish Nighthawks.
Yeah.
That will be going out to hunters across the world. One of them will be going to a military guy, I believe, in France.
Oh.
One of our guys over there. And the other one, I think, is going to New York.
All right.
Cool. Neither of those are our location.
No, I did send one to Atlanta last week.
Ooh.
So I know they're definitely going to DragonCon.
If I see it in person, I'll have to say what a crummy paint job it is.
Oh, this is the first one, Bill. I did take your advice. I do sell blanks of the
I know.
because they take a lot longer to paint.
Yeah, well, and now, because I know some people like to customize their paint scheme, so they can paint their Celestial Nighthawk whatever color they want. It can be bright pink. So yeah, check out sksprops.com. Link to his. Are your kits on Etsy?
Yeah, all my stuff's on Etsy.
Yeah, you can get a link to the Etsy from his main page, and you can just get a kit and paint it yourself. Get them now before they go on back order from the crazy cosplay and Halloween season.
Well, and that's the thing. Lately, Bungie shared one of my Third Man posts, and it exploded again.
Oh no, again.
Yeah.
Which, yeah, the Third Man on Pinterest and on Etsy is just absolutely ridiculous. I love the fact that everybody is just enjoying my creation so much.
Well, they are pretty cool.
All right, guys. Well, I think that's going to do me. I've got to go check on kiddos and then back to casting.
Okay. Well, thanks so much for hanging out with us today.
No problem. Thank you for having me on. it's one of those. I love talking about this stuff. I love sharing with the community nowadays. I got all those types of build tutorials and everything, and most of that is because of you guys. I see how much you put out there, and I feel like I need to do my part.
Well, you're doing a pretty good job of it.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, your stuff looks better than ours, so quit being so.
Hey, let's not be so hasty.
Well, I will have one final note here. Okay, so if anyone isn't following me yet at Stephen K. Smith Props on Facebook or sksprops.com, starting in November will be my yearly big build. Usually about once a year I do a 200 to 300 hour costume.
So what was the last one? Was that your
last one was the Hunter.
Okay.
And then the one before that was Dragon Age, one before that was Dead Space.
Okay.
So I will be doing my new big build starting this November, and if it can come out as good as what's in my head, it will be pretty epic.
Yes.
No spoilers on what it's going to be yet?
Unfortunately, because of this, I'm not going to say it, but yeah, if you can see from the screen, I actually have it all drawn out on my wall behind me for scale, but I'm not going to say what it is yet.
Okay. Cool, man. Well, thanks again for hanging out with us.
No problem at all. And like I said, if you guys ever need anything or have any questions from me, feel free to ask. And otherwise, you guys have a long day ahead of you still.
Oh, yeah.
But so do I. All right. You guys take it easy.
All right. Bye, buddy.
Bye.
See you at DragonCon.
Oh, yeah.
All right. And now we're alone again.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that was cool. Awesome. That went off well. And no one seemed to complain about the audio. So, hooray.
That's great.
So right now I've got some raised up bits on the wrist here that I'm attaching. I've just got a couple pieces of 2mm craft foam that I'm gluing up, and I'll lay down on there. And then there's some more details on top of that. It's all about adding layers, just like an onion.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, at some point this hour you can go take a little break.
Sure.
Have some lunch. I'll take over. Because our upcoming schedule, our next guest is when Mario shows up at 1.
Cool.
So you want to do that before then?
Oh, that's in 45 minutes.
Yeah.
Go have some meatballs.
Ooh, ground turkey meatballs.
Actually, not that we need to comply, but Kevin Blay says he'll order us a pizza.
No.
I'll let him know we already have food.
Don't do it.
Our buddy Kevin, for those of you who don't know, Kevin does a really good Alistair costume. Is that his Dragon Age costume?
Yeah.
I thought I made a shield for him. But he knows it's crunch time for costumes, and last year he sent us cookies, which was great.
That was so nice.
Yeah. Cool. What a nice guy. Oh, that's cool. I love seeing you guys answering each other's questions in the chat, too. That's great. Soda can. Yeah, today, what was it? Soda can was the last one. I gotta sand these. Actually, I'm gonna flip the camera over to you so I can go. So the edges of the back of these, here, I'll turn this on real quick. Where I glued these on here, it's a little rough, so I'm gonna go bevel that with a grinding bit on the Dremel, which is a nice smooth. It's not like using 200 or 100 grit sandpaper. I'm gonna go do that. There you go, Britt.
Hello, fine people. Big surprise, I'm cutting foam and gluing it to other foam. It's very exciting. Bill's onto his 3rd thing, and I'm still on fingers. But that's okay. I am just a little slower, not as experienced. Okay. These guys. Aw, Craft Access, is it bedtime? You seem awfully sleepy. Aw, this piece is stuff. Oh, let's do this one. Funny story about the rotary tools is we're still on our first one. I don't know how it's still working. It's not like we were nice to it. I mean, it's like 5 years old probably. For our wedding registry, we put power tools on there. That was one we got. Oh, blade sharpener. I can link to that. Oh. That Kershaw blade sharpener might be on Bill's Tools on his website. Let me go check.
All right. So the back of these just got, let's move the camera over. So the back of these edges here where they meet just got beveled and smoothed over. So there's no seam. Nice and smooth.
Your blade sharpener is not on your tools list.
What?
That's crazy. I will add it.
Okay. There we go. So again, just adding another layer of detail on these gauntlets here. There we go. And then there's a little bit more. There's some like stripedy things to go. I think there's 4 stripes that go across there. What I might do is just cut out a piece that goes over there and then cut some lines in it. I think that's what I'll do. And hit it with a heat gun, and then it will open up and look all neat. So let's get more fun. More foam. Let's say this was 1.5 inches, so let's go like 1.5 inches. and 3/8.
Yes, the stream will be available on YouTube later.
Yeah, all 2 8-hour chunks.
Yeah, we split up into 8 hours. We will have a little 15-minute break. The Google Hangouts only go to 8 hours, so we have part 2 all queued up. It's on the punishprops.com/live website, but that won't be until what, like 4?
Yeah.
We got plenty of time. We don't expect you to be watching all of this.
Yes, we do. Are you kidding? You must stick around.
I mean, ignore your job and stay.
All right, there we go. There's that. And then another one here. All right, so if these pieces are kind of rounded, they're going to have lines, 4 bands across it. That means I need 3 lines cut across it. Let's see. And this is, I'm going to go with millimeters on that because that's a lot easier to do with math.
There are 3 lines.
There are 3 lines. Let's see here. 33, so 11 millimeters. Of course, this is black foam, so it's impossible to see. 22. Nope, that's the wrong math, so it needs to be divided by 4. 33 divided by 4. And I'm ashamed that I'm using a calculator, but 8.25. Cool. Flip it over. Okay. 8, 16, and then 30, 20, 24, 25. Yeah. See this here. All right, let's draw these lines. All right. Pew.
Why did it make a noise?
Oh, I got a text message.
Oh, I'm going to just mute this because we don't need the sound.
There we go. I just drew some lines across this little piece. Wait, did I get a text message? I didn't get it on my phone.
Sounded like a minimized noise. But I wasn't touching the computer.
Oh, Mara says they're on their way. Do we need anything to drink? Nope. I think we're good.
Yeah, been going light on the drinking and all the work we have to do this month. I'm sure he meant non-alcoholic, but I immediately thought
You
beer.
assumed beer.
Beer for lunch.
All right, I'm going to carve some notches into this and cut the corners off. I have a plan. I have a wacky plan with this. I think it's going to work.
What could go wrong?
That's the best part, is what could go wrong is I waste about a penny's worth of foam. So I just sort of notched. This is it's really tiny. It's gonna be hard to see, but I notched where each one of those lines is gonna go, and now I'll score it carefully because I don't want to cut all the way through it. That, and like that. So there should be some nice. You know what? I can score these deeper once it's glued down. So these straight things are gonna get glued down like that. Then I'll glue it down now, and then I'll cut those deeper. Because if it goes down into this piece below it, it won't fall apart. There's that. And oh. There's this. Now I'll hit it with heat afterwards too. Open it up. All right, now I can cut out the next one. There we go. Pinto Bean Cosplay says, what would you guys consider the color of the helm of Saint 14? It's really just kind of like bare steel. It's just kind of like metal.
Yeah, it almost gives off a little bit of a purple, but that's just because of has like a purpley glow thing to it, doesn't it, or something? A little bit of purple paint. Let me look it up.
All right.
But yeah, it is like an unpainted look, like a raw metal. Yeah, it does have that glowy strip in the middle.
But it is, yeah, it's just like bare steel.
Yeah, and add some dark colors to accent all the lines. So like do some like black acrylic in all the crevices, and then there's a little purpley pink light strip. Let's see what kind of rabbit hole this search will take me down. It's tricky because the lighting changes so much depending on what planet you're on. So like when you're in the tower compared to when you're on like Venus. So the lighting really does affect the colors of the helmet.
All right. Doing everything in twos until I get to the thighs. Where's the other? Uh-oh. Oh, it's stuck. There we go. Just sort of stuck to something. Okay. Cool. Is it actually, when you work in twos, you can like cut one piece out, and then while you're waiting for glue to dry on another piece, and it's you can get a pretty good workflow going that way. There, I'm just laying this piece on top, another layer worth. I'm going to score it a little bit deeper and then hit it with a heat gun. You'll see those lines open right up. This type of scoring, it really pays to have a nice sharp knife. I've actually done this before where I thought I cut a line, but I really just sort of wedged a little groove in the foam. It didn't actually cut it. But those are some nice deep scores. And then I'll heat gun it. And there we go. We've got a little sort of bands that go across the top of the wrist here, like that. And I didn't have to cut all 4 of those out. I just cut out one piece and then scored the lines like that. And then, can this get glued down? I think so. Trying to decide if I want to. I think I want to sand the inside of this a little bit more. I'm going to take it to the sander real quick. Here, I'll give you guys a Brit.
Take it to the sander. Yeah, Pinto Bean cosplay. Also, take a little piece of whatever your helmet's made out of and do some paint tests on it to see the kind of effect that you get. So that way you don't have to keep adding layers and layers of paint to your helmet to get the effect you want.
It's going to get a little loud.
It's going to get a little loud.
Well, hopefully that's better. The insides of these here are not totally flush with the surface they had to lay down on, so I sanded them a bunch. I think that I'll just throw it on my glue and glue them in and sort of manhandle it in place, and it should be fine. What's the worst that could happen? Lay this guy down.
Oh, these guys are supposed to be little bends, aren't they? Whoops. I can still do that.
These lines I may dribble in more later. I know since we're covering this in latex, those seams are going to get filled in. So I'm just keeping that in mind. The latex will definitely fill in any grooves like that, unless they're really big and deep. All right. Let's go here. Yeah, I'm just getting glue everywhere like a crazy person.
Okay, so like this. Right?
I think once these are on, I'm going to go take a quick break.
Yeah, you should.
Did you eat anything?
Not yet, but I'll take a break when Mario gets here.
All right.
You guys will be super chatty McChattersons, I'm sure.
Yeah, we are.
Is it Mario and Alice?
I don't know if they're both going to be here.
Our next guest will be Arms, Armor, and Awesome.
Yep. And today is Alice's birthday.
Oh, we're tearing away the birthday plans. Or this will be the best birthday plan.
I was going to say, wouldn't. Oh, I missed.
Who would want to be a guest on Punished Props on their birthday?
Yeah, I know, right?
I don't think I would.
Not worth it.
I mean, sure. Why not?
I think Britt just uninvited herself from the next live stream.
Oh, we gotta figure out our live Q&A this week.
We do. We'll see what we're gonna have on.
Yeah.
This is how for those of you guys who are regulars and you may think like on the surface that we totally have our act together when it comes to planning our live streams, but no.
We sometimes do. It depends on the week.
We did plan this long live. This was originally going to be a 24-hour live stream. And when we started planning it last week, we realized how crazy that was. So we bumped it back to a 16-hour live stream.
Yeah, it's not like playing video games for 24 hours. We're working with power tools.
Yeah.
We didn't want to hurt ourselves.
But we put a little bit of planning into this. I had to set up all the giveaways. That's what took the most time.
Yeah. And when it's not convention season, we're more organized.
Yeah.
I think.
But we generally, the day of a live stream, will quickly ask all our friends, who wants to be on the show?
Yeah, the last one we had planned like a week and a half in advance. So Eric was like, let's do this.
Brooks Creations wants to know how we set up the audio so that it dims the power tools, the sound of the power tools. The Google Hangout does that automatically. If there's a noise that is repetitive like that, it'll try and dim it, but it dims all the audio. So our voices will get dimmed as well. It's not selective.
Also, we have a good mic. I think that helps.
Yeah.
It's a Yeti something face.
Blue microphone makes them.
Blue microphone Yeti.
Blue. It's a blue Yeti. All right, I'm gonna go grab some noms real quick. Make sure you guys join the ye old giveaway. Let me just refresh that real quick. There it is. So it's punishprops.com/couchcushion. We have almost 300 people for the Dragon Priest mask and 86 people for the prints that we'll be doing. And the question is, what is your preferred morning beverage? Coffee, tea, or coffee or tea? There we go. And at some point, we'll figure out how to actually show you those answers. All right, I'll be back. Your phone is over here.
Yep. Doing more of those fun angle cuts. So I cut out a little wedge of foam that doesn't go all the way through. So I could bend it this way. If I wanted to bend it this way, I would have to add material. So either have a bigger wedge of foam and glue it in there. A lot of people like to just fill that with hot glue. So you fill it with hot glue and hold this and either wait or you use like a compressed air can upside down to give it that really cold blast to set hot glue really fast. In the past, the only way I've tried it is with just barging in a wedge of foam to give it that bend. But this one I want to bend this way. So all I have to do is brush the barge in there, let it dry, and then just pinch it closed, and I'll have a nice little bend. Ta-da! So exciting. Yeah, it doesn't help that much that Bill's stuff's right around the microphone. So there's a lot of bangs you hear him setting down everything. I'll when he comes back down, we'll see if we can change the bass on that to be less offensive. I know when we had this set up when we were on Viking Lass's Arting Under the Influence stream, we accidentally put all of her colored pencil supplies right below the mic, and she reached for them, and it just turned into this crazy, like, loud marbly noise. But we're learning. I should probably get Bill his glue back. Jackie Kraft, that's great. Apparently on Harrison's live stream, someone was complaining about the music he was listening to, so he turned on his air compressor. He's like, "Which you like better?" We let you guys listen to whatever music you want. So we don't play music in the background, and that's partially because we don't want to have to deal with our videos being taken down from YouTube. And also, now you can listen to whatever choice you have. Okay, need a glue. Beep. Yeah, the last bodysuits, I think it was Bill's Titan, had a Lycra bodysuit, and with the foam on it, straight on the bodysuit, it began to like pill and fuzz. And those parts of the bodysuits aren't seen, I mean, because they're covered by foam, but in order to avoid that, I think we're going to have to back the foam with like felt. His Shaxx costume is going to be a stronger material. For the top, though, we should still definitely back the foam with something. So it does seem like just anything constantly rubbing against like a nylon lycra material will cause it to fuzz. But normal material, like I think his pants we got for Shaxx are like hiking tactical pants, and they're made to withstand that, so they'll be fine. Instead of using magnets to attach your armor to the bodysuit, I recommend using snaps, those sewing snaps. Like you can get bigger size industrial kind of looking ones, and you can get them right from the craft store. The problem with magnets is they have a really good bond when they snap together, but if there's any kind of shifting movement, they'll slide apart, even if you get the really strong rare earth magnets. So we use magnets on top mounting stuff. So if you have like a small shoulder piece on top of your armor, you could try magnets. We've done it with horns before, but the horns have lips around them. So you kind of like snug the horn into the lip and it magnets into place. So like it's really tempting to try and just use magnets for everything. But for if like holding chest pieces closed, holding armor onto your costume, you should go with a more permanent solution, which is Bill used snaps for most of his Titan armor that he built last time, and they held up really well. They don't just fall off. So it would be awful walking through a convention. Also, you notice when your knee pieces is missing because the magnet just slid off. Doo-doo. Oh yeah, now you have to figure out what to do with these guys. Okay, this goes here.
Meatballs.
We did get some comments about loud bassy thumping because the mic is near the work area. Is there any way to turn on the bass?
We could put this on a piece of foam.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Like those fancy mic stands. If only we had some spare foam to put the mic on to deaden the sound of it interacting with the table. Oh, we have tons of foam.
Helps a little bit.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes. Couldn't hurt. Okay, so it's going to go on top of here, but at an angle. Okay, so I have to drum all these guys down. Fingertips will be interesting. Should probably, while my barge is setting, figure out what to do with these guys. Template's kind of lumpy. I will try tapping on the desk. Let me know how horrible that was. Mouse keeps going to sleep. Like, oh,
Yeah, that mouse does that.
it's good. It saves battery, but needs you to work.
You have to click the button to wake it up.
Ah, I didn't cut that straight at all. Quick tape. Clear tape fixes everything.
Ernesto is asking about running Pepakura Designer or Viewer on things other than Windows. And I will say that I have a Mac and I use the Mac OS for most of it, but I also run Parallels, which allows me to run basically an image of Windows as well, right alongside it. So I can swap between Windows or Mac. And that's really handy because a lot of my software for the laser cutter or for the vinyl cutter only runs on Windows. So that's what I do.
Sounds like a good plan.
Mm-hmm.
Damn it. Yeah, I think I'm going to retrace this finger bit onto paper for a template before I transfer it because the piece got kind of mangled when I glued it together. Right, that's right, right.
I'm gonna put some pieces together here. So I brushed glue on here, and it's ready to get attached. So I think I'm just gonna jam it on there and see what happens.
Jam it on there and see what happens.
Some life advice right there. That looks pretty good. I can live with that. Ta-da! Yeah!
Good one.
That worked. That is almost done. I just need the crisscrossy pieces down here. And then I'll call it good. My elbow spikes, I'll spike you. All right.
When you were upstairs, we were talking about the foam abrasion you get on your bodysuit underneath from foam. I don't know how to avoid it besides adding more material in there.
Yeah, adding cloth on the back of your foam would help.
Yeah, if you have room in your gauntlets, you might want to do that. So you're going to have that nice moisture-wicking fancy suit. Shirt, I guess.
Check that out. Ta-da.
Looks great. It's awesome. These went much faster than the last ones you made.
Yeah, I think I over-engineered those.
Yeah. Okay. Put this guy aside for now as I continue to work on my middle finger bits. Yeah, I don't know what it would be called, but moisture wicking cloth, it has special names and stuff. I haven't bought it as a raw cloth before. We've just used it for like buying a long sleeve shirt. And it's usually some kind of synthetic because cotton will hold water and kind of get heavy and won't keep the moisture away from you. Like your sweat, it'll just keep it. So it's usually some kind of like polyester type blend, but I don't know what it would be called. Boop. Yeah. There we go. Okay. More stuff has arrived. Yep. Hey! I thought you were the mailman.
I'm not the mailman.
Hello.
Okay.
Hello.
Welcome. Welcome to the crazy live stream.
Mario's here, everybody.
Hello.
Yay!
I don't know where your cameras are all at. They're everywhere.
There's that one, and then
Yeah, if you
this
come
one.
over here.
This one's just pointing at my table. There you go.
Cameras.
Yeah, you might want to change the angle of that since we can have you guys.
We can do that.
Yeah, we have the power.
Power. Oh my God.
Thanks for swinging by.
Yeah, well, I'm never going to pass up an opportunity to hang out with you guys.
Aww.
Ah.
Aw.
Besides,
You're just saying that because we're recording.
well, that might be.
And you didn't have to work today?
Yeah, that's part of it too.
Oh, that's brilliant.
Yeah, it's a hectic trying to get ready for the road trips. Always fun.
Oh,
Yeah.
Leaving your wife at home
On
Yeah,
a
she's
birthday?
on her birthday?
Yeah,
Holiday?
actually, I think she's enjoying that.
Yeah.
Well, that's
Check
good.
these out. Sweet gauntlets with elbow spiky things
Elbow spiky things.
for jabbing. Those will do the trick.
That works.
I got some crisscross pieces to do there next. He's got these like straps, space straps.
Space straps. Those
Yeah.
are important because if you don't have straps in space,
Yep.
space straps.
And this is the next. Once I get that, I'm gonna go back to work on this. The horn. Actually, let me trim this. There's a piece I'm gonna trim off so I can show everyone what it's.
It's me, Luigi. Our chat's so silly. All right.
That is the best type of chat.
Yeah, they're super awesome. They do really cool things. There we go. This is a page I should link them to.
Yeah, that works.
Triple A cosplay. Links to all your other stuff.
Yeah, links to it, and then Facebook's more.
Yeah.
There we go. So I trimmed the back of this off so it'll lay flush.
Really good.
Helmet. So
The modified helmet.
it's about to be. That goes there.
Oh, nice.
I just need to sand all this flush and then seal it up like this guy right here. Did this one last night.
Do you Epsilon on it or?
Just Mod Podge.
Oh yeah.
Everything else is just gonna get latex over it. So
Oh,
I did that just as like a base coat.
That actually came seal up really well.
Mm-hmm.
Good horn texture too.
Yeah, I just sanded. The paper was on the outside on this one. I just sanded it all off to get it rounded. This one, I didn't realize the pattern was inverted. So as I was putting it together, I realized that. So I flipped it inside out. So the paper's on the inside for this one.
Man, just keep going.
Yeah.
Totally on purpose.
Yep.
Oh, yeah, it's a feature, not a bug. It's a feature.
I
Cool.
like it.
Working as intended.
We got 2 more minutes on the current giveaway, you guys. Once again, that's punishedprops.com/couch cushion.
Couch cushion. I like it.
This hour's giveaway is over there. You guys want to go check that out and join to win some prints is what we got on the docket for this one.
Sweet. I'm gonna do some quick drumming.
Okay.
Really quick.
Dremel all the things.
Yeah.
Cool. All right. So I'm going to work on that a little bit, but I have to figure out the
Strappies.
straps that go on there. And what I'm thinking is, I'm thinking about cutting a slot where they go in. So just cutting a slot to make it look like they actually go in there for whatever reason.
Yeah, I was gonna say
having them lay
because
flat.
as long as you take are you doing like actual stretchy stuff or are you just gonna do?
No, it's going to be more foam. I'll foam.
Oh, that works.
I'll foam all
I was
day.
gonna say, I mean, you can
Just this stuff right here.
Yeah, I've done that with the nylon before, where you just take it, slot, and then just push it in,
Yeah.
and then just push it on the other side. And just it's one of those like last.
I can
touch
do that
things.
with foam, actually.
Yeah, it would work as long as you can fold it over and get it to like look like it comes back out because it's space straps.
Space straps. I'm thinking,
2 X's, yeah, super easy.
yeah, I just need to figure out where the cuts are going to go. That's all. It does look like it's wider on the top than on the bottom. So maybe I'll just measure like this is what I'll do.
You got a little bit of a natural curve to it, so I mean, keeping with the
Maybe like 1.5 inches on either side here. Let's do that.
What's a 3-inch stripe? Yeah, that's all right.
Yeah. So 1.5 inches down here, and then let's say 2 inches up here, so it does get a little wider. So why don't you tell the fine folks at home what you're working on?
Let's see. Next big convention for us is so we're doing BlizzCon. I think is the next major one we'll hit.
Yeah.
Which of course
we will be rooming.
Yes, rooming.
It'll be awesome.
So right now for BlizzCon,
Things get really wild in the
oh yeah,
yeah,
we know how to live it up. with going to bed early and costumes, not being painted on the bathroom floor.
You getting up in time for the costume contest.
Thank God. Yeah, not this year. I'm not going to be fixing anybody's costume at 4 a.m. in a bathroom again.
No.
God, it was horrible.
Isn't that the genuine BlizzCon experience?
Oh yeah, I mean, I think that's every convention's experience, though.
Well, that actually bowed in because of that didn't
Too much?
That did the opposite of what I wanted.
So, yeah, that didn't quite work out. A little bit more, a little bit less.
So I'll just have it go out to
2.5,
like 3 inches out here. So BlizzCon, and then what else?
Let's see, BlizzCon. Let's see, we'll be at Rose City Comic Con. Yeah, the one in Portland. We're going to that one, but I think that's actually for Alice to be selling at.
Yep.
Not actually for a costume style convention.
Yeah.
It's tough to do costumes when you're behind the table. So, but yeah, BlizzCon's
That's the one.
Yeah.
Excitement.
Yeah.
So I did
so much excite.
try and duplicate what I just did on this side here.
2 inches, then 3.
And then
Yeah, I think symmetry is everyone's bane, honestly.
well, I always pose with like one hand. Only one hand is showing in the photo. Cool.
Yeah, there's been more than enough times where it's like, you know what? is there a way we can just not have 2 gloves? Or
Oh, the hour is up. Here we go. We got to do a giveaway. You can help do the honors.
Woo!
And then we'll launch the next one.
Well, I'm not in it, so the gods of luck will not punish me this time.
All right. So here we go, everybody. The last batch of things. I have to go over here.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm slacking at my job.
Oh, you got this?
Unless you guys want to do it.
No, go for it.
Okay.
Here.
Okay.
You got the talent support.
I have to go back. Refresh.
Take an inch.
Yeah. R5. Want to click the button? Just
Okay.
add random winner.
Good luck, random person.
The winner is Trungtin, TRUNG-TIN. Congrats on your winning of your Punish Props prints. And their
Yay.
preferred morning beverage is tea.
All right.
That's not bad. I can support tea.
Yeah.
You can get behind tea.
I can get behind that. And I mean, I'm more of a coffee person, but I can understand the appeal
Yeah, we're
of a nice brewed beverage.
We are a coffee household here through and through.
Yeah.
All right. So the next one, the next giveaway page is going to be soda can.
Say what?
Let me figure this out.
And if you didn't win, you can blame Mario because he's the one who clicked the button.
Yep. Sorry, folks.
All right.
I'm happy to take the blame for things going wrong.
punishprops.com/soda can. That's to enter the next giveaway. Now, are you guys doing something?
Yeah. So
You got that figured out?
yeah, well, it surprisingly, I kind of understand why it didn't work as we initially thought. So we have our ebook, and I won't say sales have been amazing, but I know we've had a few people out there who purchased it from us, and we've always gotten great reviews on it. But we wanted to get better exposure on it.
All right.
So the cosplay community in general can always use more knowledge. Like it's
That's right.
it's share what you know. And for Alice and I, we have pretty good working knowledge when it comes to electronics. So we best thought the answer to that problem would be to just, well, give the darn thing away.
All right.
So the way we worked it out, and we were looking, and so we have it posted on Etsy for sale. And Etsy will not let you do a 100% off coupon.
What?
No. Well, they want their cut.
Oh.
So they're not going to act as a free clearinghouse for anybody.
Mhm.
Surprise. So what we're going to do is just say, if you send us an email to AAA cosplay@gmail.com, up until, let's say, midnight,
Okay.
with, let's say, live stream as the topic, we will reply to you and send you a copy of the ebook.
Cool. Well, tell
Wow.
everyone about the ebook then.
All right. So for the ebook we put together, I was following the BlizzCon last year. My brother had done his Tier 13 Mage. He had done some Arduino programming, lights, moving gears, all that jazz. And we figured, you know what? There's not enough of this out there. People need to be awesome, and everybody needs to glow like, a street light.
It's true.
It is true, isn't it? So we wanted to put that together into some sort of compilation. Worked with my father, who's he's an electrician by trade school, but not by trade, if that makes sense. So we always grew up making electronics, building wire, whatever it was. So it's pretty natural to me and my brother. So we put it together, thought it through, wrote a book. It's not really designed for print, so we've kept it in electronic only.
Yeah,
we don't have
printing books is
printing books is very hard. Formatting and all that jazz.
Mhm.
So it covers everything from basic LEDs up to more complex circuits, battery choices, what is good, what is bad, what to avoid.
I need to read that because I need to stop bothering you about electronics.
No, that's the
all
whole
the
point.
information's in the book already.
It's the little things like, what type of battery should I use? If you're using one LED, a simple AA works great. If you're trying to run a string of 70 LEDs, AAs may not be your best option. So it really comes down to just making sure that, people out there are armed with the right knowledge to make the right choices. Because Lord knows I've seen enough people who are ending up changing batteries halfway through a convention.
Yeah, and like trying to run to a convenience
This
store.
convenience
Yeah.
store, like, does anybody know where I can get some AAs? Judging's in an hour.
I
So-
will post the details for that.
Sure.
Let's see here. Text It'll be, oh my goodness, it's massive text.
Massive text.
That's awesome, though. It's one of those things where, like, I started with electronics just trying to harvest pre-existing LEDs.
Mhm.
It's like a flashlight. It's like, could work for some things, but then when I take it all apart and try and reuse it, it's like I should have just started from scratch because it breaks. The wires usually in those are super thin, like in the pre-made ones.
And that's the biggest thing is there's a lot of like misconception with regards to what LEDs actually use versus what they need. I see so many people who use wiring that's ridiculously thick compared to what an LED needs.
Right.
And it just ends up being bulky inside an armor, and it just makes it tougher to use. So
Email triple. Is that all right?
AAAcosplay@gmail.com. Live stream in the subject, and yeah, that works good.
Yeah, and they'll send you a free ebook. And I've read it, and it's awesome.
We'll send it to you. Let's say, yeah, we'll do till midnight or something, and
Yeah,
we'll shoot it across.
Awesome. Thank you so much for that.
Yeah,
That's really cool.
I especially enjoyed your discussion on battery types, which is why I emailed you last week about batteries.
Yes.
Because we're considering the different lighting solutions for Brittany's costume.
Yeah, and if you're doing a lot of draw, then there's no reason not to be doing, a rechargeable style battery.
Mhm.
And I mean, it, like you said, double A's would work, but when you're getting up to like running a 12-volt circuit, that's a lot of double A's.
Yeah.
It's a lot of double A batteries. It gets just cost effective. You were able to, we settled on a battery that was,
I think they were like 10
$10
bucks a piece.
yeah, and that'll run your costume for at least probably 4 or 5 hours.
Right. And then it's rechargeable too.
Yeah, and it's good for every costume you ever use.
Exactly. The charger you'll reuse, the battery you'll reuse.
Yeah, I think that we've used the same one from Alice's costume for 3 or 4 years running now. The darn thing it works great.
All right.
$12.
So I'm just gonna cut a slot in this here. I'm gonna move this down a little bit. So this is our strap solution. I cut a strap of 2mm foam. I'm gonna cut an inch wide slot in here and see how it feeds through there, and see if I want to do anything more than that. Just cut a slot. Actually, I have like a metal dental tool thing that I think things are amazing. Up, punch right through it. Let's use something a little wider. That won't cut a hole through it.
Anything less
sharp.
Less sharp.
Well, this particular one is slightly less sharp.
Spoon. There you go.
I do have a spoon over there, actually. There we go. Just feed that through. Spoon like that, and that'll go to
up
that line right there.
There you go. Oh, that looks good.
Yeah, that'll work. And what I may do, like a lot of times I'm using the contact mat. These are just going to get super glued down, I think.
Yeah, super glue on the inside, call it good.
Yeah, because I can cut this slot and feed this through, or glue it and then feed it through.
Yeah.
Or actually put glue on here probably. You know what I'm going to do actually right now is draw lines. Trace some lines there.
You could double it over and get it to come back up to the other side if it's long enough, but that way it'll look like it's one continuous strap.
But feed it through the bottom.
Well, I mean, just like put it in and like doubled over, so it just slots in. If you fold the strap in half, so it's like that, and then comes back out. But you make it long enough.
Yeah. Oh, I gotcha.
Yeah.
I gotcha, yeah. Cool.
That looks good. Nice, easy, convenient solution.
Yeah. Foam
best
for
method.
foam for everything.
All the foam ever.
As long as you mind the thickness. I mean, for that, it'll look fine. Like,
Yeah.
If you want it thinner, cloth would definitely be the way to go. This is the chaos I have going on here.
Are those fingers or?
Yeah.
See, I thought I recognized.
Yeah. This is for the Vex.
Oh my goodness.
So it's 3 segments. So there's a one here and then a tip here. They're really long fingers, like that guy. But the different segments light up.
Wait, are we 3 or 4 fingers? 3.
It's. Can I hit next? What is this? What did I open? I think I just opened a picture. Vex references.
You're at 3 now. 3 front. The arm. Okay.
Over. Wake up, keyboard. Oh my gosh. No, it looks like I'm now opening a gallery. I swear I know how to use Max. Not really. I'll just click through over here. There we go.
You guys a Mac or a PC household?
We are a PC household only because that's what I've always had.
Yeah, that's what they do.
Oh my goodness, 4 fingers.
There we go.
Yeah, so So 2 fingers in there, and then this one. It looks like that is just as big, so they don't really have thumbs. It's just it's in the thumb position.
It is in the thumb position though, right? It's
Yeah.
not like at the bottom of the hand or some weird
So
claw thing going on there.
Mine won't quite be that clawy. They'll be a little more bent because I'm not going to make them move. They're not
No.
gonna. They're not going to go down to that. So
Well, you can,
I'll just have a little. They'll be a little bent.
that sounds
Yeah.
horrifying.
But yeah, so like this is just where I'm having it light up on each one of them. So and then this will be this segment. Next one. At least I only have to make one because the other one is holding a gun the entire time. And that will be a fake hand that's attached to the
To a gun that you just
Slip my hand
grab
in.
into. Yeah, that's Illusion is the best.
I'm not entering any cosplay contests. This is just fine. I'm doing that 10 feet away rule on a lot of this.
Yeah, I'm a fan of
There we go.
the 10 foot with an iPhone, and
Yeah.
if it looks solid there, you call it.
Yeah.
Looks like this one goes first. Trying to get the overlapping.
The under over, yeah.
Yeah.
So you guys supposed to do that. This raffle copter is great.
Yeah, if you ever do giveaways.
Yeah, it so you set them up ahead of time, and then the time just ticks down on them.
Interesting. That's
Yeah.
awesome.
So like right now we're on hour 6.
I mean, maybe Alice has. I've never seen it.
Yeah, I've never used it before. We need to do more fun raffles. Is what we need.
Yeah, we do.
Yeah, so yeah, so this one
If
is
we pay
45
for it, we
minutes
should
long.
probably
So
use
oh
it
man,
more.
did you see the Dragon Priest masks? So this is the one we're giving away. It's normal cold cast
Ooh.
copper, but this is the one that we decided to
Leave outside for an hour?
we sprayed it with a what's it called?
It's just a patina solution, an oxidizing solution.
Oxidizing
those are-
solution.
Those are pretty incredible.
Yeah, I just love that this one looks like from the bottom of the ocean or something.
Yeah, that's incredible. I mean, that's
Yeah, it's sealed so you can touch it. We hit it with some metalizer clear sealer, so it shouldn't go
All right.
off on anything.
Here, I'm going to show
this
this
is so
off.
neat.
Yeah.
So I cut some slots for these straps, and I fed this
We can't get that way. It's too
inch-wide
cool.
piece there. I'm going to put glue down
I don't blame
on the foam, and then all I have to do is pull it tight.
And you could turn this one into that one. It's
I
just,
hope-
we just didn't spray anything on
Do you
it.
have the super glue, Brett?
I put it back in its spot,
That's really neat.
which is surprising.
I had
so
played with
usually-
metalizer.
Yeah, it's a blast. I just need to find an excuse to have a really rusty costume now.
Hmm.
And that's copper, so that turns petite like that Statue of Liberty color.
That green
Yeah.
green copper patina. Yeah, it's fantastic.
So we have a poll going for what our next one we're going to cast is, what metallizing powder we're going to use.
Hmm.
And one of them is sparkles, because sparkles are always fun. I hope that wins, but who knows? Maybe we'll end up with a different one.
There's nothing wrong with sparkled dragon priests.
And those all oxidize different colors, which is neat. So whoever
I'm
ends
gonna
up
get
with it has
super glue
the
all over
option to do that
myself.
if they want.
Ta-da!
Super glue for all the things.
And then there's extra strap in there that I'll just trim off. That. Ta-da! Now I need to cut more straps. But there you go. I'll just overlap a bunch of them like that. And then I'll mirror the other one. And then it'll look super neat. And then the gauntlets are done. I'll just bevel the edges a little bit.
Yeah.
Have you done any more with that latex?
We've played with it a little bit. I have it thinned out and sitting in my gun, but I haven't gone forward with shooting any parts yet, only because I was waiting to get everything done. So
We'll be doing this pretty soon.
yeah, I can't wait. I know how the test pieces work, so I have no reason to believe it wouldn't work perfectly well in a costume.
I need a new folder for all these. What I do, guys, when I have all my template pieces, is I make a folder. You can see my last one in here, last couple of them. And I throw them in there so that I don't lose them, in case I need to remake those pieces.
So is your book still up on Etsy? Can I go check it out there?
Yeah, should be there.
Is it under AAA cosplay?
I believe so. I think we managed to get all of those.
It's a catchy name. I like it.
I know it works well.
Triple H cosplay.
No, I don't know who that person is. No.
Maybe because it's all one word.
It usually is, yeah.
I'll just go to Etsy.
Dear Etsy. It might be under Arms, Armor, and Awesome, though.
I don't know how to search on Etsy.
That's okay. Yeah, see, there you go.
Hey! That's awesome. Here, Hop over the web browser. I really need to read this book because I'm working on one of my first from scratch LEDs build with a couple LED lights in a hand, a gun, and in my chest piece. LEDs for beginners. Don't worry, it's not as scary as you think. I think it's pretty scary.
It's not. As long as you follow basic rules, it's simple.
It's awesome.
But it's nice because we were able to do the book and actually go over a lot of the. There are obviously other LED books out there. We're certainly not the first and not the most original here. But we wanted to go over a lot of the formulas and stuff that some people skip over. So those are in there. The calculations for like resistors, the calculations for draw and amperage and all that jazz that actually is kind of important when you start talking about large numbers of LEDs and batteries and what do I need and how do I do this correctly versus just saying, well, just buy this and, well, here's how I do it. So good luck.
Yeah.
We wanted to give people actually like a good, solid working fundamentals. Sure, I'm not going to turn you into an electrical engineer in a weekend, but I guarantee you that you should be able to at least handle some, basic LED work without too much trouble after that. So
that's great.
Yeah.
No, that's exactly what I need.
The LED section in my book is very fundamental. And a lot of what it's not necessarily an LED book, it's a lighting book. So what I recommend a lot of times is using pre-made lighting kits, which will get you so far.
And absolutely. But and there's a lot of costumes and a lot of times when that's exactly what you need. A pre-built kit. You need one light bulb in one spot and a battery to run it. Call it. That's it. Don't reinvent the world. Don't try and come up with the most elegant solution to a problem that doesn't exist.
So there's this website that's called Model Train Software, and they sell kits for as you would expect for model trains. That is a good place to go look for pre-made stuff because a lot of that, again, granted, they're designed specifically for model trains, but a lot of that stuff you can use in creative ways.
Oh, sure.
For example, they have a kit that's meant to make a little building look like a car body shop. And the lighting kit looks like you're welding.
So it's like a strobing, flashing like a blue light?
Like strobes.
That's awesome.
In an irregular pattern.
See, now that is neat. Getting that irregular pattern going is pretty darn cool.
Yeah. Another thing they have, though, are just normal LEDs that are pre-wired with a resistor and will work from like 6 to 16 volts. So
that's nice.
Which is kind of nice if you want to play fast and loose with your battery solutions.
Not only fast and loose, but it also lets you go to a universal battery. So I have a 12-volt battery. Therefore, I can run
9 volts.
Or 9 volts or whatever you might have and run a gamut of stuff. Like Alice's costume for BlizzCon, I have to run a 12-volt battery for her motors, for the big motors, and then a 5-volt for the Arduino. So, we're having to mix and match our power supplies.
So this is your brother's costume.
Yes.
Yeah, there not only are there lights in this, these gears also move in a very like clockwork motion.
Yeah, they don't just rotate; they step.
Yeah.
Yes.
Right?
They're stepped. So it's on for a few seconds and off, and then it was neat because he made it subtle enough that you don't really see it move if you just glance at the costume. And it was always funny listening to people like, no, watch, they move. Just hold on. Oh my gosh, did you see it? They moved.
I love hearing the excited comments about your costume when people don't think you're listening.
Yes, that is honestly some of the, well, hopefully they're good comments. I've gotten some.
Well, that's what I mean. They're like excited or fun, or is that really that or
is that so and so? I think that's so and so. I saw that online. Those are the best. They're absolutely amazing.
Or someone saying, "Is that so and so?" Yeah, I heard he's a dick in real life. I don't. Although my favorite comment like that was when we were at DragonCon last year and we rescued a droid that was sitting on the side of the road, a gonk droid, and we dragged it into an elevator and let it go. We hit all the buttons and let it go.
Oh my gosh!
At about 3 a.m, and it was me and Harrison Cricks. And as we were running away, giggling, someone goes, "Hey, is that those prop guys?" No.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, probably actually. Yeah, speaking of DragonCon, there's a countdown and a
That's what this is for. This is why we're live streaming today, working on our DragonCon costumes. There we go. Another little crisscross there.
That's very nice.
Yeah, this is really quick. I like this. I like quick.
good solution.
All
Nice and easy.
I'm gonna go eat some food. You guys have fun.
All right.
I'll be back in some minutes.
Food for the week.
Yeah.
Meatballs. We already have people offering to send us or like order pizza and have it mailed to us. Which, while I appreciate it,
Yeah,
we're all good.
absolutely.
We made all our food last night.
Pre-staged.
Yeah, mostly we just didn't want to end up just eating a bunch of pizza all day long.
Yeah, that's probably not necessarily the worst idea.
Yeah.
Did the hole seal up?
Probably a little bit, but
Yeah.
I can clear it up a little bit. I have to feed another strap through there.
It's foam. It will fit.
Right
Maybe
through.
not.
Yeah.
Super clean.
So you playing any good video games these days?
Let's see. What have I been playing lately? Lot of Final Fantasy 14.
Okay.
Always fun, always enjoyable. Beautiful. Like that's honestly, Alice signed up for the beta a year and a half ago off a whim. She got an invite from Square. It was like, hey, come play Final Fantasy 14. We're remaking the whole game from scratch because the first time we tried it, it failed horribly. So she signed up for it and absolutely gorgeous. Like it converted me from WoW, and I hate to say that, but after 100 levels of WoW, I've burned out on that one. I think.
Don't want to get to 110?
Not 110, no. I hurt myself one day trying to figure out how the timeline has been affected by rewriting the timeline from the start.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's gotten silly.
Did you see the new things they were announcing?
Yes, it looks cool. I
does
will
look
give them
cool,
that.
yeah.
The Demon Hunter as a class is a very unique decision.
Yeah.
I would not have expected that, honestly. If they ever...
They already have a game with those.
Yeah, that was the thing. It didn't seem like the direction I expected them to go. More levels, sure. New abilities, why not?
I
But
do like the artifacts, I think they're called.
yes, yeah, they've done some neat stuff, and WoW. I mean, it still continues with almost, I want to say, 6 million players, something.
Enough.
Yeah, I mean that's still pretty darn respectable for anyone. I don't think anyone else can even match that yet.
I think we're gonna, once it goes free to play, jump back into WildStar.
Mm-hmm.
That was a lot of fun, and I want to build everything from that universe.
Oh yeah, those were gorgeous designs.
Adorable little chuas.
Yes, the suicidal, insane chipmunks.
Yeah, I really want to make the engineer armor from that.
That was did it have the like, floating combat, or was it the droids you could deploy or something?
Yeah, you have little bots.
Little
Like I
bots,
want to
that
make
was
a
it.
bot. I want to make a little model, like a desktop model of the bot,
Mhm.
but I also want to make like a full size one.
I don't blame you. Do not blame you for that at all.
Looks like Emily is leaving in the chat. Bye.
Goodbye.
Come back if you're going to sleep. Come back when you wake up. We'll be here.
Still here.
I really enjoyed the combat in that game, and the style, the voice acting, everything was just really fun.
Yeah, no arguments there. They did a lot of good things. It just didn't catch.
Yeah,
I don't know why.
Mostly for us, is we couldn't devote the time to it.
Yeah, certainly
It's
understandable.
always a bummer because we have this thing called our business that takes up every time,
your
every
job.
moment.
Most of us are just here because we find it fun. You turned it into a job.
Yeah,
There's your first mistake.
there's your problem.
There's your problem. You went and made this all serious.
But I want to play that more. We play like the dungeons and everything were really fun. Like we picked up. Did you play Guild Wars 2 at all?
A very little bit. I played Guild Wars 1 ages ago, and I was like, oh, 2, let's try. And I really never got into it again.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm not really good comparison on that one.
When we played WoW a lot, we played a lot of WoW.
Oh yeah.
The most fun for us was doing like 5-mans.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Like after a dungeon, we'd get our buddies together and go run Skullomance.
Sure, absolutely.
And so that's what a bunch of us got together to play Guild Wars 2 to do mostly just to do that as an excuse to get together with our buddies, our old WoW buddies. And the 5-mans in that were a nightmare. Like, I don't know if they're trying to do some sort of system, some sort of different system where you know normally you're like, we have a tank, a healer, and 3 DPS.
Yes, let's do this. Yeah.
There was like I wanted a tank. I'm like, I'll tank. I couldn't keep threat. And as a tank, I just took just as much damage as everyone else.
Yep.
It was just chaos. So we dropped Guild Wars.
Yeah. That's honestly one of the reasons I've been loving Final Fantasy as so much as it's a 4-man.
Yeah.
For a normal dungeon build. And if you do the find me a team option, you know, the party finder, it will build you a healer, a tank, and 2 DPS.
Right. Like WoW does that.
Exactly. However, if you and your buddies want to go do whatever, you can go into it so long as you have 4 people. There are no requirements for the dungeon.
Like any dungeon is just
if you want to take in 4 tanks, have fun.
Oh, okay.
We went in there with 2 DPS and 2 healers. We walked it. We managed it.
Yeah.
It was a bit longer than normal, but we managed.
I remember seeing when Upper Blackrock Spire was still a 15-man dungeon.
Oh, God.
15 Shadow Priests ran.
You can, yeah. Oh, God, the Shadow Priest Hordes. Those were always fun.
Man, and that was a long time ago because most of playing Upper Blackrock for me was a 5-man.
Yeah. Yeah, sadly, I never got to do much of the original original vanilla WoW because I didn't join until.
There we go.
Like I hit what?
I got some straps.
What was it? Ooh, let me see.
I like it.
That's pretty.
That looks just like the thing.
Hey, it is the thing.
I'll count it. That one's just about done. I'll round over all these edges probably.
Yeah.
This is a dirty ass floor mat. But that's good. I'm calling that good. I need a done pile. I just started it. That's my done pile.
Oh, it's a good done pile.
Oh wait, you know what? I need to mirror this.
Yeah, make sure you have the.
So anyway, that's why we stopped playing. What was it? Guild Wars 2.
Mhm.
But with WildStar, the need to turn off the speakers. The dungeons were actually really, really fun, and a lot of it has to do with you just being good at avoiding damage.
Yes.
The speakers are still making whatever noise they want.
Oh, that's weird.
Which was really, really fun, and I like tanking, so I picked an engineer as a tank class, so I could take a couple hits. But again, you're just trying to dodge or using your bots. Like I have my one bot that can taunt. So for like there will be a phase of the fight where the boss would do extra damage that's unavoidable. So I'd huck my little bruiser bot in there. He'd taunt the boss off of me. He'd get hit in the face.
Take that one
and
hit.
Die, and then turn back to me, and I would continue to tank him. And then 10 seconds later, I could recall that bot again. That to me was really fun.
That's the type of encounter that sometimes just isn't engineered correctly on the developer side. And that's nice to see, is especially when they make you use all of your abilities rather than just like, here's your 3, continue to push in a rotation.
Or like the bot that bruiser bot is the first one you got, and it needs to be useful.
That makes sense. Yeah. Anytime you're not getting hit, it always makes it better.
Yeah. So we enjoyed that one a lot. We'll probably try and go back to that when it goes free to play. Because then that's our main thing. Since we play so casually now, I can't justify paying a monthly expense for a game I'm only going to play a couple times a month. Because that is literally how we play MMOs now. Is a couple times a month.
Yeah.
For an hour here, hour there.
That is that has turned into our habits for those, unfortunately. So
you guys you got a lot going on.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
I still bath bomb thing.
Yeah, I still have a job too. So that gets
that's right.
Yeah. Jobs. Those.
Do you want to plug the bath bombs because they're
we can
incredible.
do that.
Oh yeah, sure, absolutely. I know Alice won't mind. Sadly, we are going on vacation for the remainder of the week.
As you should.
Yeah, because eventually you got to at some point. We're going down to Anaheim for the Disney convention, D23.
Oh, that's awesome.
What does D23 mean?
So 23 is so Disney has like a secret club. It's 23.
Oh, okay.
So they hold the D23. It's just kind of their like secret. And they only do it every other year, which is the reason most people never hear of the convention.
Yeah,
it's every other year that they hold the darn thing. Last convention, so 2 years ago, was the first time that they'd ever done a costume contest.
So it is an actual contest.
Well, Disney's always been very protective of people being in costume.
Yeah, in their characters.
In their characters, because they don't want children being confused to an actual Disney princess versus somebody in a costume.
Yeah.
And if somebody acts inappropriately as a Disney princess, they don't want children being scarred and so forth, so on. And
we had a friend who was a costumed character at Disneyland.
Yeah.
And he said just how strict they were about maintaining the character and everything.
Mm-hmm.
And he did everything he could to sort of toe the line.
Yeah. Yeah.
When it came to their really strict rules.
I imagine it's got to be kind of tough when you get some of the characters. But yeah, that was one of the things. So Disney actually opened up and said, you know what, let's do it. Fans seem to really like costumes, so they held a convention. Unfortunately, to our dismay, the way that they ran this convention this year, you have to have the costume completed prior to entering the contest.
Uh-huh.
And then you
so
send,
that they can like
it's all
vet it.
Well, yeah, exactly. So it's not only vetted, but it's also prejudged.
Okay.
So they then pick the 15 or 20 people that they want to participate in the contest based on what they've already seen.
So prejudging before they get there?
I believe so. Being
Wow.
the contest is only like 30 minutes on a side stage.
Wow.
Which is kind of weird.
Yeah, it's more like a presentation of the ones they like the best.
That's exactly what it is.
Yeah, than
So,
than a cosplay contest. Interesting.
yeah.
So now it's like, hey, we want to select people to be up on a stage. Send, like, let us see them ahead of time so we can pick our favorites.
Me, that's yeah.
Is this what the Lady Loki is for?
That's what exactly what it is.
Marvel and Disney are all together now.
So Disney now is so weirdly enough, like Princess Leia is technically a Disney princess now.
Yep.
Because they also own Star Wars. So the Disney convention would be perfectly acceptable to be everything from a classic Disney princess, everything from the Star Wars universe, and anything from the Marvel universe are all perfectly acceptable Disney costumes now.
Awesome. I like that.
You want to go as Iron Man? No problem.
Well, he's not a princess.
Well, he could be.
I think out of all of them, well, maybe Thor would be the princess.
Yeah, Thor's more of the princess
Yeah,
type.
because he's a prince.
Yeah.
So he's a princess. That's great.
But yeah, that was Alice's inspiration for the Lady Loki. So
if people go over to your Facebook page, will they see that?
they will. On the Facebook page, there should be images of the completed costume. This evening, which is the reason I had the weird hours, as far as I'll probably join you guys again after this evening, online, if nothing else, with she's doing a photo shoot this evening.
Oh, perfect.
Prior to us headed down there, so that she not only has good working knowledge as far as how to pose, which is probably one of the most important things when it comes to a costume.
Yeah, that's really
important. It's something I don't like. If I have a new costume, I go to a convention, I look at the pictures, and I'm like, oh, I didn't realize my arm was behind my back, so it looks like I'm armless.
Mhm.
Like, whoops. And
the good news is Shaxx poses like this.
Just stand around.
Yep.
Looking tough.
Awesome. That's great though to do the photo shoot and figure all that out.
So yeah, that's we have a good friend who said, yeah, absolutely, can make time. Let's get it done tonight. So we're gonna go there, get some photos taken, which works great for us because Alice then gets time in front of a camera with somebody who actually knows what they're doing at the other end of the camera, and she is able to get good posing information, like how should she stand, like especially with the horns off a Loki costume.
Oh yeah.
It comes down to, does she need to keep the head up, chin up? Like how does the shadows fall across the face? All the important things that you just never think about until you see it in a picture and you're like, oh, that looks terrible.
Yeah, my little dragon helmet, the fin is straight. So if my head is straight, it looks like I just have a tiny little spike on my head. If I tilt it, you realize it's a fin.
Yeah. Even just a little to the left, a little to the right, and it makes a whole different world.
Yeah.
Where are you going for the shoot?
Just a friend's house, actually. He's got a photo studio set up in his garage.
Cool.
Which kind of like us is, his hobby, so it makes good sense. Whereas I have a bandsaw, he has a, flash bulbs and whatnot. I don't know all the photos.
You have a good working knowledge of photography.
This is why I go to people who are photographers. Yeah, I know my place. with lenses and film. Maybe. I don't know. I don't think there's film involved.
No, not anymore.
Not anymore. Yeah, my extent of knowledge is sepia tone filters on an iPhone. So
All right, let's talk about Fizzy Fairy Apothecary.
Oh my goodness, absolutely.
Alice's awesome business.
She loves a plug or two. Why not?
Yeah, no, this stuff's awesome. We have some in our house.
We have soap, Iron
yeah.
Man soap.
Iron
we
Man
have
soaps.
we have the awesome candles too. So not only are these wonderfully scented fizzy bath bombs that go in your tub, they are also themed in fun, nerdy ways.
The rupee is the new one that she just added for Legend of Zelda.
I like the Avengers.
Oh, the Avengers
ones.
set? Yes.
And so all the different scents are chosen to kind of like represent the characters. So like we have what was it? Tony Stark is one of the ones we have.
Yep.
Yeah. And I was like, you smell it, you're like, oh, that's totally Tony Stark.
Or the sort of thing that Tony
Iron
Stark
Man.
would
Yep.
might smell like.
Yeah, we went with like rich like leathers, mahoganies. You know, like what does a rich guy smell like? Well, rich things. There's like a hint of bourbon in the background. It's like that makes sense.
Yeah, and they smell amazing. I mean, your house probably smells very interesting sometimes because these are all made in house.
Yes, she makes them all by hand, and that up to and including the soaps are all hand poured.
Yeah, we have a D20 soap from you guys. It's awesome. These rupees look great though.
Yes, aren't those great?
Oh my gosh.
So those are cool because the way she does them is they're done individually. So when you do the order, if you want each one to be a different scent, she can do that, or she can do them all as one scent, or however, and it goes for every scent in the inventory. So
that's so wonderful. So someone has a favorite.
yeah, absolutely.
That they really
That's the whole point. Is she's happy to make them work for whatever you want. So we've had people that say, "Oh, I want like the Avengers set, the scents in the 6 rupees." So there's 6 soaps that smell like the Avengers set, which work great. Then we have, of course, Dragon Balls.
All the you get them all at once, but then when you have them all together, then they just disappear in your bath.
Yeah,
you have to go find them.
Don't be wrong. I mean, if you throw 7 in there at once, you may summon something. I don't think it's going to be Shenron, but you're going to summon something out of that bathtub.
Do you sell the Pokemon ones on here?
We do, yeah.
They're talking about them in the chat. Nimbus Cosplay is familiar with the Pokemon with the little character.
Yeah, I'm happy to plug Nimbus because she's actually the one who helped Alice pattern out the Loki
awesome.
dress.
That's really cool.
If they're not up there right now, they may just be out of stock. She will have them back in a little bit.
Hearthstone
Yeah,
one.
the new little soaps. Aren't they cool?
That's so cool.
It's about the size of your palm, so it's actually a pretty decent sized soap. I would say about the same size like a normal like a Zest bar or something. But and then there's the TARDIS, and there's like the rupee soaps, and
So this whole thing though, it was sort of like a whim, just a goofy side thing you guys were doing.
this was 100% her.
Yeah.
She had wanted nerdy bath bombs. This was like, I don't know why, but one day she was like, I want nerdy themed bath products. And she went on Etsy and she couldn't find any. And she felt very sad about that. So she made her own. Yeah. And apparently other people were of the same mind and wanted them as well.
Definitely.
So,
Yeah, it looks like the Pokemon ones are so popular. They're out of stock.
it happens.
Yeah.
I know she will have more. We do have a convention coming up where we'll have them at Portland. You can buy them from us directly.
Nice.
If you happen to be in the Portland area. But otherwise, she will have them up again because they are sadly quite popular and sell out.
Yeah.
But
that's
if nothing else,
happily sell out.
Yeah, exactly, right? So I know she does through the website. She also has a what am I looking here? A word for an email flyer
Mailing
list thingy that
cool.
that if you sign up for, she will send it out whenever she puts stuff back in stock.
That's great. So that way you're not caught off guard.
Exactly, and you can actually go get it.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, that's her side. That's been 100% her, and she was doing it while she was doing college, and now she's done with college for the summer. So she is just making bath bombs and soaps, and everything in my house smells amazing.
You've got some
all the time.
Pretty cool technology. Oh man, when did I get all dusty? Some pretty cool technology to assemble those too, don't you?
The press is amazing.
Yeah.
So she did originally she was doing by hand with 2 halves of a
These are now done.
What?
Now they're done.
Arm sharks.
I'm sure.
Nope, you forgot to cut one. Oh. Tab.
So what was the original?
So the original was just 2 halves of the do-it-yourself like Christmas ornaments.
Oh,
the little plastic balls. And she eventually ended up having to go for the doctor for like tendonitis or something. I forget what it is when you end up pulling and hurting stuff.
Yeah, that's not good.
So she wanted to keep doing it, and it was proving to be, I guess the best word would be profitable. Woo! Arm sharks. Those are arm sharks from now on, by the way.
Yeah.
So she said, you know what, let's do it. And she went and invested a significant amount of money into a pneumatic press. And we also had to buy an air compressor for it, which I didn't argue with. So we ended
How
up.
big of a compressor?
Oh, I know. I'm loving it. Having a good.
How big is it?
It's a 20-gallon, but it's a high capacity motor on it. So it's able to put out like 6. What is it? Standard or cubic? No, it's whatever the measurement is, but it's able to handle 90 psi consistent.
Cool.
And that lets me run air tools.
Yeah. That's why I got mine hiding over there.
Yeah, there's some wondrous things you didn't know that you could do, especially like a die grinder.
That's really cool, though, and it's great that she was able to upgrade to save herself, and also.
What's funny is it's the speed at which she can do them now has significant. Like she timed it, and the slowest part now is just her making the powder to get it ready.
Right.
She can do like a bath bomb every 10 seconds.
Oh, it's awesome.
It's just fill, push the buttons, compresses it like 100 psi to compress the ball, and then pops out and it's done.
That's awesome. And that's so great for an investment that will pay off definitely in the long run instead of medical bills and making them slower.
Yeah, that's never really the best thing is Singer. How long have we got left on those props? 16 minutes.
Oh, 16 minutes.
Yay. Check this out.
Oh,
what?
This is my torso. And this is where I've got my references here, and I'm going to start drawing out the torso piece, this main front torso piece. And I'll draw it out on here to get it close. And then I'll transfer it. But having this guy was starting to come apart. We've had this for a couple of years. Actually, I reinforced the bottom of it. That was really important.
Good call there.
The bottom was starting to come apart. But yeah, that's the torso. I was talking about this earlier. It would be great if I could push pins into it, but I can't really. We had some cloth ones we were working with, and you build an armor piece and then pin it right in.
Yep.
That was really handy.
I completely understand.
He's got some bling. He's got a necklace. I'm gonna have to make that.
That's fun.
So I've got a couple of things I need to figure out here. I know this is gonna take me most of the time. So I got the forearms are kind of a warm up. Got me going there.
Get the creative juices.
Time for the really challenging part. You can still see the lines from my Mass Effect armor. I did my Mass Effect armor on one side. 4 years ago?
Yeah.
Skyrim 2 years ago on another side. Then I painted it, and now this is my last set of Destiny armor, and I'll just use this side to do that.
If it was a matter of like keeping it around or adding some stability to it, you always do a foam fill.
Like backfill it with expanding foam.
Expanding foam, like
I think I'm just going to use this until it falls apart.
That's kind of how I am too. Luckily, I mean that's the one that is. It's probably the single best thing that ever came out of the kind of the big costume Alice and I did when we first met was we did the Kerrigan.
Right.
And the part of that has since survived is a head mold or like a shoulders and up head bust for her, and then also a full body fiberglass replica of her.
Yeah.
That makes patterning amazingly easy.
Really is. All right. A lot of this, I'm just tidying up right now so I have some room to work because this thing sure does take up a lot of space. This is the best thing.
I have one. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
I think it was your recommendation or Will's or somebody's for a foam ruler. Yeah.
Yep.
Just chop this off. Yeah, it's fine. I just didn't pay attention to my template and did something different, but that's fine.
So for this,
how do you do your 3Ds?
That was in Maya, and I just
for this I'm going to reference out like where the belt goes, where the neck hole is, and then just kind of sketch in where I think most of the pieces should go. I have a midline that I drew down there.
So many
the first time I used this.
My mind doesn't work in patterns.
And then I can make half the pattern and flip it over.
One of the things that Ted Smith does is
I do know the collar is actually pretty
build
low.
it with the hard angles and then take it apart, and then that's the template for the real one.
He's
But
got
it's
this
like even
goofy
making that
sort of
like,
neck
I have a really hard time with it, like sewing patterns and all of it.
Mm-hmm.
So like this, I just screwed up. It's like well,
Yeah.
you're supposed to bend the other way. It's all right.
It's kind of where the neck hole is going to go. Pretty, not
Yeah,
super
unfortunately,
thin, pretty thin shoulder straps. And that's where that'll come apart at the shoulder.
Oh yeah, this
And on the
character.
sides, there
Yeah,
are
I mean,
these
there's just so
long
many
straps that go around to the back.
hard angles.
Mhm.
And
Not to
that'll
mention, like,
it'll come apart there, I think.
they just absolutely. Like, this is the type of. That's just
Goes
a
into the
physics.
belt. I know we'll want
I
to
don't
go
know
right
what's
across
going
my
on there.
belly here.
Well, the wings are supposed to be over here. In the
So I will
holes.
make the belt up here.
For cheers is what
Yeah,
they are.
exactly. So that's
The,
what it should be
actually,
normally.
what I'll do is I'll make the
And then they-
chest
they
piece
just-
go a
And they
little
just
longer
kinda- they don't care. They
and
just float
overlap
away
the
to
belt
do-
over it.
do their
That's
own
what I'll
thing.
do.
So that's
So
a
that's
good
the
compromise
chest piece is
going.
actually going to come
Mhm.
pretty low.
Yeah. Just want to hurt somebody. Look how thin her ankles
What
are.
are you doing?
It's ridiculous.
Oh, nothing.
We were just complaining about Blizzard.
Yeah.
Oh,
we're,
yeah.
We're complaining about 70% leg.
Yeah, their art style is very Pixar. So you think of like the Incredibles characters,
Yeah.
how they have the crazy thin ankles.
Yeah.
The crazy thin like torso things.
Just
and-
been. I don't think in patterns. It's a learned skill to be able to see like an armor pattern and whatnot. I've always built via. Basically take away everything that doesn't look like the thing you want, and eventually you end up with the thing you want.
yeah.
Because
So like marble sculpting.
yeah, sculpting exactly. And because that was what I first learned with was pink foam, and that's where I kind of got my start and experience was just shave it until it looks like the thing that you want it to look like.
Mhm.
What sort of stuff were you making out of pink foam originally?
Originally, it was like swords and shields
Oh.
and like shoulder pieces.
Yeah.
And that was long before the invention of like Epsilon and stuff like that. So it was a matter of get the shape as close as you can, but still structurally rigid. Like what can I put inside of it? Wood dowels, plastic, like however I can reinforce it, stuff like that. And it was just a matter of figuring out that technique. And I got pretty good at being able to see the pattern. On the other side, now that we're doing things like foam armor builds and stuff, and I can't do that. I can't build a block of foam and then cut away everything because, well, that would be just ridiculous.
It's a pretty wasteful way to
Yeah, exactly.
to do it. It's the foam stuff is all additive.
Hmm.
That is a very different skill.
It is a completely different skill set, especially with trying to train your mind into it,
Mhm.
to be able to see a pattern, especially when you don't have any working 3D models to really work
Yeah.
from.
I wonder if a good thing to start with is using someone's pre-existing Peppercora file. Like if you would like Google search like Iron Man helmet or
Mhm.
something a little simpler, and then you can just print it out. Peppercora Viewer is free,
Yep.
and just open it there and then print out and then just see how it works.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
because it's a weird.
exactly
Weird way
like
to
I've
look at
watched Evil Ted's all his.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's so
His
helpful.
helmet stuff is amazing, and like it's just watch it. I'm like, well, that makes perfect sense. I should be able to do that, and then it just doesn't happen, and I end up.
That's the thing we were talking about this earlier with Ted is he's got the pattern making is like foam armor making is what he does, but really pattern making is his jam.
But he's also been doing it for like 20 years.
Yeah.
that's where it's tough to be like,
So-
oh well, so and so can do it. Why can't I?
Did you watch the video he did on making that big bean shaped costume for Holly?
Yes.
So that's where sculpting a piece of pink foam in small scale
Mhm.
and then making a pattern off of that can be really, really valuable. And then blowing it up.
True.
Um,
Never thought about that.
Same thing he did the same thing for his horns. I did mine in Maya, but he did that.
Yeah, we
in micro.
use
I
we
can
use
see
the
that.
same like this technique is something that Ted would have done. Just he would have physically made it and made a pattern from it.
Yeah, and I'm all for
Um,
physically making something
yeah.
and then patterning it out.
Yeah.
That works great, especially for replication.
Yeah,
In Alice's case, we're working towards a costume that there's no way to reproduce it other than to just make it,
yeah.
and we're not really sure where to go from there. It's just got so many complex curves that.
Yeah, like hard edges at like really interesting like
Mhm.
contour places.
Yeah, that's the worst part. Is like foam is great when it has a little bit of a softer curve,
Hmm.
but when you want that like engineered, stamped, hard metal steel look,
Yeah,
where you want that rigid 90-degree turn, that's a little bit more tricky to do with a foam armor.
especially with the finish that she has because it's supposed to look
18
like
inches.
like
Chrome.
a like
Yeah, she's basically blue chrome.
yeah.
Okay, that's
So you wouldn't want any of the
Halfway down.
texture on there.
Mhm.
so it's definitely higher.
That's why I'm looking at doing something like Sintra.
Yeah.
So I'm going to play around with that a little bit because you can get it here locally with CalSac. So
Yeah.
those guys are amazing.
So that stuff, it's great for vacuum forming.
Mm-hmm. And it's kind of
styrene is good for.
Oh, is it?
It's styrene.
Oh, never mind.
Yeah, Sintra.
No.
No, Sintra is
I lied. Don't. That's PVC foam.
Yeah.
See, why do they both have S names? I get them mixed up. Sintra and styrene. Styrene's the thin plastic stuff. Sintra is the PVC foam that's thicker.
Yep.
Yeah, we have some of that around. Just don't heat it too much because that's the stuff that gives off nasty gas.
Yeah, it gets horrible, but it also gets really soft and wobbly. The
Yeah.
foamed PVC.
Yeah. Just if it starts turning yellow, that means there's chlorine gas coming out. And that's bad.
That's really bad.
Yeah, evacuate the area and
Yep.
all that
And it is
jazz.
a little brittle, so you have to worry about that too. Like Rob had it on his feet for his Mega Man costume, and one of them snapped off.
Ooh, that's not
And-
good.
but it was like touching the ground, and
Sure.
all it took was a little leverage. So things to think about. Unless you get it thinner than that, maybe it would be a little more flexible. All right, now that I've mangled these.
All right. People. Oh,
I've been ignoring the chat.
no, that's fine. I just looked up. Let's see. LED book. Yes, please come.
Yeah, feel free to chat away. Garbage is getting full of foam.
That's the worst thing ever.
Foam scraps.
On this torso, I really am just eyeballing it based on my references. I'm just drawing lines, and I basically outline where I know the borders are going to be, but I'm just sort of filling everything in as sort of like, what's the word? Just proportional is really all I'm going for. That's all I'm trying to say.
I'm just eyeballing it. It's a legitimate answer.
And then the belt's gonna cover a lot of that. I think that'll be okay. And then there's the line. Kind of like. Let's picture this a little bit. All right. So I'm happy with those lines. I'm going to trace them in with Sharpie and work around them. I am pretty happy with those.
Ah, your keyboard is so weird.
Yeah, it's weird.
I don't lay myself down. Doing some surgery. This part's going to be tricky because there's this wacky sort of lip here. I think I'll try and figure that out first. That's the way I work. I tend to take the trickiest part and try and solve that first. That way, if I figure if I can't solve that problem, then give up. Or then the rest of it will be easier once I do solve that problem. Don't give up. Thank you. Follow your dreams.
Never surrender. Wait.
And then it's kind of like a double-edged thing going on there.
A little stripe action.
Well, I think it actually the piece comes out to here, and then there's just a lip. This is just like a lip. And then this edge goes all the way through it, like that. And then there's, oops. This is another thing I added.
The hook is
The
nice.
hook.
That's a nice touch.
It's also good to hang it on power cables and stuff.
Ah, well, those are there for a reason, right?
And then there's this belly button thing. I think my torso is longer than Shaxx's. I think that's.
Well, there's a good chance it wasn't drawn to a human anatomy either.
I don't even know if Shaxx is human. I don't know what
Nobody
he has
knows.
going on under there. He doesn't take his helmet off. All right, let's. That, and then there's this sort of another thing in there.
Details.
And then there's a little line or something in there. All right,
A
well,
slot.
some of that stuff, like I'm drawing it in for reference now, but when it comes time to do it, I'll figure it out. And then there is sort of just a thing on the side here, and then an indent right there. See, this looks like it's not hard for everyone. Then
Yeah,
it looks like there's an indent there, but I may just not do that.
Or make it raised. It's going to give the same photo opinion. Take it from the.
I could actually. One of the easiest things to do would make this whole top piece 2 layers of foam, and then just cut a bevel along the edge of it. And then this bottom one would just be 1 layer of foam.
Yeah, bevels are tough.
That is a really steep bevel. But we've got this sort of whatever thing going on here. So that needs to be made. Otherwise, it's not a very ornate chest piece. Let's see, and then this thing on the side is roughly like it's just like an indent. What I'll probably do is make this a couple layers of foam, or like make 1 layer and then just cut that out and then put some 2mm foam behind it. I don't really know what that shape is supposed to be, so I'm just gonna guess that it's like a rounded rectangle.
Yeah, maybe a little conical and thinner towards the end. But if somebody calls you out on it, just ask to see their Shaxx. Well, let me see your costume. How you doing? Oh, I'm sorry. That's right. I get a little cynical towards people who call you out on missed details.
No, the only time that's ever happened with me was
There we go.
when I was doing a unique steampunk costume at a SteamCon one year. Like it was one of those things where it's like I thought for sure it'd be like some character I was representing, like a Magic the Gathering Planeswalker character, and someone would be like, "Oh, I would have rather had you have your goggles this way." But no, it's just like some random guy came up to me and commented that he could see some of my elastic that I had done last minute to hold on some of my steampunky stuff, and in like a negative way, like, "Oh, it's too bad you can see elastic there." And after he said it, you could see his face change to be like, "What did I say?" Like he got super embarrassed, but he was just like socially awkward. Didn't mean to come out that way. It was one of those things I'm sure he regretted. But,
I didn't mean to insult you. I swear.
Other than that, people are pretty nice in person. It's online where they become the worst critic ever. Everyone's
it's
like
2.
Yeah.
Hey, we just had the thing end.
What?
Oh, our next
more prints.
Giveaway ended.
Giveaway.
Yay.
Favorite comic book? That's a tough one.
All right, just making sure we're on hour 6.
There we go.
I'm already forgetting. Yes, we were on hour 6. Cool.
We're almost halfway through.
The hour 6 winner is Lyra, Lyra, or Lyra.
Hooray!
Ooh, from the UK. Fun.
Yeah.
All right.
Giveaway. Everything looks
Cool.
so wrong
All right,
now.
and then the new the new giveaway is punishprops.com/cat-toys.
I like it.
And again, punishprops.com/live is where all of that is being taken care of. So if you go to /cat-toys, you can join the new one for more prints, and you can join the Dragon Priest one. And there are only 300 some odd people in that Dragon Priest one, so the odds are actually pretty good.
That's solid for most giveaways. That's pretty solid.
What was the other thing? Oh, just to recap, let's do this here. And also, Mario is giving away his electronics LED ebook. If you email AAAcosplay@gmail.com with live stream in the subject, he'll send you a free ebook, and it's totally worth it.
Until midnight, right?
Yeah, we'll do it till midnight or until we stop getting emails.
Yeah, well, no, you'll get emails forever now. This is going up on YouTube later.
Woo!
2 years from now, you'll get an email.
Yes, no. Midnight of what is this? August 10th, 2015.
All right.
Quick, make a cutoff date.
So,
or you need to make a filter for that subject to never look at them again.
So here's a quick update for those of you who've just recently joined us. This is what we're up to today. Brittany and I need to finish our costumes for PAX and DragonCon, or start them, which I just did today. So we're marathoning as we build a couple of Destiny costumes. She's working on her Vex. I'm working on my Lord Shaxx. We are also having some friends visiting, like Mario here.
Hello.
And more people soon. I think Xander is next from Z Props. Will join us via the internet. And our friends are joining us to talk about what they're working on. We're doing a bunch of giveaways, one every hour, including
the coolest thing ever.
In just a couple of hours, we'll be giving away one of these cold cast Dragon Priest masks, which are really cool. We are also promoting our Patreon at patreon.com/punishedprops. That's where you guys can go to support this show. And if we meet our next goal, then we will do two, not just the one live show we do every week, but 2 live shows every week, including one from the shop like this every single week.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
Thanks for all your Patreon support, guys. It's been awesome to be able to do this. I've had fun.
Yeah. So that's what we've been up to today. And right now I'm drawing the pattern on this chest piece here to figure out how I'm going to make the next part of my armor.
How do you do the transfer off the mannequin at that point?
I'll actually put tape. Just trace this in masking tape.
Just saying, okay, hey, that works.
The way I've done it before is you have to wrap the whole thing in packing tape because otherwise it won't stick.
I should have done that beforehand.
Well, no. So you do that, but you can see through the lines, and then you redraw the lines you want.
And packing tape.
Yeah, and then since it's sticky, when you peel it off, you can put it down right on the paper, and it'll stick to it. But you do have to wrap the whole thing in.
I was thinking I should have wrapped this in masking tape first, then I could just
cut the lines.
Well, now if you change the lines, you can only you can transfer only the ones you want.
Yeah.
Since you're sketching on it.
All right, I need to start figuring out how I want to make this part. Specifically, this part right here is a really deep bevel. I'm wondering if I should do that as a totally separate piece. In which case, I would have a sort of a stair step right there.
It looks like there's a stair step on it already, right? I mean, right there on the side.
It's hard to see.
Yeah, I mean, I think you could easily get away with the double thickness and then
the double thickness on the top.
On the top and bevel it out.
Yeah.
And just come right into a single layer below. I mean, it gives you your half-inch step off.
So this is where having scraps on hand to do some tests really pays off. So I'm going to try and figure that out. I'm going to put this guy away.
Go away, body cast.
So long, sucker. I do have to laminate a couple pieces together, which means I have to remove the texture. But I can do that.
Belt sander. Yeah, be careful with the belt sander, though.
Yeah.
Oh, no, what happened?
How's that coming?
Oh,
hey,
your nail looks horrible.
Still on your finger.
It is.
What? Did that peel all the way back?
Yeah, yeah. So I was sanding some MDF for the wing, the bucks for the wings for Farah. Yeah. And it was late. That was my own fault. When we're in the shop, you're tired. You're like, oh, I'm just gonna finish up this one last piece. And I was belt sanding it, and the part jumped and came back down.
Oh, so it's an impact.
Yeah. So my fingernail was the weakest point.
Oh.
And it took the fingernail off.
Oh no.
So yeah. Careful with belt sanders and power tools in general.
Yeah. And working late in the shop.
Yeah, don't work late in the shop with power tools. I don't recommend that. because it hurt a lot, and it's caused me basically. I lost a week basically due to it. So, yeah.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah, I don't recommend it. So yeah, unfortunately, the fingernail is there is just a place-holding protector. So, yeah. Tight. Props that kind of life.
The Google Hangout, when it hears a noise like that, it just dims
Yep.
everything. It's like, ooh.
Oh.
So it makes it not as terrifyingly loud.
I guess the live stream just caught up with the.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Yeah, there's a little bit of a lag.
Yeah. I didn't realize the delay between the audio and so I guess it just caught up, and we were talking about the belt sander and the
Yeah. So I just sanded the texture off of one side of this foam so that I can glue them together. And again, this is just a test piece, sort of a proof of concept how I might do that beveled edge.
What are you using
And
for the clear? Is it just acrylic or?
Yeah, it was just clear and I just sanded it.
so I'm just going to glue these two
Yeah.
pieces together.
Absolutely good enough.
I had to modify these because I screwed up the template.
So the lights are on the inside of the finger.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
weird.
Yeah.
That's all I have to say.
Yeah, I'm just gonna have one pointing up at it, so it won't be as much of a hot spot. It won't light the whole thing evenly, but that's fine.
as long as it's capped. I mean, the white's going to reflect around inside of it really well,
Yeah.
which is sometimes preferred for you don't get a hot spot on the
Yeah.
LED.
Yeah, so either shine it from up here or down here. So it'll be
See,
interesting.
that's what I need. I need a little canvas bars. I think mine's getting old.
Yeah,
You can use the thinner to sort of recuperate
Oh,
it
okay.
a little bit.
yeah, that helped a lot. We did that yesterday.
Yeah.
Yeah, I forgot what it's supposed to have for consistency anymore.
Yeah.
Mine's starting to get more like
If it's getting chunky.
long
Yeah.
and really super stringy. So yeah.
Yeah, might need to use some thinner.
Well, I mean, it's about 5 years old now. So,
Oh yeah.
but it goes forever.
Yeah, it does.
Thinking about this. I think I might do this bevel cut with a knife. Because the problem with that bandsaw is to cut this, and I had the same problem with my other armor. The bulk of the piece has to fit through the top part of the bed,
Yeah.
unless I cut it from the bottom.
And that's inception. I mean, you can't really hold an angle at that point.
But also, that'll only do 45 degrees, and I need more than that. I'm thinking that needs to be more than 45 degrees.
If you got this and that, yeah, you're looking at,
Yeah, it's like that.
because yeah, that's 45 there.
So, but I'll do it.
Yeah.
I'll do a test on this when I cut it. I'll test it out.
Yeah, I tested it.
Yeah.
Something I should have done on my template that I just screwed up on. It's fine. It'll look good.
Just keep gluing.
Yeah, just keep gluing. Hey, as long as they're all consistently wrong, then it'll look fine.
You know, honestly, there's some truth in that.
Yeah.
That a lot of people probably need to learn. If things are consistently wrong, they all look correct.
Yeah. It's if one finger looked completely different, they'd be like, "What's wrong with that finger?" Here it goes.
Oh, there's a question. You want to read that one out, Mario?
Yeah, sure, absolutely. Let's see. At Punish Props, how do you guys deal with customers who change their mind mid-build? Do you juggle price, customer satisfaction, and the fact that they change parameters at the finish line? Ooh. That one, you do far more, I think, commissions than I do.
I haven't really had that happen very often.
I haven't either.
Yeah.
I think the best thing is really clear upfront discussion as far as what the expectations with the person is.
Yeah.
I've had some where it's ended up with some changes going on with creativity and opinions on what is being made versus what they thought was going to end up.
Yeah.
And you make modifications, paint colors, things of that nature. But I think the only way that you can really kind of deal with that sort of thing is really strong conversation at the forefront. Like,
Yeah.
if you're going to take a commission and you're going to, there's going to be exchange of money here. So you're talking about keeping both parties happy. You want to be able to build something they like. And on the other side, you definitely want them to be happy with the end result. Wow, that's a big bottle of super glue. Sorry, I just noticed how huge that was.
It That just came in the mail.
That is amazing. It's like a half gallon or something over there.
I'm gonna refill this little guy.
That's true though. It is like a balance that you have to.
Absolutely.
achieve.
And I don't think there's any right or wrong answer, but if somebody is backing out or changing mid-build, then that gets really touchy on both sides, because as a artist, you do have a certain amount of ground that you kind of have to stand on your own that says, you know, I'm building you what you asked for. You know, there's a point of no return at some point.
Right.
It's not like you can cut the MDF again. Especially when it comes to things like armor builds where you might have to go back and redo entire pieces. Yeah, there needs to be some time is worth money.
Time is money.
Time is money, friend. So at least that's how I've dealt with it. I've had it happen once with some armor. There's a reason I don't like to do armor.
Yeah, I don't. I stopped taking costume commissions pretty early on.
It's so hard to size things right and get the look they want.
Yeah.
Whereas a prop, it's just like, here's a picture of the prop. I want this, and it's like, sweet.
Yeah.
Let's make that.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm 100% on that. That's I will do or help people with armor builds. Absolutely, 100%, no problem. Happy to help you, whatever you need. But I will adamantly, no, sorry, I'm not building it for you. Like, I just,
That's actually kind of why we started the foam armor making
books
books.
and yeah,
because I didn't want to make them for other people anymore.
I don't blame you.
But I could totally tell them how to do it themselves. And
Yeah.
it turns out I can help out a lot more people that way.
Yeah. And especially with the internet and just the fact that it's not like there's not a lot of cosplay secrets anymore. There's nobody's holding this information somewhere and keeping it from you.
No, we all share our secrets, and it raises everyone up.
Yeah.
It's awesome.
Yeah, there's nothing that one person can do that makes you your
All right,
thing
so that's
better.
definitely more of the bevel there. That's where the
That
tip
actually
is.
is really good.
Surprise! Like I don't do this every day.
Yeah, who knew?
It's like when Bill,
Then
Bill
I need to
mixes-
figure out how to attach that part. So that isn't flush. It actually comes out a bit. Actually, well, it needs to. It actually looks pretty good if I just lay it flush like that. Although it definitely,
I mean, it'll have some.
I think it's a little bit. I think it's arced just a little bit.
you can do. Yeah, I was gonna say do the bevel on the baseline,
Like
30-ish. You know,
What am I-
soft.
so I need to cut it like not.
It would be a long cut.
It has to be like
Yeah.
that.
hmm
Okay. I'll probably end up doing this on the sander because this isn't going to be an exposed edge.
Yeah.
But like that. No, that's almost making it flush. What am I doing? It's got to be like that. Yeah. I'll do it on the sander. There, I just cut a really, really long cut on that. But that'll get glued behind there. And that'll be my chest armor. I think that'll work. Just like that. I'm going to glue this down, though, and just see how I like it. And that's, yeah, let's glue it down. My barge. I think Brett's using it.
I think Brett stole it.
Got some right here.
Go back up.
And we'll brush it. Just go ahead and keep a bunch of those. This can, the little brush that was in there broke off.
Used it too much.
I used it a lot. But this can was mostly dried up, and we mixed in a bunch of that thinner in it. Clean it right up.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it revitalized it.
All right. Yeah, that is significantly different texture than what mine is. So
yeah, here's a little goopier.
Well, goopy is the right word. I think that's a good word. More like silly putty, maybe. Yeah. You know, like the little egg, and you just kind of stretches.
Yep.
For quite a long ways. Yeah, like good mozzarella, kind of like that.
Yeah. Bad barge, a lot like good mozzarella. So this is, do I have it around? I had a little glass jar. I got a thing I learned, and I want to use. Let's jar for it. Entertain the stream, Mario.
Okay, I will entertain the stream. All right, so Bill is off hunting for a glass jar right now, apparently. So he's got something to show you that he feels adamant that is important. So I guess it's barge. Is it barge related?
Yeah.
Okay, it's barge related. So he's confirmed that. So I guess he'll be back in a second with a glass jar once he finds it.
If I find it.
If he finds it now. So
What is he looking for the barge?
no, he's looking for a
Okay.
glass jar of some sort.
Sorry, I was barging outside.
That's cool.
Like a
I
glass
couldn't
jar?
find it. Yeah, I brought it over to Will. I don't know if he ended up using it.
Somebody was asking.
Yeah, barge center.
Thinner. Specifically made for barge.
By barge.
By barge. For barge. Buy it. There you go. That's what people are looking for.
Cool.
Found it. All right, so and you need a glass jar because barge won't destroy
Are they
the
well-
glass.
Oh.
I will. So I was doing a demo in New York City, and we needed a bunch of barge. So we got these little cups. We poured it all out, like a shot at a time, and the cups were not meant for barge, and it just started eating right through.
Interesting.
The cups. So we had a panicked moment when I was like, pour it out. We had to get.
That sounds like a very professional workshop.
Oh yeah. So I poured just a little bit of barge thinner, and then my brush is going to go in there, but I need to cut it kind of short. This.
Clear.
Oh, here, I'm going to post some in the chat.
Oh. He's giving it away. Yes. Apparently people didn't know about the mask.
You got all these new people in new different time zones.
New people.
I need to.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right.
Work.
Waking up.
Yeah.
Or work. Oh, yeah, people work. Forget about that.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, I do too still. Oh. Listen, I was on night shift last night. I have rights.
There we go. So I made a really short brush.
Which one's left on the...
Probably should have left it a little longer. Damn it. I need a slightly longer brush. All right, let's try it again.
So I'm gonna mark it.
I need to be able to put the brush in there and let it close the cap all the way, so the brush lives in there. But I also need to be able to retrieve the brush when I need to use it. All right. So you just have your barge thinner and your brush that lives in there, like that, and you just close the cap, and then. As you work to spread your barge, like this doesn't, like I said, the brush broke off at this one. What I can do then is have this brush, and the bristles will never get all sticky because it'll live in there. So I can spread my barge on and then wipe this off, dump it in there. The bristles won't dry up. So I can use the same brush all day long.
Oh.
And then also when you're spredding it,
See, that's
you get a little bit of thinner in there, and that helps you spread it better.
clean it out. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's a lot better than my popsicle stick method.
Yeah.
I mean, don't get me wrong, the popsicle sticks work, but I go through a lot of them.
So let's test this out here. That. This is for those just joining us. I'm doing a test for my chest armor for this giant bevel on the front of it. I think this will be nice because there is a little bit of a crest there. This will all be made out of one piece, and I'll just do what Brittany's been doing is carve a V in the back of it and fold it.
Fold it.
Yeah.
And then this can just lay on top of that. I don't have to do anything funky with it.
Yeah,
It
there's
just lays
no
on
additional
top of it.
templating. It's just a one and done.
Yeah. So then I'll just trim this so you can see kind of how that's going to look. There we go. And there's a little bit of a stair step right there. If I want to, I can bevel
You
that
could,
down.
they bring it into the belt sander with just a touch or.
I'll do it.
or
I'll do
Dremel.
that before I glue it together, I think, because that's where my armpit's going to be. Like it's going to be right there. But this will be out like that. And then this piece. Where's my reference? I do need this to sort of bend down, but I can do
Yeah, that's still a little
that. And
more
it'll
than
bend,
people.
it'll bend right on the torso
Yeah.
part too. So I'm thinking that'll be pretty good.
Yeah,
That's my dude.
that seems pretty solid.
I can do this. This is the other best part about having a piece like this. So it's going to be that part right there. And it's actually, it might be a little long of a thing, but it's going to fit over my man nipples and go down like that.
Those are important to protect anyway. So
Yeah. I think that's pretty good. A lot of times I'll come up with a solution that is like 90% of the way there, but to get it to 100, I'd have to spend twice the time. And I'm like, I'm good with that.
your timeline doesn't allow twice the time.
I gotta get that done.
You sir are in the death throes, I think, at this
Yeah.
point.
So now what I need to do is cut out a piece like this, with a double thick piece that is this shape.
Or that shape.
This shape. Yeah. And then a single. I can put a seam here. So a single piece. Is there a line here? Yeah, there's a line right there. So a double thick piece there, a single thick piece that goes up to here, not just to that edge.
Yeah. You need to go beyond it.
Even
so.
further. Yeah. This is like an inch.
Inch and a half.
Inch and a half in. So double thick, single thickness, and then like these pieces will be really straightforward.
This one almost looks like it's just a detail line.
Yeah,
and this is your actual bevel line.
Yeah, the actual cut's going to be right there. So with this piece here, like these are all so angular, I'll just cut a bevel edge on that when I glue this piece in, and I'll get that edge there. Because this is fairly flat right here. It'll actually come up away from my chest quite a bit.
Imagine that room to move, breathe.
Oh yeah, it's comfort.
Unheard of in this cosplay thing.
Yeah. And the good news about this piece here is, as far as fitting goes, I'll have a shoulder strap, so I'll have some adjustment there. It doesn't need to be spot on. And the side piece, what I usually do is I leave a bunch of extra material on a side piece like this, and then I can either have a little room to breathe, like adjustment, or just leave extra material, get it all put together, and then trim off what I don't.
Where are you doing your fitting scene? Are you doing shoulder straps or
Shoulder straps and side.
Oh, see, that's brilliant.
Yeah, then I've got plenty of room to play.
That makes good sense for actual armor.
Yeah.
Side seam makes good sense. And the shoulders looks like there's already straps included. How convenient is that?
Yeah, and that's what I'll do.
Man, lucky.
I could now with my other one. I made a totally separate side panel, to make it easier for traveling to fit in a container.
Yeah, you have that worry.
So I may need to put like another seam here for the front and back. Well, I'll figure that out when I get
Well,
there.
if the front and back come already, I mean, can it be inverted and fit inside of itself?
Yeah,
stacked?
that's what I do with my Mass Effect armor. So what I'll probably do is have some extra material on the front piece, some extra material on the back piece, and then figure out where to make them. Once I have those
Yep.
built, I can put them on and figure out where
Where your lines. Yeah.
And then if there's a seam line on my side, that's not the end of the world.
That's
Again,
yeah.
that's how my Mass Effect armor goes together.
If people are taking pictures under your armpits, they're kind of doing the wrong thing with the camera.
There's other problems.
Yeah, it's getting weird at that point.
Yeah. All right, cool. Well, I'm glad I see. Here's a good. Do stuff like this, you guys. Play with extra foam. Figure these sort of things out ahead of time before you start patterning everything. Pro tip. Now I'm gonna transfer this. And you know what? I might do. It doesn't. It's hard to tell because this is all white. I'm not sure if there's a seam down the middle of the chest part. I'm gonna guess no. So I'm just going to make that mostly flat. What I might do is carve a little bit of a V in the back of it to get a little bit of an arc. But this whole piece is just going to be made from one piece. That's what I think. What I need now is
Masking tape. Overrated. Let's see. I think this is where I got it from. Somebody asked about the Nuka-Cola shirt, and I agree. Everybody needs them.
Yeah.
I just want to point that out. I think this is where they came from. Might be wrong, but no, that might be the Fire Ferrets.
Oh, the Fire Ferrets. I really want to do a Fire Ferret jersey.
Absolutely.
We just got our friend April watching Legend of Korra.
Oh, see, that's both good and bad. I mean, you do get a great 4 seasons out of it, although 2 is a little bit of a letdown, but...
I want to do Bolin.
Yes.
So right now I'm just using masking tape to trace the pattern I drew. And where's my knife? And then I'll peel it off and I'll have a pattern. And I kind of wish I had laid this masking tape down first. But this will get the job done. Again, too, like the thickness of the foam will be a factor, which is why having the straps over in the side, the extra material, that'll help give you a little bit of room to cheat when you build this piece, and suddenly it's too small. So. Not too concerned with that right now.
Yeah,
I think it'll be plenty big enough. We
started a nice little conversation on your live stream about which one is better, Avatar or Korra.
Oh. They're both good.
They're both good.
You can
They're
watch
both
both of them.
Yeah, there's no. I don't see there's any hate going on there.
No.
No, that seems perfectly reasonable.
The movie is shit.
Oh, what movie? we don't talk about that. However, I've been very sad to see the new. Well, I don't think it was unexpected, but the new Fantastic Four film.
Oh, it's getting panned.
Oh, it's got 8% on Rotten Tomatoes is
that is not a very large number.
I think that's actually kind of an accomplishment. You got to give him credit for making a really bad movie. I wish they would just sell the rights back at this point. Just cut your losses, folks. Sell it back to Marvel, and just sell it back.
And I tell you, I do like that I can just trim against the.
Against your body cast?
The body cast, yeah. Just sort of clean up some of these tape edges here.
Is this 2-layer stick or? Yeah, I think it's
it's a couple layers.
Couple layers.
So
plaster bandages.
Yeah, just normal plaster bandages. I just basically trace that piece out with tape. And I'm gonna fill it in, and then I can peel it off, and I'll know that it's roughly the right size.
Do you put your templates on the inside or the outside of your films? So this goes on the textured side?
On the outside.
Outside. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I got you.
All right, let's peel this off.
Did you have somebody help you with the with when you did the? Somebody's asking about your mannequin.
Oh yeah, no, Brittany and I teamed up to do that. Don't try and plaster bandage yourself.
No.
You're gonna have a bad time. So there we go. I just laid that down on paper, and then I can cut this out, and I'll have half of my template. Actually, I should have put that on a bigger piece and
laid it over and
let it come off. Yeah.
Oh, you sure are living right.
I'll get a bigger piece of paper. You just hang out over here, buddy. All right. What's that? Hot water?
Hot or cold, maybe? Feels cold. You're fine.
We sell mats. Our only U.S. Oh,
really?
That's where I got mine.
There's got to be a similar provider out there.
Do you have a favorite floor mat company?
I honestly have not done a lot with EVA foam. As much as I love the stuff, I know, right? The last couple costumes we've done have not been armor. They've been a lot of cloth.
Yeah.
So it's just one of those we haven't had to use it sort of things. Like Alice's with her Lady Loki is 100% cloth and like vinyl. So there's not a lot of need there for the EVA foam. We are trying a full build of it for the Farah costume though.
Mm-hmm.
So that's I'm learning to both love and hate it at the same time because that's a skill set I have yet to fully develop.
So I just drew the midline with a ballpoint pen so that it folds really easily. Did I just trim that too?
You got lucky.
I did. And now I can trim this out and I'll have a pattern. All right, where's my super trendy Exacto knife? In fact, if you want this to not buckle or anything, you can put a pin through it before you cut it out so that it stays symmetrical like that.
Oh.
I like how our chat usually just turns into context cement talk.
You know what? If it wasn't such a great thing to talk about, well, actually, it's not really great to talk about at all. But
I think
it is really important, though.
Yeah.
Barge yellow is hands down. It's just the ideal stuff. It's designed for what it does.
Yeah, this is we've talked to our buddies Artie Fakes in the UK, and some of the stuff in Barge is pretty volatile. In some countries, it's not allowed. So that's the version that they use for their contact cement.
Yeah, Alpha.
It's called a Fixo-Fix. And I haven't tried it personally, but they use it they do a lot of foam work. They say it works for them. So you just have to look in your country for a contact cement. The Weldwood contact cement, I use that for Pepakura. Oh, cool.
Yeah, that works beautifully for Pepakura.
Oh, that's a good idea. Instead of getting, because I would super glue myself to myself.
That was the problem is because I had done super glue too, and when I went to do actually do the Pepakura into throw the resin at it, it had started to come apart a little bit, and the Weldwood works beautifully because it's rubberized, so it gives you a little bit of flex in your pattern.
That's awesome.
I think this will work.
You'll
stand it out a little bit, double thick, and
it'll be out here.
Yeah, that's a good point.
And the neck is a little low because he's got this weird collar thing.
Yeah.
So I want to give myself a little room for that. But that's how I make a pattern off of my thing. That's one way to do it.
I make a pattern off of my thing. Too bad we don't have a podcast of this going on.
Yeah.
This is all scrap.
Yeah. Oh, I'm gonna
out of context much. Phrasing? Are we doing phrasing still?
So now I'm gonna glue 2 layers of this together. Oh wait, did I cut this?
That's always fun. And just trails
The
off.
bottom of that. Where'd my pattern go? Oh, it's sitting right here.
Do you need coffee or something? Or
I should probably get some coffee. So I have to. I'm going to cut the whole piece out, but then I have to trace the bevel line on here, and that'll get cut out. Sure. We have to glue the two
Once you get two of them out of there.
two layers together.
Yeah.
There we go. I'm just talking out loud so that it makes sense to me. Before I commit.
If
to
you're-
this.
It does that a lot.
If you're not having a conversation with yourself while you're building costumes, you probably are doing it wrong.
Yeah. If I'm working upstairs, the cats think I'm talking to them.
Mhm.
It's like, no, talking to my costume cats.
I just want to make sure that the thing I'm about to do doesn't sound
Wrong.
crazy.
Oh, it sounds crazy.
Yeah, if you say it out loud, it makes sense. It's probably right. God, I've done that more than once.
Let's see here. So I'm trimming this just roughly to shape before I glue it together, so I don't glue a bunch of it together that doesn't need to get glued together. So that's
Hot glue
That's
for
what it is.
Pepakura. Ooh, you are a dangerous man.
Yeah, hot glue is such an additive material. It adds so much bulk in between them.
Mm-hmm.
But I bet if you're really good at hot glue, you could do it.
Yeah, if you figured out how to make it work, good on you. I
Yeah.
mean,
I won't do it.
yeah. I mean, that's why I like the contact cement. Is there's no work. Like you have plenty of work time in the window for the 5 hours or whatever they can sit,
Yeah.
but it still doesn't glue you to things.
Yeah.
Like it's
That's
not like
great.
super glue where I've ended up attached to parts. I think, yeah. So I think everybody's ended up gluing yourself to something at some point.
Oh yeah. We have a super glue remover that I've had to hand to build because I glued my hands together and couldn't open the container. That was fun.
That makes sense at some level.
Yeah. That's what you try to rescue yourself and just glue yourself too.
Yeah, as long as you didn't glue to the glue remover, then you're fine.
I got a really good system though when I was working with super glue and Pepakura. So I get glue on my finger, and if you twist it when you remove it, so instead of pull it, you twist it, you can remove it, and then you get a nice thick gross layer of super glue on your finger.
Yep.
Good time.
Yeah, that's how they did my fingernail.
So I
I
need
just
to
super
glue
glued it back on.
Oh no!
That's how the hospital did.
Yep.
Like that's how it's done.
Yeah.
So it came off completely, and then you took it with you to the hospital.
No, well, it was
Okay. Just dangling?
not to get too gross. Yeah, it was still attached at the cuticle.
Oh, gross.
Yeah, super gross.
Well, it's an important lesson.
Yes. Don't work late in the shop, and don't work with power tools late in the shop. Round and round that goes.
Yeah,
Respect your tools. I'm just happy it was like a fingernail and not like a finger,
Yes.
because then I would probably be finding a new hobby.
Or you could make a finger. Awesome bionic finger.
Yeah, probably not, but no.
Not his favorite. Yeah, measure twice and try to cut yourself. That's become our saying.
Measure twice, don't cut yourself. I like that. That's actually really solid.
I was gonna put on a sticker, but after typing it out, I realized that it could be misinterpreted as like a suicide prevention.
Oh no.
So I was like, I think I need to have a lot of really obvious graphics. Like Bill said, the little circle, the slash through it of the finger up here.
Oh yeah, of the hand like missing fingers.
Yeah. Focus on the fingers. So I'll have to refine that design.
Oh yeah. I'm gonna. That's what that guy said.
Now put the dual camera back on.
All right, that's good enough. It's a little bit mangled, but this is just so I can glue it down.
Yeah. The barge doesn't care. I do like that texture. It's a lot lighter than like the mats everybody gets from like Harbor Freight.
Oh, with the giant diamond.
Yeah, the
pattern on
huge
it?
the faux diamond pattern.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I like the removing that is.
Well, you're removing a lot of material.
Yeah.
We're snooty with the mats we work with.
Well,
Anyway.
not even that. You pay a little bit more money for good foam mats, and you actually get better foam.
Yeah. That makes sense.
There's like a misconception that well, if it's cheap, it's the same thing, and it's not, because like the Harbor Freight mats are full of holes, air pockets. Like it's really low grade foam, and it's a pain in the butt to try and fill in all those imperfections and divots and holes later on. That you're just going to cost yourself time when you could have paid an extra 50 cents.
Yeah.
And gotten good foam. Like it's.
I like the Harbor Freight mats for standing on.
Yes.
And I also like to use them for templates. So like my Vex chest, I made out of those and then tore it apart and used as a template on the nice foam. Because I of course made it wrong and had to change where the seams were and stuff. So that was nice. So I wasn't wasting the foam I like.
Yeah, because you have that really nice. What is it? It's
the Plastizote?
Yeah, the Plastizote. That
That's
stuff.
cool. I have to add a bunch of layers, but it's like that kind of stuff.
Yeah,
It's just super nice. So in order to make it not as floppy, I'll be adding more layers of it since it's thinner than floor
Floppy,
mats.
yeah.
Yeah. But that's fine.
What, about a quarter inch, 6 mil?
Yeah, it's like this. It's like the same things you get in those tiny sheets at the craft
Yes.
store. So this was in a giant roll.
Wow.
But this was given to us, so it's
chest.
like there you go. It goes way out like that.
Wait. Oh wow.
Yeah, they have a giant, like a round cylinder.
Oh
thing.
wow.
So I guess it goes more like that, but it's.
That's kind of, yeah. Those are like standing off there, and
that curls around.
that's kind of neat.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, that's a really good template though.
It's a crazy giant.
Oh wow, you're going to be ridiculously sized, aren't you?
Yeah, well, they have a tiny waist, so it's all an illusion.
No, nothing quite like that whole fourth wall thing.
Big. Like the shoulders are like my arms are gonna be in here, and the shoulders come out, and so it's all bigger. These will go on the outside of my hips.
Okay, so you're doing like black bodysuit?
Yeah.
For the okay.
Actually, I think I have a picture. Let's see. Yeah, I mocked this up in Maya to see if it would actually fit on a human form. So that's my proportions, basically. I just roughed it. So that's what the black bodysuit's gonna be showing. So
wait, where are your eyes actually at? Are they up here?
That's why just go to the next picture. They're right here. Because they don't really have a neck. Like Vex have a really low head. So this was as low as I could get because my head stops here.
Yeah,
so
you have to actually still fit it.
I made that. Let's see. This is all stuff I've done on past live streams.
Is that your eye hole?
Yeah, those are my eye holes. It's not as bad as some costumes because your forehead touches it. It goes
No,
like
you're right. Yeah.
And I think we've all had worse.
Yeah, that's it's interesting.
Yeah, I was playing around with the magnets. They're not done yet, but this since for shipping.
Oh, see, this is one thing you guys do that we don't.
Well, because you guys drive everywhere.
Yeah, we like to drive. We're gluttons for punishment.
Who does all the driving?
It's me.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm a glutton for punishment. Now this keeps me entertained with like audiobooks and food. Like French fry me, and suddenly French fries appear.
Hey, it's a pretty good deal.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was trying to add a side-to-side magnet, but it really like this way works much better. You have to fiddle with it, and if this comes apart when I'm sure I'll hit a doorway.
Yeah, at some point it'll just shatter and nobody will.
So like this pops on super nice, and it's perfect. So this one I might remake since it even looks like I smushed it a little bit there. So I didn't do a magnet on that side yet because that's undecided. But yeah, that's a giant head thing.
That is a huge head thing. You were absolutely right. Low ceiling.
Yeah, it doesn't make me that much taller because their head is down here, like their eye thing. So it's like.
You guys are missing this.
Yes, this is all I do.
What am I doing?
Hold on. Oh, I got to turn this up a bit.
Oh yeah, we're.
You got to duck down quite a bit more. Ta-da! Giant Vex head.
Why does this still smell like barge?
I just.
Oh,
made a bunch.
Because I'm leaning over barge.
Yeah.
That'd be why. I'm gonna go elsewhere. Yeah.
Magnets.
Cool. Oh,
All
magnets.
right,
are
that
awesome.
really smells. I'm going to see this. I should have been paying attention. Yeah, this was the only thing I brought from the 3D model into real space because I knew I'd screw up the curve. It was just a big form like that because I'm so bad at templates. And then, so the other half is when I drew on. I drew panels on and then cut those out.
How much barge do you guys go through?
Oh, we made too many foam costumes recently. So
Somebody was asking. Looks like you're asking if you're going on heavy or if that's a normal amount. So
It's a normal amount.
that's a normal amount.
Yeah.
Good coverage.
Yep.
Just let it dry. That's the biggest. Don't rush your assembly.
yeah,
Or you can hit it with the heat gun to sort of speed it up a little bit. Wow.
Never thought about doing that.
I think I was saying too, if I use that brush with the thinner, it
Mhm.
could actually it'll spread better. You won't have these spots. If you get too hot with it, though, it will bubble.
Oh, okay.
But generally, I just leave it and let it dry and go work on something else.
I have so much stuff to work on. Like I have barge stuff outside drying right now. You can probably go grab it.
Yep.
You don't need to rush it.
I messaged Xander.
Hey, what's her future look like? Let's see.
Folks haven't jumped in to for the giveaway this hour. Punish Props prints that we're doing.
Free prints.
Yeah. punishprops.com/cat toys. Got it listed on the top of the video there. Jump in and you can maybe buy or maybe win some prints.
Yay, free prints.
And if you haven't already, the Dragon Priest mask, which we'll be giving away in just over 1 hour.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my god. Yeah.
Only 330? That's not bad for entry.
Yeah, I know.
That's good odds.
Good odds. So jump in and for your chance to win one of those. All at punishprops.com/cat toys.
It's amazing.
Also, future giveaways will be at punishprops.com/live. They'll all be listed there. You have Xander scheduled at 3, I think.
Yep. I'm going to get out of your guys' hair because we have a photo shoot to go to for Alice.
Oh, that's right.
Oh,
So,
yeah.
So as much fun as it has been to hang out,
Cool.
and
Thank
always
you for
is.
hanging out.
So, yeah, continue to tell people about a free ebook, and I will
Sure.
continue to send people free ebooks.
We've got that up there. AAAcosplay@gmail.com. Send them an email with live stream in the subject, and they'll send you a free ebook about doing LED lighting.
Yay! LED lighting, electronics, general battery stuff, things of that nature.
Thank you so much.
So,
Yes.
hey,
That's awesome.
why not share the knowledge? Everybody can use it.
Yeah.
So,
We will all make each other be lit up even better.
yeah, I mean,
In our
what's the point?
costumes.
I mean, if you can't help out your fellow cosplayers, then you know, what are you doing this for? I mean, don't get me wrong, looking cool is a perfectly good reason too. But
we all want to look cool.
yeah, absolutely, everybody wants to look cool. So help each other look more cool
Yeah.
with glowy stuff and stuff.
Well, thank you
So-
so much, Mario.
All right, enjoy. Good luck,
Alrighty.
and I will probably join you via the chat box thing, live streaming, whatever it is, once I get back from the photo shoot,
Awesome.
and I'm out in my own shop working on stuff.
Awesome.
Cool.
All right, have fun, enjoy. And
Let
I'm out.
Alice know that we say happy birthday.
I will. Yes, happy birthday to Alice. So.
Trying to think of
Rick
something we
Alice.
could give her, but I have lots of foam scraps.
Yeah, there might come a day when that's needed. I don't know. All right, you two, take care.
Bye.
Bye.
All right, so I'm going to make my big old foam sandwich here. My 2 layers of foam. Trying to lay them down as flat as possible. I will be able to heat form this maybe a little bit later on, but for now I want it to be really flat. All right, and I'll trace this on, and then I'll trace the bevel on, and then I'll cut it. We have someone joining us via the internet here shortly. We'll have Xander from Z Props. That'll be our next guest. Oops. There we
Mario's so cool.
go. Mario is a swell dude.
How did I end up meeting him? Was it a convention? I think it was. Local convention. I think they approached us and they were dressed in some kind of Zelda costume. And they're super nice.
So I'm sort of figuring out the bevel here on this thing here on my template, and then I'll cut that out and trace that on the foam, and then I can cut the thing out. All right. I'm gonna pin this together before I cut it out so it stays nice and flat. Exacto. There we go. Almost. There goes it. Actually, I just threw this away. I might need this piece again, this piece of the template. So I'm gonna keep that for now. I'm optimistic. I don't think I'm gonna need it again.
Caitlin's in the chat. That looks like that's our Nerdtacular Caitlin. Hi there.
What was the pattern software you mentioned earlier?
I just linked it.
Awesome.
That was Pepakura Designer. It's the kind of thing where you can do your patterns in off of real physical objects, like Bill just did with his torso. He made a pattern, or you can do a 3D model of it and use this program to help you. They're both good ways.
Right. So I'm actually going to cut this whole thing out and then cut the bevel. And I'm going to make sure my knife is super sharp for this because I don't want to have to try and saw at it. Xander says he's running a little late. I told him no problem. We'll be here all day.
That's true. We're not going anywhere.
Oh, it is N15 Caitlin.
Yay.
Part of our nerdtacular horde.
We are in the Frog Pants kind of chat facility, so there might be some of our good Frog Panthers hopping over here from the podcast network you're buddies with.
Boy, that didn't even come close to going all the way through. I am cutting through 2 layers of foam. That's pretty good. A little jaggedy, but
There's a Fev in the chat. I wonder if that's Lee.
Fev? I hope it's Lee. Lee's gonna be joining us later.
Also, everyone's sharing their computer names. What their computer is named. It's very exciting. My computer is always named Trusty. I think my current one is Trusty 4. It's probably 3.5 because I replaced half of Trusty 3.
What did you keep?
The hard drive and the power supply. So it's really, we should probably just call it
It's like
4.
saying I have the same car. Well, I mean, I kept the tires.
All right, it's number 4. Same case.
Well, that's good, I guess. That's kind of the same. All right, now the tricky thing, I have to cut a huge bevel along this edge. And I'm probably going to have to sand it a bunch to clean it up. So we'll see how this goes.
Trust you, 3.5. This time it's personal. Yeah. Hi, Fev. Oh, look, Lamp's wondering about the cast. Were you talking about the Dragon Priest cast? Or were you talking about another cast? He's looking for a tutorial on the cast. What cast are you referring to? Oh, look, a lamp. Is that the
maybe
Dragon?
maybe the body cast?
Oh, the body cast. Oh, see, I immediately went to a resin cast. No, that totally makes sense. It would be a torso cast. We haven't done plaster or duct tape template making video yet. It's on our list of ones to do, though. There's some good ones out there already, but we should do our own.
There we go. I just cut a really big bevel along that, and now I'm going to go clean it up with the sander because it is ugly.
Ah, yes, the body cast. Yeah, if you look for videos on how to make a plaster torso template, some of them might not be safe for work because some people don't wear clothes when they do it. So just that warning, don't search for it at work. But there's some good tutorials. We'll do our own eventually, though. Or how to make a duct tape body form is another one.
You know what? That looks good enough. I don't think I want to mess with that anymore. So I just cleaned that up a whole bunch on the belt sander, and I think I'm just going to go over it with some high grit sandpaper.
You guys are right. It is giveaway time.
What?
All right, we're gonna pick a winner for our Hour 7 giveaway.
There we go. That is my chest piece, and you can't see it. This is the top part of the chest piece. And I think I do want to, like, it does have to curve around my chest a bit. And I think I will actually do that by when I lay it down on the next piece. I'll actually, when I glue it, if I tuck it a little bit on either side, it'll form. I can also heat form it a little bit too.
The winner for the Hour 7 Prince giveaway is Dylan Hamilton.
Yay, Dylan! And the next one.
So did they get the mask and the prince, or how does this next hour work?
The next hour is just a mask.
Okay.
So the next hour is just going to be. Oh, warning! Your broadcast will be terminated in 1 hour.
Oh, that's nice of them to let us know. It is true.
Here we go. Let's
In 1 hour, we'll be switching to part 2 of our 16-hour live stream. The link is at punishedprops.com/live for the second half.
Yeah.
We have about, we'll probably stop in what, like 45 minutes and switch over?
So the punishedprops.com/googly eyes is just a link to do the Dragon Priest mask, which if you haven't already, you should definitely go sign up to maybe win that one.
And vote.
And vote on what the next mask metal should be. So you're going to vote. The options are copper, bronze, aluminum, iron, brass, or sparkles. Not a metal, but you get the point.
We do have sparkles.
Even if you've already, if you've probably already voted, yeah.
Yeah.
But if you haven't voted, definitely go over there and check that out.
If you just joined in.
I'm going to send I don't know when he'll be able to join us, but I'm going to send the link to Xander and have him join us whenever. There we go. And yeah, we're going to, because Google Hangouts will only go for 8 hours, we're going to end the stream at about 3:45, take a quick break, and then we'll start it up again at 4, and that's when we're going to announce the winner. It'll be a new stream. If you go to punishedprops.com/live, you'll see the link for that, for the next event, for the next live stream. It's already set up there. And we're going to wait to announce the winner until after we switch over so that you guys come back.
That's great.
Yeah, so that's the plan. That's what's going on the next hour. So hold on to your butts because we're giving away this Dragon Priest mask. Do we have a post ready to go at 4 to...
No, we don't.
Okay, we should do that. Ta-da. Look at this one.
Yeah, for all you people who just joined us in the chat, and if you have any cosplay or prop progress on what you're currently working on, feel free to link it in the chat and share your work with everyone. Or if you have questions for other people in the chat on what you're working on, there's some people who are willing to help. And we might chime in if we see it, but it's hard to work and pay attention to the chat. We do our best. I know I'm missing some really good questions. But luckily for you, every week we do Prop Live Q&A where you get to ask us questions and we'll specifically answer them. That's right in front of the mic. There we go. That's the best we can do. Still good. That's looking great. That's a sweet bevel you got going on there. All right, did my update work?
So again, I am putting down masking tape to make my template. And I'm going to have some overlap, or underlap, I guess I should say, up here to go under the piece I just did. And then I'll have to cut a really big, wacky bevel on that.
All right, I'm going to put you on the full screen. Be right back.
Okay.
Yeah, all the views. Anything from upstairs?
I don't think so.
Granola bar? You good?
I'll take a granola bar, actually, yeah. One of those ones that's all seeds.
Yeah, if there's one left, it's all yours.
I've only had one. Did you eat them all? Brittany ate all the good granola bars. See here, this line goes here. And then let's do, I guess I didn't need this extra piece of tape. A couple inches of overlap. So like that. And then this gets trimmed out. So there. Making the templates like pro. And again, this one I'll mirror over just like the last one. Oh, my camera's a little low for this. There we go. Woohoo! Oh, that's a good one. For this piece, this is a layer that's going to be overlapped like that, and it'll get glued together. You know what? I think I might do a little bit of a midline on the back of this, just so it's pinched anyway, because there is kind of a seam down most of him. I'll figure that out in a little bit. Okay, so this can. Oh, I hear you.
Hello.
Hey, Xander.
I'm alive.
Welcome to the stream.
All right. So let me get the volume situated here.
All right.
Okay, that looks good.
Cool, man.
Okay.
Hello.
All right. So they can see both of us, or what is going on? I don't use technology, so I don't know how this works.
They can see both of us. It swaps between us
Awesome.
automatically.
All right.
Everybody, welcome Xander to the live stream.
All right. Hey guys.
I think you can go to, yeah, I'll put a link to your page in the chat. We got a chat with a whole bunch of people in it. Whoop. zprops.blogspot.com.
Yay.
Go check out everything that Xander's making. You have an Etsy store too, right?
Yeah, I do. I'm just kind of getting used to that now.
I just linked to his photo stream on his Facebook page, which has a lot of awesome in-progress references.
All right. Thank you. Okay, so today I was just thinking about casting up a kit. If people are curious to see how I specifically do that.
I'm curious.
You're curious. Oh, all right. Gotta look good then.
Speaking of that too, I've got one here that's really good. The one of your Destiny hand cannon ones, and I'm putting a link in the
You
chat.
have two of them.
You have two. I have the Hawkmoon as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was I take only partial credit for that one. But,
Right. Cool. Anyway, Xander's kits are among the best that you guys can find. If you're looking to get something, especially from Destiny, then you ought to go grab one of them. They're totally worth it. I'm looking forward to having the time to put mine together.
Yeah, I don't think I've built one in months, so don't worry about it.
Yeah.
Well, the problem is I don't want to take it to DragonCon because it's so nice. It's something I want to put on the wall and stare at.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. They're not that hard to paint.
Oh, you say that.
They're pretty easy, Bill. What are you doing?
You're doing a Fatebringer or something. Yeah, it's hard, but just doing a plain Jane hand cannon, it's not that bad. Work, touched up. Bill's got a touch-up video, so.
Yeah. So are you casting a hand cannon right now?
Yeah. Yeah, I can't decide if I want to do a whole Fatebringer shebang or I want to do just a basic 2-part kit. I don't know.
Well, the stream. We only have about a half hour before we have to duck out because we can only go for 8 hours at a time. So, if you can do it in half an hour.
All right, let's do that then.
All right.
I mean, Xander can always stick around to the other stream, and then we just have to reset.
Yeah.
It's all set up to go. We just have to switch over.
Okay.
We decided to do this all-day live stream thing, and then the Hangout thing was like, "Oh, you can only do it for 8 hours at a time." Oh, all right. We have to work around that.
All right.
Which? Oh no, I'm okay. All right.
What is it, man?
Xander's working out of his shop down in San Jose.
Yep. Yeah, my shopmates are telling me that there's people here to talk to. I don't have to talk to myself and be crazy,
Yeah.
They're not used to me on a live stream. They're like, what is going on? What are you doing? All right, so normally I do this cast in about 3 to 4 pours, usually 4 on a hot day like this, but I'm going to see if I can do it faster than that, just for you guys.
I like the challenge.
Yeah. Let's see if I can get a defect just for you guys.
Yay!
Yay! A unique piece. One of a kind.
Yeah.
Full of bubbles and
Yeah.
voids.
All right. Bill, what is your least favorite part of casting? For me, it's definitely cleaning the cups. I can't stand this. I hate this job. Just that's it though. Everything else is fine.
Yeah,
What does he hate doing?
cleaning out the cups.
Yeah.
I just throw away lots of cups.
No, our ones we have now are pretty good.
That's true. We have ones that we use a lot.
Yeah, these guys, for smaller pours, they're flexible enough so after the resin cures, you just bend it and you can pop out the leftover.
Oh yeah.
There's some little goo left in there though.
Yeah, I'm using the handy dandy smooth on ones, but they crack after a while and this and that.
Yeah, these prime pour ones that we got for smaller pour. Actually, you can get them in bigger volumes. These ones are 250 milliliter ones, and they have 3 corners on them for pouring, and they're really handy.
Huh.
This is my weird space armor bra that I'm building.
Oh, it's lovely. You can come up to the city with that on the next time you're in town.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna try and do this in 2 pours. How's that sound? That's a challenge.
You're a madman.
That sounds crazy.
Right? I'm gonna do it in 320 though. I'm gonna cheat a little bit.
Oh. How long does it take 320 to set?
320 on a day like this? I don't know. It's still about 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Wow. That's
It's not
crazy. California people.
Yeah. Hey man, rent is expensive for a reason, all right? Got this crazy weather.
When I was working down in LA, it was so freaking hot and dry out there. Everything cured instantly. Freaking, what was I doing? Oh, Bondo. I just mixed up a little bit of Bondo to do a little bit of sealing, and it was rock solid in 3 minutes.
Yeah. That's like the only way I'll use Bondo. So. All right. God, I'm genuinely concerned about this. Genuinely. I think what I'm going to do is mix it up. This is a big batch. I'm going to mix it up, and then I'm going to cut it into 2 batches so it doesn't cure too fast. And pour one, and then pour the other. So we'll see.
All right. Good luck.
Sounds like a good plan. Yeah, the bigger your batch, the faster it kicks. It's crazy. It just gets so hot so quickly.
Hey, Doctor. It sounds like a really good plan.
Meanwhile, I am tracing out some film. Ta-da! Yeah, I can switch to our dual camera. You can see what Fred's working on.
Oh, it's so exciting. Still working on finger pieces all day. I got distracted for a bit, but they'll be done eventually. I need more raffle. Go steal more.
I've never poured resin so close to my laptop, so again, definitely concerned.
Is the last thing we ever heard.
I'm considering spraying the laptop with mold release so I don't have to like pick off some resin off of it, you know? When I splash it on there.
Yeah, Fab was saying that the Onyx fast cures in about an hour or a minute and a half. Yep.
No thanks.
The Onyx fast is really nice for rotocasting, though.
Yeah. Does it delaminate much, or is it pretty good on that too?
It's really good. It's a little more. I think it's higher on the durometer scale than 300, just a little bit, so it's a little bit more brittle, but it is really strong. For this mask here, it's cold cast, so we put metal powder in it, but we did 1 layer of 300 to make sure that it got in all the crevices, and then we did 3 layers of Onyx, and it goes super duper fast.
Yeah, it looks good.
We actually did the first one we did all Onyx, and the Onyx just gets so much like a gel so fast that we didn't get it in all the details.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was my fault. So I cast that one. Are we gonna have to rock, paper, scissors who cast the Dragon Priest mask on the stream?
Yeah, I think we do.
Oh, great. I enjoy it. I just tend to make mistakes, so I feel bad. I don't want people to end up with a mess up casting.
Well, I did that other one. I can do it again.
Bill, what do you use to clean your molds? Like when you got little bits of resin?
Rubbing alcohol.
Oh, really? You actually go in with the rubbing alcohol? Okay.
Yeah, I'll just use like a Q-tip, some rubbing alcohol. I don't douse it. I don't like pour rubbing alcohol in it, but I have to get powder, like metal powder off it or anything. I just use a little bit. It's normally not that much of a problem, though.
I pick at it with my nails.
Or you just pick it out, you know.
Yeah, I use a Dole Exacto. It's like the only thing it's good for because it doesn't actually score the silicone, but it gets everything out of there.
Well, we'll also blast it with air, yeah. With our compressor. And lots of baby powder.
Oh yeah. I get the weirdest looks when I'm buying mold supplies, you know? 'Cause
Yeah.
I've gotten really lucky and ran out of Vaseline and baby powder at the exact same time. Kind of weird just checking out with those two items, but I've done it before. I'm getting used to it.
It's a really late night. You ran out of stuff. You're like, yeah, I might as well get some beer too.
Yeah, baby powder, Vaseline, and beer. Then it's a party.
So I gotta cut. Now I did this with a bandsaw. I don't think I'm gonna be able to do that again because it's a curve. I gotta cut like a. You know what I'll do? I'll do it on the spindle sander. I'll sort of bevel this edge up to that line, just so this has a little bit of a tilt to it. Oh, I want to cut the back of this too. Do a little V-shaped thing in there.
I remember. Do you ever use a hot wire cutter drill? Is that your thing?
No.
No.
I've used a hot knife on foam before, but it's not generally my favorite.
Yeah, you know, like the wire. They got like kind of
Oh
a
yeah.
and you push it through. It gives you these crazy clean cuts. Apparently, I know the RC guys like love that thing.
Oh yeah.
Throwing lines and just blocking them out. But I'm curious to try it.
So I'm cutting a wedge out of the back of this so I can bend it just a little bit. Just a little bit. When I see people do like their first set of Mass Effect armor, a lot of times they'll end up with a piece that just looks really flat. And the best thing you can do is find ways to make the form more form-fitting, I guess, or human torso shaped. So that's what I'm trying to do now. This chest piece is pretty flat.
Well, my first armor was made out of MDF, so I'm sure it looks fine.
Oh no! That sounds like a nightmare.
You know, it wasn't that bad. It was all 1/8 inch and it held up. So
All right.
I've been trying to find. It was a clone trooper, so it was actually like kind of the skeleton was mostly MDF, and then the curved bits were styrene. I've got pictures somewhere, but you know, it's one of those things. You know, I'll dig it out later, and it never happens. But what I'm saying is, it could be worse, right?
Yeah. That's too much. Sharpen this. Is that the your Wonder Scroll saw in the background there?
Yes, the famous one.
Why is it famous?
Because it's the only tool he uses.
Yeah, it's really the only thing I have. I mean, I cheat a little bit. There's a bandsaw, or there is a bandsaw here, but I think I've only used it once, and a drill press and a belt sander way across the shop.
Oh, that's so far. So
It's
far.
my buddies, so I don't use it too often, but
I cut that's too big. Damn it. I removed too much material.
It looked like I was very wasteful with the foam I just cut, but it's because there's a bunch of stabby hack marks in the rest of this. Like the staple was there for the product, and cut my lines too far.
I am just wrecking this.
I am about to wreck this.
Ooh.
Yep.
Put you on the full screen so you can see him on the. Or does it cut to him full screen?
If you just click on him, click on that. There you go.
Awesome. More interested in me drawing lines on stuff.
I kind of hacked a huge line in the back of this. I didn't mean to do that. I'll fill it in with a little bit more foam, though.
Or is that hot glue? I don't think it's good for us filling caps. I need more 3mm foam.
So I'm gonna prep a backup mold as always.
Just so in case you have extra resin.
Yeah, I have a feeling I'm gonna have to divvy out a lot of extra. It's gonna go super fast. I'm a little worried. Scroll saw is also great for pouring teeny tiny parts if you're like me and you're short on shop space. Because you can kind of tilt, like if your mold wasn't exactly flat when you poured it, you can tilt the surface of the scroll saw to compensate.
There you go.
One direction. And the resin just scrapes right off, you know? So I'm getting lazy and I just throw down a small part. I'll throw it on the scroll saw. Even more reason to buy one, people.
Yay, scroll saw. I got mine right there.
Yeah.
I think I do need to hot glue this.
All right, here we go.
No whammies.
You could totally hang your torsopic on your shelf space bag. That's what I did for my stream. I'll try it out. I'll go get the hook. Oh, look at him go.
Yeah, dance off, bro. All right, so I cut this pile in two. I'll see if it helps.
I love how we get a live demonstration.
All right, I think I've rescued this disaster. Let that dry. So Xander, you you did Fanime pretty recently, right?
Yeah, I did that with Eric. It was a lot of fun. A lot of work, a lot of fun. So, you ever going to come to that, or it's just not your thing? Or
I mean, I'm not that into anime.
Yeah.
But that might be a fun reason to just come down to San Jose.
Yeah, I mean, Eric and I don't really care for anime that much either. I'll watch a few, like, kind of ones for the design and that kind of stuff. But as far as anime goes, it's whatever for me, too. But, you know, it's like any pop culture con. It's just there's a little bit of everything.
Yeah.
Definitely some weird stuff there. So, makes it at least a little bit more entertaining in some respect.
How do I switch it back and forth?
Just click on him again. There you go.
I usually rest this on the floor, so I'm kind of awkwardly putting it somewhere now.
Yep. Okay. Here. I'm at a step on this where I figure if I just keep working on it, it'll eventually be good. All right, so I'm gonna glue this. Where am I? This seam together in the back, and then seal it with a strip of foam that will hopefully keep it together. That's the plan anyway.
Keep it together.
I really kind of cocked up that whole.
Yeah. No one will know, except all the people
Except
watching.
the 153 people. All right. Once that's ready to go, the whole thing will be ready to go. I do need to bevel this giant thing. I think I'm going to try and do that on the spindle sander. That's a little loud. I'll swap over to Britt.
As I'm typing.
Yep.
Are you guys taking questions right now, or are we just kind of winging it?
Oh, there are questions in the chat. We've been answering them on and off. When we have a guest on, we just have been kind of chatting.
Britt,
What?
what I found.
Did you find the bit?
It was in the intake.
Oh my gosh. It almost got sucked up.
In the intake for the dust collector.
So yesterday I lost the sanding drum bit for our Dremel and was looking all over the floor for it, and it must have almost got sucked up in our intake system. Well, that's great. I'm glad you found it.
Yeah, you gotta have 20 of those lying around.
Yeah, it's like our favorite though. The other one is like from Harbor Freight, the bit, and it's like wiggly and off-centered.
Is it like a metal grouting bit, or is it a sanding drum?
Let's see.
It's the sanding drum.
Yeah, it's just these little guys. But they're so nice. This guy.
So yeah, this cast is already kicked. I'm gonna demold it in probably about 5 minutes.
Oh man.
Hot. I am sweating like crazy. I usually do this in shorts and a sleeveless shirt, but I'm not gonna look that tacky here for you guys. You're welcome.
Aww. Your standards are much higher than we give ourselves. Oh, thanks for joining us.
Hey, no problem. It's always fun.
I'll go dig out your kits that we have over here.
This is gonna get a little loud.
Oh, now's as good a time as any to start that.
I just start with Xander since our sound was winning.
Yeah. So I just. Let's do that. So this edge here is where the other piece is going to get glued down. So I just beveled it down a bit with my spindle sander. And now I'm going to try and glue this together. Press it together.
How's the cast, Xander? Did it work out?
Oh, it looks good. There's a tiny bit of flash on the front because I didn't have enough rubber bands on it, but I'm just waiting on the trigger. It's like tiny bit uncured because it's not getting that hot. I like to demold early because it saves my molds, you know?
Yeah, before it gets really hot.
Yep. So it's kind of like popping the hood on the car. I kind of randomly pull one side so it keeps the gun nice and straight, but it'll still, you know, let it vent.
Yeah.
You know, next time I might pull the left side off, and you know, it just helps.
I like this one. Awesome.
Get to work. Get to work on that thing.
I know.
Here we go.
Bill's trying to decide what paint scheme he wants.
I just got that purple one, her Mercy.
Oh.
Oh, for the Queen's Wrath?
Yeah. Well, I gotta sand this real quick.
All right. That is definitely the fastest I've made a hand cannon.
Yay!
It was nerve-wracking.
You.
I'm gonna try something.
I like how clean Xander's resin kits are.
Thanks. I do a teeny tiny bit of cleanup on every single one. You know, I just go in there with the X-Acto and scrape all the flash off. So you can't give me too much credit. Much appreciated.
Well, and the tiny little spaceships you've been making are adorable.
Oh, they're so fun.
Are those up in your store yet?
No, they're not. Yeah, I've got so many things going on, almost nothing prop related because I've just been so busy.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm selling kits, but that's about it.
I got a hankering to build some small models and stuff. Oh, hey, we actually have to end the stream here in a couple minutes because it's gonna kick us out anyway. So why don't we finish that up? Okay, cool. So everybody who's been watching, you should definitely head over to Xander's store and Etsy. Just look up Z Props Etsy and check out the wonderful selection of kits. Actually, that Terran SCV looks pretty awesome.
It's work. It's the hardest one to make.
Yeah.
So
Good. Everyone go buy one of those. Cool. And Xander, thank you for joining us on the stream today.
All right, guys. Thanks a lot. Till next time.
Totally, man.
Oh, thanks for swinging by.
Yes. Everyone else, we're going to end the stream for about 10 minutes here and then start it again. We will post the new link in the chat, but if you go to punishprops.com/live, it's listed there. It'll start again right up at 4 p.m. Pacific time, and that's when we will announce the winner of the Dragon Priest mask. So that's what's happening next.
All right. Cheers, guys.
See you, Xander. Have a great day, man. So we'll see how many of you guys come back. And then we also have a guest coming in. That's going to be Wendy J.
Cosplay for us all.
Yep. Cool. All right. So I'm going to end it, and then we'll launch the new one in about 10 minutes. And we'll be back. But you guys just stay in the IRC chat. Keep chatting. We'll be back in 10 minutes. All right. Awesome.
See you guys in a bit.
End the broadcast.